Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I see some of you guys are already in the chat, ready for a crazy ride. I told Too Pretty this morning, I am down for anything today except Paul Gallagher. Anything except Paul Gallagher, I'm down for. Yesterday just wore me out. It wore me out. But good morning, everybody. Good morning, Erica. Good morning. As Erica said, please like the live on your way in. I appreciate it. The mods, y'all have my mods working overtime in the chat. Please like the live. Good morning, Tiffany. Good morning, Danielle. Good morning, Shameen. Hey, Shay. Good morning. Good morning, Vitra. Hey, Emmy. Good morning. Good morning, Jazz with the yellow heart. Good morning. Hey, Sugar. There go my girl. Good morning, Too Pretty. Good morning, Carol. How are you? Good morning, T. Hey, Haley. Good morning, Jasmine. Jasmine, I hope you're having a good day today in spite of everything going on. Sending you love, my girl. Good morning, Ronnie. Good morning, Ronnie. I can't wait till y'all see these Crocs Ronnie is doing right now. Lord, hilarious. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Jess. Good morning, Quiet Storm. Good morning, Black Sheep. He said, I can't believe I'm early for court. No contempt for me today. You got that right, baby. We ain't gonna give you any type of contempt today. We won't hold you in contempt. Good morning, Brianna. Good morning, Miss Eyes. Good morning. Good morning, Karen. How are you? Good morning, Gina. Good morning, Niara. Good morning. Good morning, Lo. I don't know if I already spoke to you, but I definitely saw you when I was walking in. So 2 times is okay, right? Okay. Good morning, Ebony. Hey, Jabria. Good morning, Miss Mika. Hey, Missy. Good morning, Megan. Good morning, Georgette. Good morning, Brianna, with an A this time. Good morning, Sunny. Good morning, Kay. Brianna, please go find something to do. Okay? Go find something else to do. Good morning, Terica. Hey, Brett. How are you this morning? Good morning, Kay. Kay, are you ready for today? Okay. Good morning, love thyself with tea. Okay, I know that's right. Good morning. Good morning, Monique. Hey, Lady J, how are you? Hey, Shelly. Good morning, Ashley. Good morning, Tracy. Good morning. Brett said big news from the Diddy is that Miss Westmoreland joined the defense team. Brad, let's talk about that for a second. Dennis Byron is too old to be out here playing clickbait games with us. I thought the man had taken a plea. It was pretty freaking evident that Westmoreland would be on the defense when she walked in with Brian Steele. He talking about big news from the defense. I said, oh my, has Diddy taken a plea? Westmoreland joined the team. Babe, I could have thrown my damn phone. I said he too damn old to be playing these games with us. Lord, that I need to start playing games like that because I was like, damn, what's going on? I'm gonna have to start playing those kind of games. Okay. Good morning, Sarah. Good morning, Miss Jones. How are you? Good morning. Yes, Missy, you made it for the roll call, girl. Good morning, Caitlin. Hey, DJ Mommy. Good morning, Skin Tone like Hershey. I hope you too are holding up in spite of everything that's going on, friend. Good to see you here. Good morning, Tati. Good morning, Khalees. How are you? Hey, Gwen, good morning. I forget it's afternoon for you. Good afternoon, Gwen. Hey, Alicia C. Now, what the hell going on here? What the hell? I'm early today and not Key in the damn chat and spoke for roll call because y'all know she's normally here, but she don't ever speak for roll call. I don't know what to make of that one, Key. What's going on there? Hey, Aaron, good morning. I am just, tell me what's going on, girl. Good morning, Ash. Wait a minute, not the three musketeers right behind each other. Good morning, Ash. How are you? Good morning. Always, Jasmine. Good morning, Patricia. Hey, T friend. Good morning, Cheryl. Good morning, Claudia. How are you doing today? Shavonna, what's going on? Hey, Summer. Good morning again, Caitlin. Or do we got two Caitlins in the chat? Good morning, Sharita. Good morning, Gibson girl. Miss Gwen, I love how you put that out there. I might stop and talk about what we're watching. If it's not your thing, there are many YouTubers out there in this streaming world, and they are watching this case too. Feel free to go over there. We do not mind. Okay? Everyone who's supposed to be in this chat is in this chat. I firmly believe that. Good morning, Nisha. Good morning, T. So dope. How are you? Hey, Jody. Hey, Miss Davis. How are you? Good morning, T. Lynn. Luke. Hey, girl. Lynetta, how are you? Good morning. Hey, Sharonda. Good morning, Kiara. You proud of me, Brianna? Okay, thank you, girl. Good morning, Cass. Good morning, Lexi. Lexi, let them know. Hit the like button on your way in. We appreciate it. Good morning, Tasha with a flower. How are you? Good morning. Hey, Crystal. Good morning. Good morning, Sundrop. And that's old news. I'm sure he sold that story. That business could have been left in ATL. Yes, I think what was weird for me, guys, is considering the type of case Diddy has. I don't know who reported this or who made this decision, and I didn't read it, so correct me in the chat. Something about Miss Westmoreland being a victim of SA. I said, who decided to put that information out there? And how are we spending this? She's a real victim and they're fake victims. What are we doing here? I didn't get that. I did save the article to read it. I didn't understand that one. The strategy. I didn't understand it. Hey, Shataka, how are you? I didn't understand that one, y'all. I didn't get good morning, kids. How are you? Hey, Felicia. Good morning. Hey, Mika. Hey, Jalen. How are you? Mayor, I think something is wrong with the indictment. Maybe so. Ashley, you've been saying that. They can't play the Cassie video. They can't? I didn't know that. I didn't know they couldn't play the video. Okay. Hey, Lily. Good morning. I didn't watch The Lawyer You Know last night. Something's going on, Kay. Something's going on with the way the witnesses are being called. So I wouldn't be surprised if Brian Albert doesn't take the stand, which would be crazy. What if Nicole doesn't? Julie, I don't know. Hey, Shalon. Good morning. Good morning, y'all. Good morning, T. Townsend. Hey, Mia. Good morning. She said, I'm off today. I'm going to be able to watch the whole day with y'all. Well, baby, we're going to be here. We will be here. Give me just, hey, Nurse K, how are you? Good morning. Good morning, Miss Dreads. Good morning. Alice said, I thought I missed the roll call. You did not, Alice. Good morning, friend. I hope you've had a good morning so far. Good morning, Phoenix. She said, damn, I'm late. If Key checking in. That's what I'm saying. We're going to have to figure this one out. Good morning, Tasha. Good morning, Rain. Hey, Anna. Hey, Stephanie. Good morning. Good morning, Miss Cutie Pie. How are you this morning? Hey, Paris. Good morning. Yes, Erin. Good morning, Tam. How are you? Sounds like a date group, or you say nice group. Good morning. Hey, Siobhan. Good morning, OLM. Hey, Nancy. Good morning, Traveling Trading School. She said yesterday was my last time acting a fool in here. I'm a regular watcher now. Okay, we'll check back in at lunch. Good morning. Is this Shalaya or just Shayla? Good morning. Good morning. Hey, Sleepy. Good morning. Hey, Nisha. Luna Tuna. Good morning. And yes, I stand by. I said, Mr. Dennis really played us yesterday. Good morning, LL. Good morning. I thought they said happy Friday. It says happy hump day. I said, damn, I'm missing some days. I thought I was missing some days. Hey, Chelsea with a butterfly. Good morning. I think I'm almost at the end, y'all. Good morning, Tiffany Warren. How are you? Y'all, they said y'all being messy this morning. Like the live. Now, I know y'all not being messy. It's only 200 of us in here now. Good morning, Purple Paradox. How are you this morning? Why they can't play the video? I don't know. I didn't anticipate watching or keeping up with the Diddy trial like that, at least talking about it so much, but I'm real interested on what the game plan is now. I'm very interested. And so many people have inboxed me, messaged me about the Hinton case. I watched Miss Jefferson's recap. I've watched I'm Not a Lawyer, but excuse me, recap. And now I got to go see it for myself. I've got to go see it for myself. It seems like a very sad case. Nobody's going to win in the end, right? Two people have lost their lives. A father has lost his son. Other children, someone has lost their dad, their brother, their cousin. It's just, it's sad all around. And then for the dad, he's in jail. So you've lost him too right now. So I can't wait to see what happens. But I'm going to tell you what, I've got to go look up his damn lawyer. His lawyer gives me Eric Mays vibes. I've got to go look him up, child. That lawyer was playing no games in their courtroom, and I loved it. I've got to go see who this lawyer is and get some background on him. I saw some comments say he's very respected in the community, and the family retains him, okay? He does not have a public defender. His family retained him an attorney, but I think I'm going to like seeing that lawyer at work. He was a zealous advocate, in the words of Judge Glanville, and I could appreciate that. Good morning to Mac Famo. How are you? I can see that. He said, I watched The Lawyer You Know last night. You didn't watch much. You didn't miss much. I think a lot of us are just confused on what Hank is doing with the witnesses. No, we can't really, there's no flow to it. I think it's on purpose. I think it's confusion. And no way they paid him all of this money to come prosecute a case, and he's doing this. I don't know what's going on. You know, I think someone needed to pull them to the side when the meteorologist got up there. Why's the weatherman on here? No. We got to get it. Good morning, Princess. Good morning. Have you watched any of Boosie Beauty's stuff? I don't know who that is, Tiffany. I don't know who Boosie Beauty is. Do they watch cases? What's going on there? Hey, Latoya. Hey, Brianna. Good morning, D. Reese. Good morning, Tidra. Good morning, Mira. Forrest, we missed you yesterday. We were missing what were the pens, especially in Gallagher. We needed some pens in the chat. Good morning. Thank you so much, Forrest. Forrest has opened the live gifting 10 millionaire mail memberships. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. I appreciate it. Key said she's going to let us have it. Good morning, Lanique. How are you this morning? Good morning. Good morning, Danielle. Give me just a moment, Mel. I feel the good morning's getting longer. You've been going for a minute now. Yes. People appreciate it. My daughter and I were talking about the good mornings again last night. She said, well, Mom, are you going to be able to keep that up? I said, well, we're going to do it as long as we can. We are at 13 minutes, but it's not, court starts at 9, so it's fine. I'm okay. I am fine. I do believe, I consider my life. When I wake up in the morning, there's no one here with me, and the only people I'm talking to really in the last almost year, I talk to you guys more than I talk to anyone outside of my kids. You guys are the people I talk to the most, and I'm working through that. But that I do talk to you guys a lot. So I always picture that there's someone in this chat saying good morning, whether it be to me, whether it be to the chat, that works at home, and they work from home, right? So there are no coworkers they're physically seeing every day. Or maybe they're retired. Maybe they're retired and don't have a lot of family. Or maybe they're going through something and similar to me, and they're not speaking to a lot of their friends and family. So I always say that this good morning is needed because this may be the only good morning that they're getting from someone. So I don't mind the good mornings. I actually appreciate them because I know what a good morning can do for me. So I appreciate it. Good morning, Bridget. Oh, yes, Tam. Tam, that's why I said it. They need a song now. Cat and Chat. They need a song. I got you now, Tam. I got you. Good morning, Haley. Good morning. And if you guys received a membership from Forrest, please make sure to say thank you in the chat. And I like everybody to keep in mind, we do have people who get these memberships and they're not on the live, but they come back in the chat and say thank you. I appreciate everyone who's gotten a membership. Shout out to Brianna. Brianna gave me the idea for my first members only live. It's going to be Millionaire Monday. That's what I'm going to call it. So I'll be doing a members only live on Mondays. I have Mondays, WTF. I'm not sure where we're going with that right now. But we do have Wind Down Fridays every Friday to recap what we're watching in Karen Reed, since we're both watching, Ms. Jefferson and I are watching that trial. And then I have the Millionaire Mondays, members only content for us. Whether it be a live stream, kind of want to talk to you guys to see what we're going to be doing on that Monday to make sure that it is a topic you guys want to discuss. So I have that out of the way. Nancy said, Dennis has my spirit disturbed with the way he presented that breaking news. Nancy, I don't know what the hell that was about, but he is a journalist. It is his job to do things like that. I just don't like that I was online when he did it. I just don't like that, okay? Alice said, I'm activated. This is her Friday. Well, happy Friday to you, Alice. Good morning, Ebony. And my other Ebony, EBS, I thought I saw you in the chat. Good morning, Ebony. I don't know how I saw you in the chat. I don't remember speaking. Good morning, my other Ebony, too. Good morning, Taylor. Hey, Chelsea. Good morning. Good morning. I think y'all, good morning, Jan. I'm about at the end. I heard the video was allowed, so it looks like we got some confusion on the video. Black Sheep, I think people don't understand. I think the Tyree Nichols, I actually watched the video and I remember watching that video. I cried so bad I couldn't believe what I was seeing. So I don't know how I'm gonna get through the trial either, but they say it is relatively short. Good morning, Fatima. Good morning. Ashley said it doesn't show your live. What do you mean by that? I don't know. Good morning, Nikki. Good morning, Jaleesa. Good morning. Good morning, everybody that's joining. I think I'm all way down through the live. No, I'm not. I'm through with the good mornings, but I'm trying to catch up on what y'all talking about in the chat. Now, let me get the live pulled up for us. Hold on just a second. All right, y'all. Let's get the live pulled up. Hold on, this is day 11. Well, we got the OnlyFans up, so that's a good sign. OnlyFans is up. All right. Hold on. Hey, Nick. Good morning. Good morning, Ramel. Yeah, Aaron, I don't know what the strategy is. I don't think we're doing WTF tonight, but I'll verify. Good morning, Rita. Good morning, Nicole with the Y. How are you? The lawyer is an ex. Really? Wait a minute. So the what? Skin tone like Hershey. Y'all, they say the lawyer got his degree after he went to prison. No shame there. Maybe that's why he was very passionate in trying to watch that man. May explain some other things, but okay. Okay, y'all. Oh, he could see him using the strategy of not calling Higgins, Matt McCabe, and all of them to bait Jackson into calling them as hostile witnesses so Hank can lead on cross. So if that's the strategy, then maybe he doesn't call them at all. And the jury can wonder why they left big pieces to the story off. I like that. I like that. Good morning, existence. I'm interested to see what happens there because I don't understand what we're going through right now. Good morning, Tay. Okay. Me, Mrs. I invited my best friend to the live. Mrs. Best Friend, if you're watching this at any point, welcome. We're always here. This is bonding. This is like going to the movies with your bestie. It's okay. Missy said, I don't have coworkers. Y'all, I'm real deep in the live if you guys responded to the coworkers. Oh, Haley said, keep them up. This is my first good morning of the day. I love that, Haley. Good morning again, friend. Good morning again. Okay, y'all. Mel. Okay, here we go. Let's read it. No shade. I love it. I'm here every morning. Thank you, Gina. Just said, Mel, I love the good mornings. You in the chat have lifted me up during some sad times, some sad days. You on the chat always putting a smile on my face. Thank you, Jazz. No, Jess. That's Jess, not Jazz. Thank you. I love that and I appreciate that because I feel the same way. Good morning, Day. Oh, always, Day. She said, Mel, I genuinely appreciate you recognizing your nares. There's no without you guys. I appreciate it. Oh, I love that Nurse K.
So I'm told counsel wants to see me as the jury's coming over. Why don't you come up to sidebar?
Okay, sidebar. Good morning, Mark. Good morning. You know what? I firmly believe this about smiling. I feel like when people work in any form of customer service, we have to remember that whatever's going on with you personally, you have to put that to the side because your job is customer service, right? And what you're going through cannot ruin another person's day. My little sister, Gretchen, she was telling me, she said one of her friends was going through some stuff and she was like, girl, you be stressing all of this. She said, man, my sister, I don't know how she does it, but my sister never lets it affect her. Do I cry sometimes? Hell yeah. Oh my God. I cry, I get frustrated, I'm stressed, I'm sad. But when it comes to dealing with other people, I never want to let what I'm going through affect that person because I can't stand people like that. You having a bad day, so I have to have a bad day too. I hate that so bad. And I hope y'all not out here doing it. Don't ruin someone else's day because you're having a bad day. Sonny says, I work from home. So being here makes my day go fast. I used to watch the other channels, but I'm happy I found this one. I'm happy you here too. Thank you so much for being here, Sonny. We appreciate it. Black Sheep, he said, Mel, are there any plans for members to be able to come on stage and discuss in the future? I know we tried a couple weeks ago and it didn't get much. Okay. I was about to say Black Sheep. Nobody came up. I'm open as long as I know y'all names, okay? I'm open to during lunch if you guys want to discuss the channel. I do not mind this, but the problem is I throw it out there. Nobody really comes up. So then I'm like, okay, let's find something else to do on there. I love it. Hell, we could sit up here and talk. We could go to TikTok live and talk, after we're off. If you guys want to make the recaps, TikTok live, you guys come up, let's talk, let's do panels. I do not mind that. Child, I'd love to shut up and listen to y'all. I love it. It's just when I ask, nobody wants to come up. So that's it. I don't know what that was, Nikki. I've seen somebody else talk. I don't know what Sarah was up there doing. I don't know what Sarah was up there doing. Jenny D, he was on X saying that there was breaking news in the Diddy trial. The defense is looking over it as if a plea was coming. Girl, whole time it was Miss Westmoreland joining the team. Pissed me off. Hey, Melissa. Damn. Hey, Miss Waters. Good morning. She said, I don't want to see anyone. Look, Key said, can everyone please like the live? I don't want to see anyone blocked or in right street. My friend may have turned over a new leaf for real. Good morning, Debbie. Hey, Robin. Wait till you find out who Jen is related to. Ebony, we got to keep it thoughtful over here. We got to keep it thoughtful over here. They're in deliberations now? Oh, wow. Okay. Lanita, when I said 3 days, I meant the state was done. My apologies. The state was done in 3 days. I know you probably watched yesterday. I can't speak. I don't even know what's going on in this case anymore. Good morning, Miss Sheila. Hey, Gary, how are you? Yesterday was just pissing me off. Yesterday, I was just pissed off yesterday, Gary, honestly. I don't know what's going on. We're seeing lies. And y'all, I was watching a TikTok that you guys sent me. I can't remember who sent it. But there was a call of Paul Gallagher calling in to Canton Police saying, can you give me the address where it happened? I thought it was Meadows where he lived at. I thought you didn't know him. I thought you didn't know anything about what was going on until you pulled up. But remember, y'all, remember when he said One Meadows? And I wrote it in my notes. I wrote it in my notes and said, why would he have been going to One Meadows? Who would have given him that address? I thought he didn't know John. Well, he called. Good told him all the info. And we went through the whole scenario. If your manager was crashing out, your coworker would call you and be like, girl, she did this, that, and the third. Gallagher was lying. I don't know where this person got that recording from. I don't recall hearing it being played in hey, Crystal Jackson. I don't recall hearing it being played in court. I don't know where it came from. I don't know why we didn't hear when he was on the stand to prove he knew who this man was. Why would you lie about something so small? And that's what pisses me off about this case. That's what pisses me off about this case. Good morning, Miss Sheila. If I don't see any more this week, happy Mother's Day. When is... I'm going to type it in the chat because I don't want to even say it out loud. This is kind of crazy. I'm going to type that in the chat. Help me out down there, please, guys. I don't want to say it out loud because I'm embarrassed. Good morning, Nick. Oh, I did say OnlyFan. Lo, I did. When we see the fan, they call it OnlyFan. Hey, Jasmine Mayo, how are you this morning? I did say OnlyFan. Hanky is slimy, fam. Good morning, fam. Hold on. Well, Shalane, I missed it. What's going on? Feeling great today. Took a test for school while watching the live and still got an A. I think that's because we bring good luck, Shalane. And congratulations on that A, girl. I just saw... Child. Thank you so much for becoming a member, Nisha. We appreciate it. Thank you. Let me see. Good morning, Kia. How are you this morning? Okay, y'all. Good morning, Kat. Good morning, Kat in chat. If the chat is here too, good morning to you guys. Good morning. Hey, just saying good morning. Erica, please go to bed. Good morning, Emmy again. Okay, y'all, I think I'm about at the end. Hey, Zakia, good morning. Good morning, Zakia. Good morning, Lynn. Yeah, I'm scrolling down so I can catch up with the chat. Because I hate being this far away from what's going on. So let me go down.
All right. Can we bring the jurors in, Tony, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You are unmuted.
Y'all see I'm all the way behind. Good morning, Bill. Hold on, y'all. It's Sunday. Mother's Day on y'all like this Sunday? What the Lord, I gotta go get some gifts, child. Hey, Caitlin. Hey, Laura. Hey, Dan. Yo, Sunday. Good morning, Big Lou. Child, I better, what's today? Wednesday? Hell, I better get some flowers ordered or something, child. Good morning, Ashley. God damn. You know what's in? What I normally do on Mother's Day now that my mom's not here is I normally get 3 things that remind me of her, and I just enjoy those 3 things. And I always I get a card and I write to her in the card, and then I just keep the card. So like my mom loved Cokes, she loved Reese's, and she was a Zeta, so she loves blue. So typically I go get some flowers with some blue in it or something. But child, I didn't know it was Monday. Baby, that is crazy. I didn't know it was Monday. But yeah. Erica said, don't buy roses. They're forever ruined because of this chat. Oh, hey, Derry. I saw a lawyer say Karen Reed is unlikable to the jury and that she does too much in court. Whole time she's fighting for her life. I think she's judged too much. Damn. Lord, she said it in her documentary. She can't smile. She has to try not to react. Child, if I was in court, y'all would see me going. My lawyer have to probably tie me up in a straitjacket or something. Put some shades on me or something. Y'all, I didn't know Mother's Day was Sunday. Oh. Key is being very demure in the chat. It's a new one. I'm not mad about it. She said not just no arts and crafts meal. Get some fruities or something. Yeah, I started that last year. Last year, I think was my 2024 was my first Mother's Day without her. So I just would do that. I would do that. Forrest said, hear me. Fuck y'all. Yo, do they do this? Is it only like in the New England area? Like up north? Is it on the hear you is crazy. Yeah, Karen, she was kind of like when OJ was on trial. I remember people were watching him. Oh, he didn't look bothered by this, watching everything you do, and she's very much like that. Where the hell is the jury walking over from? Capture. Rocky's leap is not justified in this chat, okay? I do not give a damn. He was out of order. She said, but it's even more disturbing knowing that woman was pregnant. Maybe that's why he was so happy, but damn it, he should not have leaped across that bench, and I don't give a damn what people think about it. Rocky should not have been leaping across that bench. Hey, Frenchie. Good morning. Oh, Buchanan is today. Buchanan, I think that's what it is. It rhymes with mechanic. Buchanan is today. Baby, that leap was not justified. Good morning, Key. Good morning, Bougie Chef. Hey, Destin. Good morning. Good morning. I'm looking at names I don't think I saw earlier in the chat. Good morning, Amy.
Just for the record, I think Ms. Little had an opportunity to review the redacted exhibits from yesterday. And
I love that, deal. Celebrate your mom.
All right, thank you.
Oh, okay, good. Never heard it in New Jersey. Okay.
Would all rise to his entrance?
And for everyone who's lost their mom, man, just enjoy. I don't know what you guys have, pictures, videos. I normally watch videos to hear my mom's voice. I do that a lot. So sending love to everyone. I do not know Mother's Day, so that is crazy. And I bet my little girl, I'm gonna have to check her bank account. Let me see if she done bought me something. Because y'all know she here. She can't use the excuse I'm at school. She's here now. You know what? She just bought me.
Hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding indebted within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your presence, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
All right, good morning again, counsel. Good morning. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
I asked for it, Erica.
Yes, you nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
Yes, thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Connor Keefe.
Who? Who? Somebody said, I wish I knew you when I lived in Marietta. I wish you did too, friend. We probably would have stood on a couple couches together. I think I'm past that phase of my life, but just saying. Did he say Paul? No.
Step up, raise your right hand. Thank you, clerk. Thank you.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear.
I thought so, but I didn't want to be wrong.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
Honor.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your last name for the record?
Sure, my name is Connor Keefe. The last name is Keefe.
Mr. Keefe, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
What's your position with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Are you a trooper?
Yes,
When did you first start beginning working as a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
2017.
Did you go to basic training?
Yes, the academy.
How long was the academy?
Approximately 6 months.
Did you have any further training after the academy?
On the job training?
Yes.
Yes, in various specialties.
What's your role at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I am assigned to the homicide unit where we investigate homicides, unattended deaths, suicides, stuff like that. And I'm also a digital forensic examiner at the District Attorney's Office.
Did you have a role in investigating this case?
Yes,
Were you a assigned investigator in this case?
I wasn't the main investigator, but I was involved, yes.
Did you deal with any of the digital forensic evidence?
Yes.
Specifically, regarding the digital forensic evidence, did you meet anybody to obtain a phone?
Yes.
Who did you meet?
I met Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts.
When you met with them, did you have to obtain anything from them?
I obtained a consent form and their cellular device.
After you received their devices, where did you bring them?
They were brought back to the forensics lab located at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
And what, if anything, did you do with either or both phones?
I conducted a forensic extraction on those devices.
An extraction, is that a copying an image of the phone?
Yes.
Is that different than analyzing the phone?
Yes.
Were you involved in analyzing Kerry Roberts' phone?
No.
Were you involved in analyzing Jennifer McCabe's phone?
No.
Was your role limited to attaching it to grade key and doing the extraction?
That is correct.
And did you do that?
Yes.
In addition to the phone extractions, if you take us back to January 29, 2022, were you involved in going to 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Massachusetts? Do
Yes.
you know about what time you went there?
Approximately 5:30.
What was your role at 34 Fairview Road that evening?
I was asked by my supervisor, Lieutenant Brian Tully, to assist in processing the scene at 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Massachusetts.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview Road, was there anybody else there?
Yes.
Who was there?
Lieutenant Tully, members of the Massachusetts State Police CERT team, the Special Emergency Response Team.
Are you part of the CERT team?
I am not.
Did you see what the CERT team was doing?
They were conducting an area search very front of the lawn and the street or road in front of 34 Fairview.
Did you have any role in that actual searching of evidence?
No, I did not.
What was your role, limited role that night?
To process any evidence that was discovered during the search.
When you say process the evidence, can you explain briefly, what does that mean?
Sure, I was had evidence bags, and if a piece of evidence or an item was found, I would place that item into the evidence bag.
And why would you do that?
To secure it.
How would you become aware if there was a piece of evidence found?
The CERT team would alert the supervisor, Lieutenant Tully, or myself that there was an item or a piece of evidence, and Lieutenant Tully would then take a photograph of it, and then I would secure the piece.
Okay, guys, we all get what he's up here for now. There's this theory from the defense side that these taillight pieces were planted, right? So, hey, let's put someone on the stand who was there, who was not part of CERT, but who saw what CERT was doing, and he's there to just confirm that it was a proper search and there was no planting. That's his whole purpose. I don't remember him from the first trial. Looks like a lot of you don't either. So I think he's new.
Piece of evidence in a bag, evidence bag.
Do you know if those photographs were timestamped?
I believe so.
Your role was to put the evidence in the bag and return it to the evidence room?
Correct.
Did you do that?
Yes.
If I could begin, I'd like to show you on the screen a series of exhibits. If we could start with Exhibit 74, please. Trooper, do you recognize that item?
Yes.
What is it?
That is a black Nike shoe.
Did you see that item that night?
Yes.
74A, please. 74B.
Gwen, I don't know what the facts are.
Is that the same sneaker?
Yes, sir.
After you were alerted to that sneaker, did you place that sneaker into an evidence bag?
Yes.
Did you bring that item with you today?
Yes.
Do you have gloves?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, look at the shoe, y'all. Why would his shoe be right there off of the curb if he was thrown?
Do you want the lights on, Mr. Brennan?
Please, thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Gilman, you can take
I
the
don't
photo
get it,
down,
y'all.
please.
I just don't get it.
With the
Hey,
court's permission, I'm going to move this piece of evidence, item into evidence.
keep my teeth up. I have a smoothie today with no spinach in it, and it's actually good.
Let me ask you a few questions before you open it. Could you stand and show that bag? There's red tape on it. What's that for?
To secure the bag closed.
If the bag is open, is it then retaped?
Yes.
Do you write on the outside of the bag?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
To memorialize the date, time when the evidence was collected.
Could you open the bag and show us what's in it?
Yes, sir.
Me either. I do not understand the shoe. And look at where the shoe is placed. Right? It's right by the curb. And remember, it wasn't that much snow at 6 a.m. when they got there. I don't get it, y'all. Hey, Jackie. No, I always remember a black sneaker. I don't understand how they missed that shoe and they want us, not only just missed it, y'all. How the hell, what happened that the shoe came off right there? I just don't get it. I just
With the court's permission, can he show the item?
Yes.
When they do this.
Trooper, is that the same item that you found that night?
Yes, sir.
If you could place it back in the bag, I'd ask this to be marked as an exhibit.
All right, any objections, Dean Eddie?
There is no objection.
Exhibit 77.
The shoe looks like a barely worn shoe.
Sir, you mentioned there's writing on the outside of the bag.
Yes.
What type of information do you write on the bag?
Date, time, location, who was collecting it.
The time that you write in the bag, is that the specific time the item was found, or does that represent
They
a
showed
different
the
time?
bottom, y'all.
That could represent a different time.
And why would that be?
If you're processing multiple things at once, you're bagging things at different times, then when you seal the bag, that could be the time that is annotated on the bag.
Can the item be found before the time on that bag?
Yes.
Would you ever write a time later than when the item was found?
Yes.
I'd like to move now to Exhibit 75, please.
Hank said, would you ever write a time later than when the shoe was found? He said, yes. Why would you do that?
And preferably 75A, please. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
Is that one of the items you bagged that night?
Yes.
And if we could turn to 76A, please. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
Is that an item that you bagged that night?
Yes.
Do you have both of those items with you?
Yes, sir.
Could you produce those, please? Ms. Gilman, you could take that down, please. Thank you. 570.
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the trooper to open the bag and show the jury.
Y'all, did he say found the shoe or he was there when the shoe was collected? I can't remember. They did show it, kids. You may have missed it. They showed it. Right, for Tully is the one who did this. I think it's the same.
Sir, on those items that are stickers, did you put the stickers on them?
I did not.
Do you know where the stickers come from?
I do not.
Do you know if these items are ever sent to anybody other than your evidence locker? Are they ever removed and given to lab personnel and technicians?
Yes.
Hey,
Do you know
Bree.
if that was done in this case?
Yes, I do.
Inside that bag, is there just 2 pieces or is there another piece in that bag?
There was another piece in the bag.
When you put the taillight pieces in that bag, how many pieces did you put in the bag?
I put 2.
Do you know if the other piece in the bag is a piece that broke off, or do you know how that arrived there?
I do not.
Could you just pull out that other
What?
small piece and show the jury as well?
So we have evidence in here and they don't know how it got there. Hey, Lizard, we don't know how it got there. I'm confused now.
Is that smaller piece consistent with the same color as the 2 bigger pieces?
What?
Yes.
Is it consistent with the same material?
Yes.
If you could put that back in the bag, please. I'd move this into evidence, please.
Wait, time out. Are you guys saying John's shoe originally had a black sole? Now, I know they want to approach for that because I know the hell Hank is not having this man on the stand say there's evidence in the bag that shouldn't be in the bag. He's trying to say it broke. Come on now. How are you? Wait. Come on now. I'm it's 2 things going on. We talking about Hank in this evidence bag because he's trying to say that the evidence broke. And does it look like this? I don't want to go back, Kiss, because we already behind. I could speed this up too. But are y'all saying I'm gonna go back?
So, Mr. Brennan, I leave it to you and the witness how you do that part.
Yes.
I got it down that we need to go find the shoe.
Sir, on the small chip piece, you don't know how it became chipped?
I do not.
I'd ask you to remove that chip.
Let me look for it, Dan. Miss Sheila, we trying
Like
to
you to
figure it
safely
out.
secure it, bring with you, and bag it when you leave.
We trying to figure
Yes, sir.
things out, y'all. They
And then I'd
seem
like to introduce that exhibit.
So we're going to mark the little chip.
yeah, I'm
You want-
Mr.
Would you like to mark
Yannetti
it?
asked to
Okay.
mark that. Yes.
Then we're going to submit that for identification. So the small chip that I
Madam
asked you to
Clerk.
secure.
Madam Court Reporter has an envelope for that.
Thank you very much.
Exhibit 78.
Thank you.
I thought they had a white sole black shoe. I didn't think it had a black shoe. I sent you a tweet
Thank
this
you.
morning on X Kiss.
Trooper, we have one more bag of items to go through.
Yes.
Could I have exhibit 73, please? Sir, if you could look at exhibit 73 on the screen, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
A piece of clear plastic.
Is that piece of clear plastic, when you saw it, was it at ground level?
Yes,
Did you bag that item?
I did.
When you bagged that item, was there another item along with it in the same bag?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Mhm. Hold up, y'all.
So I'm showing you a photo. You recognize what's in it?
Yes.
What's in it?
The piece of clear plastic.
Is that the second piece in the bag, separate from the last exhibit?
Yes.
Fair and accurate depiction of how you saw it that morning?
Yes, sir.
I'd move this into evidence as an exhibit, please.
There's no objection, Mr. Yannetti?
There's no objection.
I'm on mute. I always saw white soles, y'all.
With the court's permission, could we show exhibit 79 to the jury?
Yes.
I think y'all want to make that shoe
Gentlemen, would you
something,
be
but
able
I
to
don't know.
vote?
We're
Thank
gonna pull up the shoe. The shoe just could be a gently worn shoe, like he just got them, just put them on.
You recognize that item, sir?
Yes.
Okay,
And did
let's
you bring those two
let's see
items
the
with you,
shoe,
the
y'all.
past exhibit and this exhibit?
let's see
Yes.
what's on
Could you
it.
produce those, please? Are these different in color than the last pieces you showed?
Yes.
With the court's permission, could the trooper show these pieces?
Yes.
Kids say it's not the same shoe. Okay, hold up. I would think the defense would point this out, but I'm finna look at y'all. I'm looking at messages now, kids. Maybe you send it on X.
Thank you, trooper.
Why so?
I'd move these items in evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Y'all keep. I got to see the scene picture.
Exhibit 80.
Thank you.
Ain't no way I'm supposed to be working this hard.
Thank you, Trooper Keefe.
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
All right,
just
any questions, Mr. Yannetti?
Please, Your Honor, thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Trooper Keefe, you testified that you received the cell phone of Jennifer McCabe and of Kerry Roberts.
Correct.
With regard to the cell phone of Jennifer McCabe in particular, you had her sign what is called a consent form, correct?
That's correct.
What is a consent form?
It allows the trooper or law enforcement to, with the owner's consent, we are able to conduct an extraction of the device.
Okay. And on that consent form, there is a description of the item itself.
Yes.
In this case, it would have been an iPhone 11.
Yes.
And there also is an identifier with regard to a specific phone called the IMEI number.
The International Mobile Equipment Identifier.
Okay. And that would be included on the form as well because it identifies the specific iPhone 11 that Jennifer McCabe had, correct?
Correct.
The password was provided on that consent form,
Yes.
and the form was signed, correct?
Yes.
By both Jennifer McCabe and by you, correct?
Yes.
And there was also a second trooper that would have signed the form as well.
That's correct.
With regard to the timing of the signing of that form, Jennifer McCabe dated it February 2nd of 2022.
Yes.
You also dated it February 2nd of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Jennifer McCabe did not list a time, but you did, correct?
I would have to look at the consent form.
Okay, so your memory, you don't remember what time you indicated or if you indicated a time, but looking at the consent form would refresh your memory?
Yes.
May I approach you, Honor?
Yes.
They got to bring up that damn shoe. They got to bring up the damn shoe. I hope they don't miss this shoe.
Read that silently and then look up at me when you're done, Trooper.
What's going on?
Having reviewed that form, does that refresh your memory as to whether you indicated a date and time?
I did, yes.
And what was the date and time that you indicated?
It was February 2nd, 2022, 12:08.
And that would have been 12:08 p.m.?
Correct. 12:08 p.m.
The document that I handed you is not an original, correct?
No, it's not.
Does it appear to be a precise copy of the original, however?
Yes.
May I offer that into evidence, Your Honor, please?
Is there an objection, Mr. Brennan?
No, subject to redaction.
Okay. So don't put it up on the.
I will not.
Exhibit 81.
Now look at his face. Yeah,
Now,
buddy.
Trooper Keefe, as of January 29th of 2022, you were colleagues in the same state police unit as Michael Proctor, correct?
I was.
At that time, was the unit called the CPAC unit or was it called Norfolk County Detectives?
I don't recall when it changed.
Okay, it's been called both, correct?
It has.
As of January 29th of 2022, there were only 10 troopers in the unit, including supervisors,
But
correct?
I'm nervous as hell.
I don't know.
It's a small unit, is it not?
Relatively small.
Within the CPAC or the Norfolk County Detectives, every case that comes in is assigned to one particular trooper as the lead investigator in the case, correct?
That is something that a supervisor would do, not me.
And have you been assigned as the lead investigator in other investigations?
No, not a homicide investigation. No,
You have not yet.
no.
The lead investigator is the trooper who is responsible for the case, correct?
Look at him. You don't want to
Yes.
talk about Proctor.
Michael Proctor was the
Okay.
lead investigator for the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe, was he not?
Yes,
If somebody asked within your unit while this case was going on, whose case is it or who has that case, your answer would have been Michael Proctor, correct?
yes,
The two of you have worked cases together in the past, correct?
a few.
You've worked on this case with Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, within your work on this case, you actually partnered with him for certain assignments within the case, did you not?
you'll have to be more specific.
Sure. So for instance, on October 21 of 2022,
Nervous as hell.
you and Michael Proctor interviewed Sarah Levinson together, correct?
No, I don't recall that.
Ooh, don't have it in a report.
If I may just have a moment, Your Honor.
Oh, not that kind of report. Y'all, this some bullshit. And I don't know which one of y'all told me to watch the case. I'm gonna pull a Miss J. You will be dealt with. Ain't no way I gotta deal with shit every day watching it. A shoe. They are calling it Shoegate on X. Somebody just told me, welcome to the shoe rabbit hole. Which one of y'all did it? Step up, speak up. Don't be scared. Speak up. Oh, found it. Okay, Nino.
Do you not remember interviewing Sarah Levinson on October 21 of 2022 at 12:20 p.m. at the Norfolk DA's office? Is that your current testimony?
Yes,
If you saw a copy of that report, would that refresh your memory?
to an extent.
May I approach you, Honor?
Yes.
We don't even remember seeing Sarah. I'm sorry, Sarah has a forgettable face, so I get it. No, it's pretty unforgettable. You can't forget that. He should remember that. He uncomfortable as hell. Look at him, y'all. He turning red. God damn. Good morning, Mama Jenkins. Baby, that boy over there red as hell. Oh, Brianna said he about to start itching. Brianna, his nose already up there itching. You don't see him. Hey, inquisitive girl. Good morning. Now, what, Ronnie? Thank you for the super chat. Now, what, Ronnie? Thank you, Ronnie. It's too many of y'all in here for the likes not to match. Come on, y'all. We in
I've
shoot.
placed a document in front of you. I would just ask you to read that silently to yourself. Look up at me when you're done.
He want to separate from. Look at him. He said, "God damn it, I was in that damn interview. Shit, he got me. Shit, he connected me with Proctor. That boy nervous as hell. He's over there like, God damn, that's me. I remember that girl. She had that weird looking face. I remember. Who? Y'all, now he pulling the G and that boy reading every damn thing. He probably said, no, if you look right there, it says I walked to the back. He said, it said I walked to the back. I wasn't right there the whole time. I went to the restroom. I remember this. I wasn't there. I don't know why he put my name there because I went to the restroom and left them to do the interview. My stomach was hurting. I had the bubble guts. I know it says I was with him because I was. But when he started interviewing, I had to go to the restroom. I couldn't do it. I don't know. I walked in and, he said I had chicken chili. He said my wife had made chicken chili for my lunch that day. So by the time...
Trooper Keefe, just so we're clear, I'm not going to ask you any questions about the specifics of what Sarah Levinson said, so you don't have to brush up on that.
I'd just like to refresh. Take
Sure,
a look, sir.
go ahead.
He said, I'm trying to... Baby, just say your stomach was hurting. Say your wife made that chili. Grandma's recipe. And it didn't sit well with you that day. Go ahead, just say it. Listen. He gonna say it, y'all. Listen. Grandma's recipe, it always upsets my stomach. Look at him.
Having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory as to whether or not you participated in an interview of Sarah Levinson with Michael Proctor on October 21st of 2022?
Yes, I don't recall the specifics, but
So when you say yes, is it your current testimony that your memory is refreshed that you were actually there?
yes,
Okay. And the two of you would have participated in that interview together, correct?
yes,
But you did not write the report, correct?
no, I did not.
Michael Proctor wrote the report, correct?
Yes, he did.
He was the lead investigator writing the report, correct?
Yes, he wrote this report.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
I did not have any input on how he wrote this report.
Right. You had no input. You weren't standing over him while he was typing it, correct?
Correct.
I ain't got no more friends.
Now, other examples of, and actually, let me take that back from you if you don't mind.
Maybe he don't want to be attached to Proctor. He does not want to be attached to Proctor. Proctor probably don't get no more birthday party invites. Kids ain't having
Other examples are the reports on the videos that well, strike that. Let me start by saying this. Asking you this. You retrieved videos from both the Waterfall Bar and Grill and C.F. McCarthy's, did you not?
That's correct.
You and Sergeant Buchanan retrieved the videos from C.F. McCarthy's, correct?
Yes,
But lead detective or lead investigator Michael Proctor was the one to analyze the video and write a report on it, correct?
I would have to see that report, sir.
We have it. Just a moment. Just laughing. That boy about to choke on his tie. Oh my God. Baby, I need something excited today. He said, I got the report for you. Give me just a moment.
I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
Again, if you read that silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
Oh, I feel bad for him. He does not want to be attached to Proctor, guys. Being attached to Proctor, he don't want that dirt falling on him. He doesn't want the dirt. Look, he's cracking his knuckles. Y'all should see how Barch is staring at me right now. She is messy. Miss Sheila, I'm laughing at the man on the stand. He probably was prepared. He probably practiced it. This won't be much. Baby, they done got up here. They said, we won't ask you anything about Proctor. We just need you to go up there, show the shoes. They may ask you some stuff about you finding the shoes. Nobody told him they was going to bring up Proctor. It's all on his face. It's all on his face. He knows what it means to be associated with Proctor.
Okay, having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory about Michael Proctor being the one to write the report on the analysis of the waterfall video?
Sir, I only obtained a copy of the surveillance video. I
Right.
did not do any analysis on the video.
That's my question. It was Michael Proctor who did the analysis, correct?
Yes,
And that, by the way, I said waterfall. Is that C.F. McCarthy's there, or is that waterfall?
this is C.F. McCarthy's.
Okay, I meant C.F. McCarthy's. He was the one to review that video, correct?
Yes, again, I only got a copy of the surveillance video.
Sure.
I did not do any
And
analysis.
with regard to the waterfall bar and grill, that was another circumstance where you and Sergeant Buchanan were the ones to retrieve the video, correct?
Yes,
But again, lead investigator Michael Proctor was the one to analyze the video and write the report on it, correct?
yes, I would have to see that report as well, sir.
We got it.
Now, another member of your unit was Trooper David DeChico, correct?
Yes,
Within your unit, did Trooper DeChico have a nickname for a first name?
Objection.
May we approach?
Look how he looking. Well, they want to know his nickname for. Hell, he asking me that for. Babe, we gonna find out. We are gonna find out because y'all, has he not gotten defensive? Thank you, K. Schmidt. K. Schmidt, thank you so much for gifting 5 millionaire male memberships. K. Schmidt, you gifted these memberships at the right time because we having a ball today. We are having a ball today. Thank you. And if you get a membership, please be sure to say thank you in the chat. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Y'all, when I tell you, I got up today too pretty. What I say? I don't want to see Paul Gallagher up on here anymore. I don't want a day like yesterday. And then this young man comes up. I don't even remember you from the last trial. And baby, you have proven to be an entertainer. You have proven to be an entertainer. Pulling a gin. I'm going to need to see the report. Don't you worry, my brother. We got you. We got every report you'll ever need right here.
Trooper, in terms of the troopers that were in your unit as of January 29th of 2022, which members of the unit had the least amount of time in the unit at that time?
I don't recall.
Were you one of the newer members of the unit?
As of January of 2022?
Yes.
Yes.
Trooper Michael Proctor had more experience than you did as of January 29th of 2022, correct?
He could have. He'd been on the job longer.
Okay, well, if he had been on the job longer, then certainly that means that he did have more experience, correct?
It depends.
You attended the autopsy of John O'Keefe on January 31st of
I did.
2022. And with regard to other members of your unit, you were the only one to attend that autopsy?
Yes.
That was done at the medical examiner's office?
The medical examiner's office in Sandwich, Massachusetts.
In Sandwich, Mass. And it was Dr. Irene Scordi-Bello who performed the autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Had you met her prior to that day?
No.
Had you spoken to her prior to that day?
No.
Did you know before the autopsy was performed that your former colleague, lead investigator Michael Proctor, had discussed the case with Dr. Scordi-Bello without telling us what you knew of what was said?
No, he pissed every time his name come up.
With regard to Dr. Scordi-Bello's knowledge of what the state police theory was of what happened, did you have to explain that, or was it your understanding she already knew what your theory was?
Objection.
Mrs. Staines, you can ask that differently.
What, if any, conversations did you have with Dr. Scorti-Bello about what your unit's theory was about what happened to John O'Keefe?
There was no theory.
Okay. You did not provide any theory to her, correct?
I did not provide a theory.
You learned at the autopsy from your observations that John O'Keefe had 2 black eyes and a swollen right eye, correct?
Yes.
You also learned that there was a small cut above his right eye, correct?
Yes.
And there was a small abrasion on the left side of his nose, correct?
I would have to reference the report for the exact
Okay,
words.
Jen.
Okay. If I may have a moment.
You look at him. It's okay, buddy. It's okay, buddy. I know you thought you were ready for this. Why are you so damn nervous up there? I
May I
wonder.
approach, Your Honor?
Damn. He gets aggravated every time Proctor's name is mentioned. Have y'all noticed that?
So I
Every
placed another document in front of you. Just take a look, read it silently to yourself, and look up the name when you're done.
He said he didn't sign up for this. Black sheep,
And
that's
I would
what
direct your
he
attention to the second page for the question I just asked you.
Oh, look at Princess, because they got to get their checkups. You better get them people their checkups.
Having reviewed that report, Trooper, is your memory refreshed as to whether you observed a small abrasion on the left side of John O'Keefe's nose?
Yes.
Now, was this the first autopsy that you had attended, or had you attended ones in the past?
I cannot recall.
It could have been the first one?
Most likely not.
When you're attending an autopsy as a member of the CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, you are expecting that the medical examiner is going to examine the body, correct?
Yes.
And you're there to witness that examination,
Maybe the mic
correct?
ain't going
Yes.
anywhere, baby.
At the end of the examination, you are expecting that there will be a determination as to cause and manner of death, correct?
Not.
In this case, when the autopsy ended, you left the medical examiner's office, correct?
Yes.
When you left, your understanding was that the cause and manner of death was still undetermined, correct?
Objection.
You knew when you left that Dr. Scorti-Bello had seen the scratches or bites or injuries to John O'Keefe's arms, correct?
Objection.
What?
You knew when you left that in your presence, Dr. Scorti-Bello had seen the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm.
Object to the line of question.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Okay,
I knew that was coming.
jurors, feel free to stand up.
Because, Bev, at this point, what you want them to do? What you want them to do, Big Bev? I don't know. Okay, we're caught up. We've got to approach at this point, Bev, because now he sat there and said he witnessed it. I can't wait. I got to figure this out, the questioning. I got to figure out the objections and what's going on. I've got to figure out what's going on and where are we going? Because remember, he was not on the stand the last time. So go look at what text. Hold up, y'all. Are you talking about look at Turtle Boy real quick? Oh, he is the damn rookie. Okay, I see the first text. Y'all know what they're saying. Rookie move, not meeting with the ME and getting the homicide determination. He is the rookie they were talking about. I thought, God damn it. Do y'all remember? Remember Proctor was in that group text and he said rookie move. He the damn rookie. And you know he's sitting on this stand knowing he's the damn rookie, which explains more than anything why he doesn't want to be associated with Proctor. Oh, damn. Okay, he is the... Thank you, Kay. I know y'all remember those text messages. I know you guys remember those, that the chain of text messages when they were around the same time he was calling the Emmy. He was saying she was crazy and all of that type of stuff. He is the damn rookie. Now, I'm going to tell you this. When I heard the text, I didn't think they were talking about a person. I just thought, excuse me, I thought whomever the officer was just made a rookie move. Didn't know the officer was actually a rookie in their eyes. Oh, God. They played, but why would they send him? Yes, let's fucking go. This is the excitement I need. Look at Bill. Let's go.
Were you watching Dr. Scorti-Bello as she was conducting the autopsy?
Yes.
Did she appear to be looking at John O'Keefe's body?
What?
It's the same thing, just ask them different.
What direction were her eyes facing when she was examining John O'Keefe's body?
What?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was she looking at the ceiling, Trooper?
She was doing her job conducting the autopsy.
And in order to do that,
the body.
I'm sorry?
She was looking at the body, I assume.
Thank you. And looking at the body, you saw her looking at the body, correct?
Yes.
And looking at the body included an arm, correct?
Yes.
And it was at the arm was not covered up during the autopsy, correct?
No.
It was open for you to see, correct?
Yes.
And you saw the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Yes.
You didn't see any bruising on his arm, correct?
I don't recall.
You didn't notice any obvious broken bones, did you?
I'm not a medical expert.
That was a good answer.
And it is common practice for the state police to attend autopsies when there's an undetermined
Definitely lying
death,
right there.
correct?
But it was a
Yes.
good answer.
It is not at all common for the defense to attend an autopsy, correct?
I've never experienced that.
Right. And there was no defense attorney or defense expert at the autopsy of John O'Keefe, correct?
Not when I was there.
You were there, correct?
Yes.
And there was nothing that prevented you from giving input to the doctor as she examined the body, correct?
We don't give input. We give the facts that we know so far in the case.
Okay.
It was
Well,
like that.
giving the facts is giving input, is it not?
It's not input.
What the?
Okay. Did you talk to Dr. Scorti-Bello during the autopsy?
Look how you looking over.
Yes.
And you gave her information, if you don't want to call it input, correct?
Yes.
And at the end of it, you left without her ruling it a homicide, correct?
Objection.
I have nothing further.
Damn, they not gonna ask about the shoe.
No, none. Thank you.
All right, you're all set, Trooper.
Y'all, he don't want to get back up there after that.
Thank you.
So, Judge, this break we're going to take now.
Baby, he said, get your ass gone. Get on. Baby, y'all ain't said, get
All
your
right, we're going to take a break. The lawyers and I have some work that we have to do, so it's a little bit longer break than we normally take, and it's a little bit earlier, but we did get coffee for you, so we'll take a recess now for the next half hour, maybe a little bit. I want counsel to stay.
All right, for the court, please. Close your notebook, follow me.
10 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock, y'all. What's going on? Your boy Glitchy says she mad. Do you think she's mad? I'm going to say this. Wait, did you guys expect? Y'all don't think it's crazy that Hank didn't come clear anything? Why? One word, and this is why I love y'all, because we're connected. One word in the chat. Why didn't Hank get back up there? And your one word can be a person plays her thing. I know my one word.
So I want to talk a little bit more about what we talked about at sidebar. And I read the decision from Maryland, just cursory while we were waiting for the witness. And that was a March decision. And I can't stress enough that this should have been brought up before today. So I'll hear you about your concerns, Mr. Alessi. I'll hear the Commonwealth's response, then I'll go finish reading everything else you gave me. So what are your concerns about Jessica Hyde? I don't know if she's Dr. Hyde or what, but I remember she testified the last trial, so you have transcripts.
Understood, Your Honor. I first want to just get the evidentiary basis. This is straightforward judicial notice. There are two separate decisions which require two separate.
One's a Massachusetts case, so that's easy enough.
Okay, so and that's a shall.
It's an SJC case, so yes.
Yes. Okay. So now to the Maryland case. So that's governed by federal, Massachusetts Rule 39A. And that is records of courts of other states or of the United States. The Act provision is the records and judicial proceedings, and of course, a court is judicial proceedings, of a court of another state or of the United States shall be competent evidence in this Commonwealth if authenticated by the attestation of the clerk or other officer who has charge of the records of such court under its seal. So I have with me, Your Honor, that State v. Herrera, Maryland case. I have the certified copy with me from the clerk.
All right, so we can mark that for identification.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I love a good shell.
Yes.
Reading some law, baby. Shell. I love a shell, a must.
CC for ID.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't like
So,
it. I don't like it.
assuming Your Honor determines that the seal is the seal, it is a mandatory under the rule that it shall be competent evidence. It shall be in evidence. And to the extent the Commonwealth seeks to argue relevancy or materiality, that argument is precluded, Your Honor. And the best evidence of that preclusion is the immediate section below in Rule 39, which is notice of foreign law, which is not this, but it says there, the court shall upon request take judicial notice of the law of the United States or of any state, territory, dependency thereof, or of a foreign country, whenever it shall be material. So the drafters of this rule knew how to put in a qualification or condition when they introduced materiality in B, but they didn't do it in A.
Okay, so focus on what it is you think Jessica Hyde should be prohibited from testifying about.
Oh, Your Honor, I am not seeking to prohibit her from any testimony under this rule. What I want to do is to have it admitted in evidence, have it published, and question her on what she presented to the court in the Maryland case, what was presented, her report, because it was deemed not reliable. And that is what...
In one area, right? One specific area?
Well, you can call it...
The decision.
Right. Oh, yeah, just what's in the decision, but there's two parts to that decision, two areas. It's FLH, frequent location history.
Right.
But what the court also got at was Apple source codes, that she didn't have the Apple source code.
Nobody in the country has the Apple source codes, right?
Point exactly, Your Honor.
What is it that, so you want to put in her report and question her about a proceeding in Maryland? I need to know exactly what you're asking me to allow.
If I could give you the answer, Your Honor, I will explain it. It's a very short answer.
But like, shut up.
What I want to do is with regard to her 227 timestamp and her anticipated testimony on that, where she uses a tool, Celebrite, to determine and come to a conclusion about that timestamp, She is not using Apple's source code to find out where that's located specifically in the phone and what it means. She is using a surrogate to do that. And I want to cross-examine her on the topic using this decision to say, in Maryland, you tried to do the same thing with regard to FLH. You tried to use a surrogate approach and make an opinion about whether that is in fact what's in the phone. She can't do it, and that means her testimony on 227 is not reliable. I'm not looking to exclude it. I'm looking to cross her on her reliability for the conclusions I anticipate she's going to make on 227.
So if she is not asked about that, then what?
Oh, if she's not asked about the 227, and I want to think about it, but I'm 99% certain I am not going to pursue that at all.
Okay, what do you say, Mr. Brennan?
This is an attempt to try to malign a witness with something that's wholly unrelated and not relevant to what she's going to testify to or the basis for her opinion. It is not a law that is admissible. It's an opinion. It wasn't even about a specific case. It was about a peer review. And so in a Daubert hearing, the court did not allow testimony on significant location. That's not the case here. Try to conflate the argument saying it has something to do with Apple 227. There is absolutely no basis for that argument. They want to say that another court rejected something about you, therefore the jury should reject you.
Yes.
There's no relationship between what she is going to testify as a basis and that opinion. That opinion did not say she was wrong. It said that it was not admissible under Daubert, unrelated. Nobody has the Apple source code. No expert can testify about Apple source code. It's only owned by Apple. And so using the words like surrogate is a way to try to cheapen her testimony in front of the jury. Here, number one, what he said, I really can't follow him. I don't understand other than he's trying to draw some type of relevance and materiality. There's none. There's none. This is not a denouncement. She hasn't been found incredible. There's nothing about her methodology that has been rejected by a court. This is on significant location. And although she looked at it, that's not part of this opinion whatsoever. And so because another court didn't allow something under a Daubert has nothing to do with this case. Nothing.
And what is it that you expect her to testify to, Mr. Brennan?
Come on.
In the 207.
227.
We did not have this issue with Mr. Whiffen, right? This was not raised with Mr. Whiffen.
Oh, it was. The 227 timestamp.
No, that was raised, but this, what was problematic in Maryland, the same thing that was problematic in Arrington.
That's correct, Your Honor. It wasn't raised because Mr. Whiffen has not been Daubertized with regard to Apple source code. And if I could, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan has made a relevance argument. He keeps anticipating my cross, which he has incorrect, by saying it's not relevant. That doesn't go to the admissibility in my cross. I'm entitled to cross her on her reliability. And if I could, Your Honor, in the state Herrera decision, if Your Honor would look at page 3, please, at the bottom, the paragraph, it says, in assessing the reliability of an expert's methodology, I get to do that on cross. It's not limited to a Daubert hearing. Every expert can be crossed on their reliability of their methodology. And lastly, with regard to the Apple source code, if Your Honor would please turn to page 6, the last paragraph, it says the issue raised in this case stems from the fact that Apple's algorithms are proprietary and the expert did not have access. That's exactly the situation here and what I want to cross her on. So in conclusion, Your Honor, the fact that how she tried to get around the Apple source code for methodology in the Herrera case, she got Daubertized on because it wasn't reliable. That's exactly what I want to cross her on, is her reliability, how she's trying to get around them. In this case, it's just basic cross-examination.
You can see the plan to dehumanize somebody, Daubertized, to use a term to suggest some type of conclusion that has no basis in fact, is an attempt to just dehumanize her and limit her testimony and credibility without any basis in fact. In that case, it did not deal with the search of a tab and a suspended state in Safari. It didn't deal with the timestamp. It was an entirely different issue. By their analysis, if a expert goes into court on a motion on anything to do with data forensics, and the court says that issue is not admissible, they should be impeached when they go and talk about a totally different issue in forensic data analysis at another case. They have not shown any evidence that this issue has anything to do with her effort in the timestamp. They just used the word methodology. Her methodology was questioned in an opinion in a different court. Has nothing to do with her opinions here. What information do they have that her methodology in this analysis has been rejected by any court? What evidence do they have that the methodology used in this case is unreliable or improper? They don't have any. In fact, they called an expert themselves in the last case who tried to provide what he believed to be methodology.
Now I was finna go here. I said y'all did the same thing when they called Dr. The woman with the dog bites. I can't remember her name. They tried to bring up her past reviews and use them. They tried to make do the same thing with her, right? The same thing they're trying to do.
And they presented that. They proffered that evidence as reliable. No different on this subject. Herrera case is a totally different subject.
Your Honor, first of all, as the court has noted, the first trial is the first trial. This is this trial. I wasn't at the first trial. The most important and probative aspect, Your Honor, is
I thought I had.
I don't want to have to give away my entire cross in this argument.
No one's asking you to. I'm not asking you to.
There is parts of Ms. Hyde's slide that go to location. There's a good part of her slide presentation. I don't want to depart from the 227, but the good part of her slide presentation that she's going to present is on location. It is with regard to health data steps. So there are certainly aspects directly relevant. Here is the issue with the 227 in addition. There is, for her methodology, she's claiming a certain conclusion and opinion about the 227. There is no peer review. There is no article that she can cite to support her methodology to come to the conclusion that the 227 timestamp, one, doesn't exist anymore, or two, doesn't mean that the search occurred at 227. That's what she's opined on in her reports pre-trial, and that's what I anticipate she's going to opine on when she takes the stand. I'm entitled to cross her on that. We can't be saddled. It's irrelevant what our witnesses said in another proceeding. It's what this witness is going to talk about in this matter, and I'm entitled, and my client's entitled to have me confront this witness on what she's going to testify and her methodology. So my point is, Your Honor, this decision, how do you impeach an expert? That one of the fundamental ways you do it is, and I don't mean to dehumanize her, I won't even use the term Gallagher anymore. She's been deemed unreliable. Attorneys who do experts all the time, that's the verb you use to shortcut it, but I won't use it. I have no intention to dehumanize her. What I intend to do is to impeach her on her reliability. So in conclusion, Your Honor, the Herrera case, she was deemed not reliable. That's competency. You and any expert that's been deemed that, you get to attack that. If the Commonwealth believes the case is not relevant, if Ms. Hyde believes it's not relevant, let Ms. Hyde defend that on the stand. Let Mr. Brennan make that point on redirect. But I can't have my client's constitutional right to confront her on the very subject matter she's going to testify on by anticipating what I'm going to provide for cross. I've given it, and I respectfully submit, Your Honor, this is basic cross of an expert witness, particularly when their methodology on data forensics has been deemed not reliable by a court. And one part is the location she has in her PowerPoint she's going to testify.
Do you intend to introduce that, Mr. Brennan?
Yeah.
It's not significant locations. There are locations in the database that develop the opinion that the timestamp for 227 is not related to the search. They're conflating the issue. She has not been deemed unreliable. It is the issue of the significant locations by that court that they found insufficient. There's no opinion from a court that she's an unreliable expert. And this is how they're going to distort it. Invoking the Constitution and invoking the client's rights has nothing to do with the analysis. That is a totally separate subject. or an opinion simply wasn't let in a different court out of this jurisdiction. It wasn't this opinion, it wasn't this methodology for the opinions that she's going to offer in this case. And so if you look at the case, it is a totally different related item. It's as if a reconstruction expert went into a court and attempted to give an opinion about a medical diagnosis, and the court wouldn't allow that medical diagnosis in. In another court, in another jurisdiction, they would not be able to be cross-examined that in some court, there was an opinion they offered that was deemed inadmissible, unless they were talking about the very same methodology and the very same point. This has nothing to do with her opinion whatsoever. It's just an attempt to try to endorse the defense's attempt to suggest she's not credible by hiding behind the shield of a different judge and distorting the fact that it's two different methodologies, it's two different issues.
One last word. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. He just said credibility. This isn't a credibility issue. This is a reliability. This is the essence of what experts do. You have to show that your methodology is reliable. It's a red herring to bring up credibility. The court opinion.
And this is the equivalent of a Superior Court opinion, right? It's not an appellate decision.
It is, Your Honor. It is, Your Honor. It is the equivalent. I respectfully don't think that the level of the court is at all relevant. Any court, unless you get it overturned on appeal, then this would be a different matter. But this is a valid case, and even if it wasn't, it shall be in evidence. So there's two issues here, and I think the Commonwealth is conflating them. The question first for the court is this admissible? Can it come into evidence? To me, that's a non-issue. Rule 39 says ipso facto, yes, as long as I've got a certified copy. So it is in evidence. I don't know why we're perseverating respectfully on whether I can question her on something that's going to be in evidence about her. Final point, Mr. Brennan incorrectly says that this wasn't about her. The final sentence, the decretal section on page 7 says, accordingly, defendant's motion to exclude expert testimony regarding the significant location data obtained from the forensic cell extraction is granted. She's the only expert, and her name is mentioned throughout this opinion. It's all about Ms. Hyde. And I'll conclude my last point, Your Honor, where I started, and that is Ms. Hyde's methodology with regard to her PowerPoint. You heard Mr. Brennan's answer. He is going to include, he has included in her PowerPoint locations, steps, etc. It's exactly what was at issue here. The 227 timestamp, she has no, and this will be developed further on cross, she has no peer-reviewed article to say that how she is determining that 227 timestamp should not be in the data. She has nothing to support that, just like she had nothing in this case with regard to data forensics. Final point is, if the Commonwealth believes that this is irrelevant to what Ms. Hyde did, let them come back on redirect on that. I shouldn't anticipatory have my cross-examination struck before I even get to pursue that with the witness. And I believe once I pursue it with the witness, it will become evidently clear that it's a proper basis for cross-examination.
All right, and Mr. Lessie, have you thought about if the Commonwealth does not get into the 227 timestamp, whether you think you're still entitled to do this?
Your answer, or Your Honor, my answer is I would be entitled, but I would say this: if they don't get into 227, I won't go after it. I won't pursue it. I won't pursue use of this opinion.
We necessarily would have to
on some
basis, because in order for
y'all, before he talked, we knew what Hank was about to say. There's no way they can't get into 227. That's the whole freaking reason she is up there. 227.
the witness to explain to the jury her opinion
This
that
is good.
Ms. McCabe did not delete any Safari browser searches. She would have to identify the search, where it is in the databases, and how she can tell, how she knows that it wasn't deleted by a user.
Yeah.
The same with the second part of the phone calls. But if I could avoid talking about 227, I would, but it is necessary for the basis of her opinion. There's just no way around it. And again, this is something that after a defendant expert may or may not testify could be addressed at that point. There is no burden on the defendant. I'm not being presumptuous, although there was a offer of proof earlier on similar evidence, but not knowing the court's wisdom on whether I'll be entitled to rebuttal. I do not want to lose the opportunity to address points that were made in the opening that have absolutely no basis in fact and have not been proven in any way to this point in the case.
So I asked earlier whether the defense intended to call Mr. Green, and you believe that you do, right?
Your Honor, we have not made a decision on what data forensics expert we're going to call, but if I could just 10 seconds.
Okay, but then answer my question after your 10 seconds.
But
He said he don't know.
Mr. Brennan can't have it both ways. He can't say, yes, I need to address the 227 timestamp, and then deny me the ability to cross-examine fully on this expert's methodology and to impeach her and to get at her reliability and her competence, which is a key issue of crossing an expert. Her competence has been determined in this decision. And it is her, because it was her report that was the basis for the court to not allow her to testify. They can't have it both ways. You can't say, I need to do it in direct, but no, I want to handcuff the defense on cross-examination. Now to answer your question, Your Honor, we are going to have a witness that is going to address the 227 issue.
Okay.
Whether it's Mr. Green or somebody else, we haven't determined. My point on that, Your Honor, is we shouldn't be limited in our cross-examination of the Commonwealth.
No, I'm just thinking it in terms of whether this might be appropriate for rebuttal. That's.
Yeah. And Your Honor, my point would be that's obviously going to be Your Honor's decision ultimately. But again, the Commonwealth can't have it both ways. They're the ones who are triggering this issue, and I say triggering in a legal sense. They are putting at issue the 227 timestamp with this issue, with this witness. If they weren't doing that, I wouldn't be having this discussion at all. But they're putting it at issue. I have the right, respectfully, to cross-examine on the issue that they're putting in issue, and they shouldn't get rewarded with sort of having a pre-authorization of rebuttal to deal with it. They should have to meet their burden of rebuttal depending upon when the evidence comes. But I don't believe just because we may call a witness, that should dilute my ability to cross-examine this witness on an issue they're raising. I'm not raising it.
You can see why I wish I had more notice on this, right?
Your Honor, I have no good answer for that.
So I will do what I can in the next half hour. I might need more time on this, frankly, but we'll see. She's here?
Your Honor, may I ask what you... May I, Mr. President?
I just want to know, is she here?
She is, Your Honor.
Can she stay another day if need be?
I think she'll do what the court directs her to do. She would have to leave by Friday. She cannot be here. Well, may I approach?
She
So why
there?
don't you come up?
You mean to tell me Jessica Hyde and her damn headscarf is in the building? Jessica Hyde and her goddamn beehive is in the building. I'm not an attorney. I see Aaron is in the chat. But for me, it almost seems like, okay, if they just want to question her reliability, that should be okay. I mean, her credibility. Well, he said reliability. Sorry, not her credibility, her reliability. What is the issue? And it's on cross. What's the issue? They're trying to get ahead and Bev is trying to help. That's what it seems like to me. It seems like that to me. It seems like Bev saying she need all of this time to figure it out. And then did y'all catch when Alessi was like, respectfully, I don't think the level of the court is important. Because it did kind of feel like Bev was trying to figure out where that opinion came from and that it would sway her decision. It kind of sounded like that. I'm happy he pointed that out. I don't know what she has to figure out. She knows she. Oh God, I thought they deemed her incredible in the last trial. Oh, it's fine, Ashley. He was saying that it's her reliability. She was deemed unreliable. And when you have an expert witness, you have to be able to rely on what they're saying, and you use it to determine their credibility, right? Because if she is deemed unreliable, is she credible? It all goes together. I think it's a big deal too, Kat. I think it's a big deal.
Goodbye.
Oh. I think it's a big deal. Now let me call Miss J. We don't know how long we're gonna be on break right now. I don't know why Bev making this so hard. I don't get it. And she said this decision came in March. LL just got put out. Just got put out.
And Mel called.
Friend,
I'm over here. My toes is tapping. My
baby, she's standing up, y'all. She is up.
Listen, he said, say 2271 more times.
It's 2227, not hun Jen's ass. Because the jury has to wonder, why are we doing all this for this woman?
Because they need it. That's all they got.
Friend, you know what I said? You know what I said? Can Apple please step to the front? Apple, step to the front. These people out here trying to figure out what y'all got going on. I need you to shut this down.
Man, listen, they said, unless he was up there stomping around yelling like Pinky in the back of that dish shop.
Let me tell you. What he said, say another word. One more. What he say? Say it again.
He said, tell him don't say it. I won't say nothing. I don't want to prohibit nothing. I got the right to cross it.
Listen.
Crisscross applesauce, okay? It's going down.
Let me say this too. You guys have been telling me Alessi is fine. Now, he's been doing great with these expert witnesses. But let me tell you something. What I just saw right there was a work of art. That was a work of art. When I tell you, I had to hear the words respectfully so many times because he's saying, Bev, listen. I don't know what you on up there.
I don't even know what we're talking about because it's evidence. As long as it comes from a court,
That man said, I don't even
about that part. And then he turned around and said, and this is cross 101. He can redirect it.
He can go up there and say what he want to say.
All he's going to do is confront it. Let's go. He was up there preaching this.
What he say?
He said, let his ass redirect it. She said it, let us stand on it, but what Karen gonna do is confront it.
We gonna confront it. He said, you don't get to handicap my witness.
Argument. This is cross 101. It's coming in.
He said, wait a minute. He said, what did he say? I think the court and Mr. Brennan are confused. This is, first of all, we want to put it in evidence. And I get to question her about it. Unless you're questioning the sin. No. What did he do? T, hold up. I had some paper. What did he do? He had the envelope. He said, wait a minute. Damn, there you go. Here it is right here. Pulled it right out.
Let's go.
He said, let's talk about it. Now, that Alessi, somebody in this chat said he kind of turning me on. I don't know. I was.
Alessi was getting it. He said, listen, y'all want to play?
Alessi said,
oh, shoot. Let me go get that cereal.
Okay, Alessi said respectfully. Hey, Jay Sayers over there. Hey, y'all. Alessi said respectfully, Bev. We're not going to do this today. Ooh, y'all, that was so good. That was so damn good to me. That was so good. Near the end, Alessi wanted to ask Bev why she needed more time. Chelsea, he probably should have. I guess for me, again, I'm not an attorney, so, I don't know the rules like attorneys know the rules. But I do believe he made sense on, if I want to admit this into evidence, it should be admitted. It's relevant. And if I want to question her about it, I should be able to question her about it. Why does Bev need so much damn time? Y'all know what I feel like Bev doing right now? Do y'all remember when what was his name? When Ashley confronted him about which type of contempt he was holding Brian Steele in, and he said, I need 5 minutes, and it turned into an hour and 10 minutes. I kind of feel like that right now. Like she back there trying to call her judge friends. She's trying to call her judge friends and see, how can I do this? Because if it's evidence, it should be let in. And I honestly do believe they did it with Dr. Russell. Now, Dr. Russell did pretty good, but do y'all remember when they brought up the dog bite stuff that the papers that she published in the past, and she kind of said, hey, well, that's outdated. We looked at it. She talked about those on the stand. They did it to her. And it wasn't the defense who brought it up. It was the state. It was the state. Baby, Bev going to go phone a friend. Bev is going, thank you, Rita. Bev is going to, what? Hello. She probably was texting on the stand. Bitch, are you watching? Are you watching? Alessi said, let's play ball. And he was, oh my God, y'all. What I love the most is he was so prepared for this argument, right? I think Hank showed Bev's bias by walking in this thing unprepared. That man didn't have case law to first to help back him up. He was so unprepared. Did y'all hear him up there? That man said they're trying to dehumanize her. Dehumanize her. How the hell? What does her reliability have to do? Dehumanize? Maybe I'm messed up somewhere. Let's take a second and let's see. Deprive of positive human qualities. Now, we also have to consider the fact that she's an expert, right? So her being y'all dehumanize her. I'm trying to make that make sense in this situation. I want to make, how is he dehumanizing this woman? I'm trying to figure out how to make it make sense for her testifying as an expert, right? It ain't like they asking her to get up on the stand. I don't know why.
Humanizing my ass.
See, I said it's not like, I don't know why she wears her head wrap. It could just be her thing or whatever. But what if she suffers from, this is probably a crazy, but this is what I would think would be dehumanizing. I'm not even gonna go there. Anyway, I can't figure it out. I can't figure out what we're doing here. I just can't figure out why he said that. I think he was grasping at straws, like just throwing spaghetti on the wall, hoping something sticks. He didn't even argue this effectively. Like he didn't even argue his case, like his side effectively. Then, did y'all hear when he said, when Bev was trying to help the state out and say, well, it's my understanding no one has the source codes from Apple. He said, that's my point. He said, thank you. Thank you for that alley-oop. That is my whole point. No one has the source codes for Apple, so what gives her the right to get up here and talk about it? He didn't have any argument. He didn't have any argument. Just up there just saying shit. I mean, first of all, and then he did try to allude to the fact, well, maybe we won't bring up 227. Do y'all remember early in his argument, he kind of alluded to that, then gets his ass back up there and say, I wish we could just get up there. Nope, I'm not behind. I wish we could not talk about 227. Bev, if I had it my way, I wouldn't bring up 227, but I just can't do that. My thing is, why do we need two witnesses to tell us that 227 didn't happen? You just had Ian Whiffen up there. Why so much work? They have put more work in telling us 227 didn't happen than showing us that Mr. O'Keefe was hit by a car. Ash, she got it. She just didn't want to get it. Even I see what he's saying. I'm not a judge or a lawyer. Ash, Hank said he didn't understand a word unless he said. I said, well, me in the chat understand it, and it's only a handful of lawyers in here. We got what he was saying, especially when he he said it in layman's terms. What did he say? She was deemed to be unreliable. That's the whole thing. They're trying to, this is your expert. Your expert was deemed unreliable in another case. That is important. And if I'm on a jury, I want to know that if they say she's unreliable, then how am I supposed to believe her now? Hank doesn't want that, because why, y'all? If we deem this woman to be unreliable and 227 happened, I don't know, y'all. Do y'all remember the last trial? I wasn't feeling her last trial. I was not feeling her last trial. And was it? I can't remember what it was. I'd have to go back and watch my live.
Y'all know what? That's what I was getting ready to say.
Okay, Tasha, let's look it up.
We know for a fact, even if they don't think she's unreliable, I think even worse, let me switch you over to the iPad. There we go. I think what's the worst part is they saying, no, ain't nobody backing you up. Ain't nobody backing you up. There's not one peer-reviewed article. There's not one person that got your back. Ain't nobody backing you up.
She said, bye, Ash. Wait, y'all, I need to read this. What is a Daubert motion? In the United States federal law, it's a motion. It's a rule of evidence regarding the admissibility of expert witness testimony. It is a special motion in limine raised before or during trial. Listen to this. To exclude, get it out of here, the presentation of unqualified evidence to the jury. The motion is used to challenge the admissibility of an expert's testimony. It's even worse when you really hear what the motion is. I figured this what it was, but it's even worse hearing it. Oh, thank you. Okay, Brianna, let me put your comment up here. Okay, we got to switch for just a second because I don't want to forget the shoe. Have you seen Shoegate? I haven't seen Shoegate. I'm going to send you a picture because I got to do a video on it. It's in my TikTok drafts right now, but I have been talking too much, been going on. Let me send you this picture right now. Open your phone. Are you on your iPad right now?
On my phone right here.
Okay, all right. I'm sending it to you right now. I'm pissed because right when I was gonna go move and do my video, then this whole thing happened. So let me get fat. Let me make sure I can save it. Oh, it's still up.
Hey, Charles, how you doing? I'm doing all right. I'm out at the grocery store today.
Okay, so during trial, everybody in my chat was saying, Mel, that's a different shoe. And I'm like, no, it's not. I remember a white sole. Well, look at the picture. The one on the left.
What's at the bottom of the shoe? Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I'm about to
Show you live. Show you live. You got to show you live.
Hold on. I'm about to send it right now. I'm about to airdrop it to the MacBook.
Show you live. Show you live, baby. Show you live.
Oh, they trying to play the.
But why hasn't the defense brought this up? Are they missing it, or like that's important?
Hold on, y'all.
Why aren't they bringing up the shoe? I was like, no, y'all. They kept saying no, Mel. It had a black sole. I'm like, no, it didn't. And I sure hope when somebody in, I'm gonna have to go watch it for myself because I sure hope nobody's out here playing no AI games with us. But they're saying that's the shoe, that's the picture.
We're gonna have to go back.
We gotta go back.
What the shoe looked like, and what was it, 74, 75, somewhere around there where they showed what was. We might have to go back today.
Gotta go back.
This testimony.
They said that's a different shoe, friend. And I am just like,
Brianna,
whose shoe is that? And then you, of course, whose shoe is that?
Before we tie ourselves to our heartstrings to the bottom of this shoe, we're gonna have to go back and look at his testimony this morning and see. Because if that shoe in the snow,
it's black.
And listen, I'm looking at that shoe on the left anyway, and I'm not even gonna be funny. I know I said it in the live, so it's stuck out there forever. But before I could mute myself, I thought about it. I said, Karen would have had you in a better shoe than that, baby.
Well, you know, he had some nice jeans on.
That's probably what that girl had on. That's why she was looking down at her feet, because there wasn't no traction.
Well, I don't.
And that shoe looked like that shoe had been to 2 bars out the house and everything. And that's all that's on the bottom of it.
Mm-hmm. That's what they said too. I said it looks like a fairly worn shoe. You could tell it's a new shoe. Can we confirm he bought new Nikes around this time? It's a new shoe.
What I said. Karen wouldn't have let you buy that, child.
Well, I think Karen would. Now he did have on some nice jeans though. The day that he was he had a nice pair of jeans. I can't remember the brand name, but I've heard of the brand before. Were they 7?
So he got on those type of jeans and that shoe don't even go together.
He don't care. He was at Reebok. Now you gotta remember the man was at Reebok using the discount.
That was 8 years ago.
Just a regular little Nike shoe.
That ain't no regular Nike shoe.
That's a regular little Lucky jeans. Okay, Lucky jeans.
Ain't no regular shoe. That's a soft badge. Don't nobody wear soft badges.
Lord, I'm trying to think if I got some, because I be buying random shoes at the store to work out in, just to walk around in. I'm not a shoe person, so I don't. I'm not like if you were to look at my closet, I am not a tennis shoe person. How like people like Dunks, Ones. I'm not that person. I'm not spending my money because I don't wear them often. Mm-hmm. Now I might change. Now this was when I used to wear heels all the time. I prefer heels over shoes, but now, friend, girl, I just bought my first pair of shoes. They were like $90 recently because I don't wear sneakers. He might be I don't care type of guy.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? I ain't seen them spit. Now, Karen, I've seen Karen. I've definitely.
You know what? As a woman, you know the first thing you look at is their feet and their teeth.
That's a fact.
If their shoes ain't right and if they missing their side tooth, you ain't got no holler. They don't take care of themselves.
Oh, they told me to ask you about a wake up surprise.
I woke up, logged on, and we had hit 10K. They told me in the chat this morning.
Oh, period! Wait a minute, damn! I be hating that they mess up because I need a little twerk song. I don't want to get copyrighted. That's okay. That's okay, friend. You remember what I said? Listen, I'm looking like the man on that was on the sand. Y'all remember his hands was on his knees like this. So when you see this, you know it's going. Yeah. Yeah.
Music on later. But yeah, they had you know Karen wouldn't have hollered at him. And if she did holler at him while he was wearing them shoes, he wasn't gonna wear them.
Period. They would strike me. I really want to play the throw that ass in the circle. Throw that ass in the circle. Yeah. Throw that. There you go, friend. Yeah.
Listen, I'm telling you, I know he wouldn't have did it. Because even if he doesn't wear them all the time, like with me, I was always a heel.
Erica.
Always a heel girly. But Big Ump, when he go grab his, he grabbed me some too. So I got them all in there. So I will pull them out. But it's a pair on the way right now. He just told me my shoes is out for delivery. Big Ump he's a shoe head.
See, that's different. I get that. But if you just girl, I just bought me some new workout shoes.
My office, right? This is my office, right? Look at your brother's stuff.
All shoes. All shoes in there.
This is not our closet.
See, I don't even own that many pairs of tennis shoes. I probably have 4 pair. And meanwhile, I'm over here with 4 pair. 4 pair.
In my office. This not our closet.
They got the pink hearts in the chat. Their chat is saying congratulations, and they got the pink hearts.
So Big Unc is in all the rooms, okay?
Yeah,
In the garages.
meanwhile, I'm sitting over here with 4 pair.
But he told me a long time ago. He said, I don't care where we at. I don't care where we live. I like my shoes and I like my rims.
I just
Anything go.
y'all. Oh, she hit 10K, Aries, mama of 6 on YouTube, right?
Yes.
We're at 10K on YouTube. We're gonna have to go on TikTok and have a twerk party later. Are you back? You can go. You could go back live on TikTok now, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll have a little party later on TikTok with some real music.
Party for 75, and we at 78.5.
I'm ready.
Friend, they said they went. I told everybody. I said, "What I asked y'all to do for my 75?" They're like, "Oh, I went and did my 3 posts. So we've been posting.
I just told Mariah. I said we were talking about it yesterday, and I told her, don't be doing all of that. It's gonna come. It's gonna come. I did a Melly video yesterday. Did you go see were you able to go see the hearing yesterday?
Now why? So now the boy done been through a hung jury, umpteen motions, about 2,300 days in the hooscow, and we still waiting until June. And why? And did it say June 20th?
I think so.
Why everybody trying to do everything on my wedding anniversary? June 20th. Now
this is my dad's birthday.
June 20th, Jarvis got his last status hearing.
Okay.
Why do everything on June 20th?
What you doing for your anniversary?
I have no idea.
It's May.
I have no idea.
Mariah and I, we were looking at concerts last night. We almost were going to come see Kendrick in Glendale. Because I said, if I go to Glendale, I could visit my best friend. I could visit Miss J while I'm there. But I think she loves Chicago. So I think we're doing Chicago. Hey, Isis.
Chicago, Chicago, she gets to eat.
We love Chicago. That's one of our favorite cities to visit. So Chicago. I think we're just gonna go see Kendrick in Chicago. Someone said, you said what?
It's a time. I said Chicago is a time.
I love Chicago. I love downtown Chicago. It's like one of the best. And I've been to maybe about 35, maybe 40 states, but maybe about 35, but that's one of the best downtown sceneries I've ever seen. Eating Atlanta up, definitely eating Memphis up. And Memphis, hey, you can see the bridge from our downtown, but Chicago is just beautiful. Love it. I love Chicago. This will be my first time attending a concert in Chicago.
Basically, best synopsis. Chaz just jumped back into the chat. She said, "Okay, so I'm back, and we twerking on TikTok later.
Yes.
Make sure we get up. We side eyeing the shoe, and Bev better make the best decision."
But you know what? I'm going to tell you. I know Bev is going to allow it because Bev has to know. She know they watching her. And I don't like.
But what, if you really truly want this to be over and not end up in your court a third time down, what you're not going to do is let this get turned over on appeal because you refuse to give her the right to confront the folks that's on the stand. You can't keep handicapping them. You can't keep tying their arm behind their back. You can't now you want to you already got their arm behind their back a little bit, so to speak, with some of those motions. And now you want to blindfold them.
Especially after she said,
circle 3 times first before you let them go walk. Get out of here.
Remember with Arca, she said that. With Arca, she said the defendant's right to a free trial reigns supreme over everything. When you think about that, she has to let this in. If you're gonna stand true to that. Serena said,
I've been trying to give Bev the benefit of the doubt, and when she said today, I'm not asking for that reason. I'm just asking in case it's a point they may want to be able to bring up on rebuttal. So you already planning a rebuttal for them. You already saying that there's going to be a point there for rebuttal because they weren't quite ready for you to challenge the expert that have been challenged in a couple other states. My thing is, why wouldn't you know that about your expert? If you already know she
Hank knows it. He had to know it.
That you putting her up here with stuff that ain't nobody had her back. Ain't no peer review. Ain't nobody standing on it behind her. Ain't nobody holding her up against the wind. She out here by herself just winging it. With this theory, nobody has stood up and said, yeah, let me go ahead and back this up for her. Nobody has, there's no peer review for nothing she's saying. She's obviously been saying it for a few trials. If you know that is the case, why would you not make everything else around her firm?
Hold on. Somebody just said some real ignorant shit in my chat.
Oh, no.
They said, Mel, you should go tour O Block while in Chicago. Now, why the hell would I do that?
What? Now, why would we can listen to the song in the airport. Same thing. Take us to the O.
You hear me?
We can listen to it in the airport. We ain't got to go down there and try to play them type of games. We ain't going down there wrestling with the demons. Okay?
Girl, me? Now, baby, if I don't know where the hoods in Memphis at besides mine.
They're not send them back home, Natasha. They're not sending them back home because, as you heard Bremen say,
O Block. Child. Nicole. Sure, Nicole.
Listen, I'm not letting go of this 227. I can't. That's the whole basis of her testimony, is proving that 227 happened at another time. Because if that 227 happened at 227, that just means, baby, how'd you know he was gone? Because after what they put on yesterday, the state put on testimony yesterday that she was blowing this man's phone up to 1-something in the morning, then again at 4:38
when she woke up.
If that 227 is really 227, that means while she was asleep, y'all was already talking about how long do we need to leave him out here so it looked like he died, Nicole, basically.
I'm just gonna have to go back and look at testimony. I'll trust what I see in court. Oh, they said the chat been closed for like 25 minutes. What? Open the chat. Well, I didn't know that. Oh, okay. Alice just fixed it. Miss J, they wanted me to ask you how you felt about old Connor O'Keefe. What did you feel about old Connor O'Keefe on the stand? Because I was tickled. I mean, he was my entertainment this morning.
I wasn't even tickled about it, but my thing was, I'm gonna tell you exactly what I said, friend, and I'm sorry.
Thank you, Alice.
I don't offend nobody. I'm gonna tell you exactly what I said. I said, sir, why is you so uptight? Your last name O'Keefe, but you ain't the damn one.
When I'm gonna tell y'all really where my mind went.
Why do we lie about dumb stuff?
Listen, no, when he said, I thought he said John O'Keefe, and I said, Lord, the man finna testify from the grave. I thought they had something newer, so I didn't say it out loud, but my mind said.
When he said, when he was asked, so who were the newer people or the less senior people on the team? And he said he didn't know. He said, well, on January 29th of 2022, were you the newer person? He said, yeah. He said, so then Trooper Proctor had more experience than you. Well, I don't know if I would say that. Well, why the fuck not? You the new one. Like, why are we not trying to say anything that makes sense? That do make sense if you're new to the team.
Well, you don't know this. Let me damn, I'm on my cell phone. Let me send it to you. Yeah, I'm finna send it to her. So they're asking him about the nickname. They didn't get into it, but we think they were.
The first name is a nickname.
I'm finna show you why. I'm finna text it to you right now so you can see why they asked him that. So last trial, when Proctor was on the stand, he testified. His group text had a lot of stuff in it, okay? And one of the things he had in his group text, one of the things he couldn't figure out, one of the things he talked about in the text was there was a rookie mistake made, not making that ME classify John O'Keefe's death as a murder, as a homicide. It's undetermined. So he texts, look at the text. He's the rookie they were talking about. And for whatever reason, they didn't get into it.
We laid out the entire case for her. Should have had me or Jeff do it. If you two did it, she would have would have made it accidental or natural cause.
Thank you, fam. Thank you.
She was a whack job.
Yes, child. This is Proctor. They're talking about the Emmy. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Tasha. Thank you. And if you are not subscribed, please subscribe. Please also like the live. I think I'm a little under 600 away from 10,000. So please subscribe to my channel if you're not. Yes, we're going to get there. Please subscribe to the channel if you are not subscribed. I appreciate it, guys. And thank you for liking the live. Shout out to the mods. Thank you so much, fam, for the membership. I do want to thank you guys for the membership. I checked the numbers today. I think we're almost at 400 members. I appreciate it. I remember sitting in my YouTube boot camp before I turned memberships on, and somebody was in there like, yeah, I have over 300 members. And I was like, damn, like, that's a lot of members, you know. And I'm like, man, how am I going to get to 300 memberships? And that was like 6 weeks ago, if that long, maybe a month to 6 weeks ago. And I have surpassed that. So thank you guys so much for all of the memberships purchased, all of the memberships gifted. Y'all, when I was sitting in that meeting, I just could not fathom having 300 members. I remember listening to the lady, I think it was a man, sorry, who put it in the chat. I was like, damn, like he's doing really great. He's got 300 members, because how's that possible? And I have exceeded that, so I appreciate it. Black Sheep, I talked about this on the channel. YouTube actually reached out to me and they said, hey, we're having a boot camp. Now I have a YouTube advisor now. And so now they give us, they just reached out to me. So yeah, they reached out to me. So when I tell you, I could not fathom, I thought it was a really great boot camp. I was super scared to turn memberships on. I'm happy. Thanks. Shout out to Brianna again for Millionaire Mondays, because I have to do members only content. It has to, you have to give more videos. You have to do different things for your members. But I could not fathom having that. But Black Sheep, I cannot tell you other than I got an email one day from YouTube that said they'd seen my page, they seen the growth, and they were just like, we're having a boot camp. Feel free to sign up. And it was good to see some people in there during the boot camp. It was about 6 weeks. They invited bigger channels to come on, tell us how they would do memberships. I was so scared to turn it on, and I just finally turned it on, went in and named them. And I only have, I think, 2 tiers right now, because I think the third tier, I really have to have something exclusive for people. So I only have the 2. But they had, bigger channels come in. Every week we get a newsletter from YouTube. When YouTube is rolling out new things for super chats, new things in the algorithm. They had some stuff for their 20th year anniversary. Then they send us this newsletter. We get that information, and I have a contact at YouTube now, so you can talk to them about everything. So I do appreciate that opportunity, because I probably wouldn't have my memberships on if it wasn't for that boot camp. I was so scared, and it was so easy to turn on. So it's been good. And Destin said, I'm still waiting on the member emojis. My daughter's out of school and got her working on those for me, Destin. So yes, but it's been really great. I think too, Black Sheep, something else that has helped my YouTube. Of course, it's being consistent on TikTok, because most of my members came from TikTok, and now X has helped me too. And I'm starting to use X as a tool as well. X has been really good, especially with the Karen Reed trial, with, letting new people find me. And then I don't know how, but Kat told me about YouTube featuring my channel. So all of those things help when you just do it. Me too, Cass, because I was scared. I can text her, Alice. I got her number. I'm going to text her.
What is this?
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. But But yeah, I don't know how it happened with YouTube, but I really do appreciate them though.
Yes, for the feature. What in the world is this? Okay.
What happened?
Bev is really out here acting like she got to think about this decision. When the question is, what am here to do? If they say it, you get to cross it. That's it. Why you don't?
That's it. I don't understand why it's so hard.
I saw the motion. I guess I missed the motion on Monday they put in. Talking about they ain't allowed to say nothing about Sandra Birchmore.
Ooh, Nurse K said her nephew started like that too. He's at 1.43 million on YouTube. That is amazing. I was just looking at a TikTok where someone said Kai Cenat, he has his streaming university, which, I mean, you got to look at the future. A lot of kids are into streaming or whatever. He put his page up, y'all. He had 10 million people trying to enter into his university. That is influence. That is amazing. And he's super young. I don't even think he's 25 yet. Super young.
Right. I told, we were just actually talking about that. What was it? Saturday when I went to this brunch that's sponsored by a company called the Stiletto Talk.
Oh, you looked cute. I saw that.
Hey, thank you. And that's one thing. She'll be Dr. Paula this year in 2025. She's working on that. But Dr. Paula is actually a master educator. And some of the stuff she goes through with these children at these schools, but she kept saying like how people just want to say the generations coming are just damned. Like, with everything that's going on, she was like, but if you see the way that these kids are able to generate income for themselves in a way that we couldn't, and she was like, it's not just social media, it's not just influence. Look at NIL. How many times did you watch? Like, if you're the same age as LeBron, like me, and you were there when he was going to the league, you remember how that guy gave him that jersey, that throwback jersey, because back then everybody wore throwbacks, okay? They gave him a throwback jersey and was like, look, this is for you. You keep it. And they later fined him and tried to kick him off his high school team for accepting gifts. Now these baby got NIL deals. They're making millions before they even get to the league.
I have a little cousin who's really popular in Memphis. Like, well, really not just Memphis. I don't want to say that because he's popular in the country. He's a really big basketball player and he's in 9th grade. I was talking to his dad, my cousin, the other day, and he said they are really working on doing NIL for high school players. I said, what?
Because you got to think about it. These babies go to these schools, they bust their butts all for the possibility of being able to do something in the future. Meantime, the schools are selling out tickets, selling out at the concession stand, selling out jerseys. So they're making money off these babies. Let these babies make some money. But back in the early 2000s, that was the way to get kicked off the team. That was a very, very big deal for. And then, honestly, once those boys would do something that somebody didn't like, they would use that against them. I'm from Columbus, so I've seen so many Ohio State players who start out as the golden child, and then they do something that somebody don't like, or they realize they can't control them, or they keep getting in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
So the way they kick them to the side and say, "Oh, yeah, such and such bought him a Tahoe."
Yeah.
He accepted this from alumni. He's living in an off-campus apartment. How does he afford to do all of this? And honestly, these boys don't make a dime. They can't afford McDonald's, but these alumni and people like that keep hitting the money. And so that was not a thing. So we were actually talking about that at the sisterhood brunch about these babies going to be okay. Just because they didn't do it the way we want them to. Now, I guarantee you, I don't know who's going to be a plumber. I don't know who's going to be a mechanic. I don't know who's going to fix these people's cars. I don't know who's going to build the house. Okay?
Now, that's true, too.
Now, traditionally, I don't know how those things are going to get done, but these babies going to have some money. Is that the bus?
Let me tell y'all, pretty, what y'all talking about. I have hit Lauren Crime's page trying to, when I go take the dogs out and I'm thinking I'm talking to you guys, I've accidentally hit the Lauren Crime thing. And I'll go to comment and see that it's on subscribers only. And I'm like, well, damn, why they got it on subs only? And then notice it's Lauren Crime. So, yeah. One little baseball bag full of gears, easily $1,500 for elementary age. Pay them high school babies. Oh, my God, $1,500. Wow. I have a cousin who graduated from Ohio State. But yeah, I've seen this, so I think that that's going to be good for them. That's going to be good for these high school players. But yeah, my little cousin, I be telling LJ, get it together, get out there. What? He need to get it together with sports, but he does play band. He plays band. I mean, he's in the band. Now I don't think they get NIL, but he'll get a scholarship. He's in the band.
Scholarship. One of my very good friends' daughter, one of my best friends actually, her daughter just got a double scholarship, one for dance and one for choir.
Oh wow!
She's gonna be heading over to
Diddy
Wilberforce. So she's headed to Wilberforce with no money out of pocket. I said, baby, go sing and dance. Don't take it out there.
Yeah, Home Depot people. I like. I'm not bad. I'm not bad at the subs only. Hold on, y'all. This really has turned into a Judge Glanville break.
She and I trying to figure out how she can help these people. She already then came up with the dang on. Oh, this might be a point for rebuttal. How? How are you already making it a rebuttal? It ain't even happened yet. Ooh, that's cute.
Rec football, $4,000 to get them to the playoffs. My little cousin, I was talking to my cousin. They are somewhere every weekend. Every weekend they're somewhere, and then he has 2 boys in AAU. So his wife goes with one son. He may go with the other. Sports is a lot. Sports is a lot. Well, my son, I hope he goes to Jackson State. If he does keep up with this band stuff, who knows? He's doing it again in middle school, but please go to Jackson State. That is my favorite band. We love the boom over here. So I hope he goes. Y'all don't be mad at me. I'm new to YouTube and I am subscribed. I promise I like the video on my phone. Caitlin, don't hate over here, friend. We're all figuring it out. And if you are not new here, then you know I struggle with everything in here too. So it's okay. Played travel softball growing up. Oh, wow. Nene, I don't know what they're doing, but it really shouldn't take this long. I'm trying to get that one coach to be zaddy. On what team, Ash? Ash. And where is the police chief? I didn't see a wedding ring on his finger. He could be married, but I didn't see a wedding ring on his finger. I got 2 who play travel baseball and soccer and 1 in basketball. Yeah, boy, I'm praying for you. I'm praying for you. I'm praying for you. They said she called Glanville. Something is going on, but why is this taking so long? But my thing is this: if we go back to him just saying, hey, I'm seeking to admit this into evidence, and if they don't question her about 227, this won't come up. Or they're going to question her about it, then I have the right to confront her with this information. Okay, Ash, at least you put the word out. Oh, Bill, I love to see it. I love to see it. Which one? From Jackson State? I don't know that coach. You're going to have to send me a picture of him, Ash. Brianna, she needs to be fired, so it's okay. She says she's calling Maressi. I don't understand what the holdup is. Y'all, what if they just end court altogether today? What if they just end court altogether? What if... He may have... Wait, Ash. You are way behind. Are you talking about Coach Vincent Dancy? I saw the name, but it was all run together, so I thought it was someone else. Bev scared Alice. Vincent Dancy, girl, he did go with Coach Prime for 2 years, but he left this last season. He's gone to Mississippi State now. He's in Mississippi State with Coach Lodeholt. They both left and went. They're in the SEC now. If you're talking about Vincent Dancy, they might come, y'all. They might end court altogether. Joe Vance. Oh, I don't know him then. Okay, I don't know him then. Ash, I'm gonna have to let me look him up real quick. Joe Vancy Jones. I wonder if that's that man who's married to the sports agent. No. Okay, Ash. I'm gonna have to find his Instagram, Ash. We'll see if we can get him on or something. Let me see what y'all send me. Let's check my messages because we still on break right now. Shador said he need a barber in Cleveland, but he does not want.
That's your clean copies for evidence.
Enter your participant. Please enter the pass. You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting.
Please be seated, court is in session.
The host would like you to unmute your microphone. You can.
All right. I appreciate the time. I appreciate people's patience. So in reviewing the rules, I look at Rule 2. So Mass Rule of Criminal Procedure, Rule 2, purpose and construction. And so upon reflection and consideration, it says these rules are intended to provide for the just determination of every criminal proceeding. They shall be construed to secure simplicity in procedure, fairness in administration, and the elimination of expense and delay. Also looking to Commonwealth versus Durand. I don't have the site. I know it's from 2016, 2017. A judge, Robert Kane, was the trial judge. So because none of the purposes here in Rule 2 are served by the admission of the Maryland trial judge's decision, particularly were offered without notice to the court previously, I'm excluding that decision. Your rights are saved, Mr. Alessi. We've got that decision marked for identification, and you certainly are free to cross-examine Ms. Hyde regarding her methodology. So that's my decision. So bring the jurors in, please.
You are unmuted.
I'm confused.
Chrissy, do you want this under that?
So she exclude, they can't bring up the decision, but they can cross her? It seems like she's saying you get to cross her, but you can't bring up the Maryland decision. It seems like that's what she said. Damn it, I'm confused. She said I'm exclude. What is she excluding? What? Yeah, we can't, Shalon. Just remind me, yeah. He just can't submit the Maryland case as evidence, but he can cross her. Can't bring up the other trial. That's what I thought. Why would that not? Okay. He can't cross her on her reliability.
Put us back in session, you may be seated.
Right. Jurors, I appreciate your patience. So your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
The Commonwealth calls Jessica Hyde.
Ooh, what if he asked her, has there ever been another case where you were deemed unreliable? Let me see what the lawyer says, because he says he doesn't understand why the defense can't cross her on her reliability or her credibility. So let me see what he says about it, and then I'll tell you guys. Oh, she got her little hair wrap on, baby. She must have a
Promise to
treat.
the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and here, and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Yes, I do.
Say hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Jessica Hyde, Jessica space HYDE.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a digital forensics examiner. I'm also an an adjunct professor at George Mason University, where I teach mobile device forensics in their graduate program.
Maybe.
I also own a digital forensics company that does
a little
training,
nervous.
services, and research.
She's nervous.
In addition to teaching at Georgetown University, do you teach in other ways?
Correction, I teach at George Mason University,
I'm
not
sorry.
Georgetown. But thank you. I also teach, my company writes and develops training courses. I teach a mobile forensic analysis course and a data structures course there to law enforcement, civilians, et cetera.
Do you engage in any other type of academics or research?
I do. I do other research as part of some volunteer activities I do in the digital forensics field. So I'm the chair of DFIR Review, which is a body that reviews practitioner-created research so that it can go through peer review. I often do reviews as a member of a reviewer for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations Journal, which I was a previous associate editor of.
What does peer
Oh, I'm so sorry.
What does peer review mean?
Peer review means that when a study is done or a research paper is done on a topic, that an assessment is done of it. There are three types of assessments that can be done. One is a methodological assessment, where you read through the methodology of the academic or practitioner-created paper and state if it is acceptable or not. The second is you conduct your own testing using the same methodology to conduct a peer review with your own generated data sets. And the third is if the original author has shared their data sets, reviewing their data sets and checking that against their work.
Has any of your work been peer reviewed in the past?
I've had 2 peer-reviewed journals. I've had an article that was peer-reviewed and published in Forensic Science International Digital Investigations regarding the standardization of file classification of recovered items. The layman's term of that would be talking about what deleted means. And then I have another paper that's been accepted that I was a co-author on in terms of timelines and correlations of forensic evidence.
You mentioned you work in forensic data analysis. Generally, what does that mean?
It means that I look at evidence of digital forensics devices, be them mobile phones, computers, Internet of Things devices, and do analysis to provide meaning and context to the data that's recovered from them, as well as performing data recovery of those same computer-related devices.
Did you have any specific education or training to learn about forensic data?
Absolutely. I have professional training both from courses I've taken, as well as I have a master's in digital forensics from George Mason University, a master's degree in that. I've taken multiple courses, advanced mobile analysis, iOS forensics courses from SANS, computer forensics courses from SANS. I have multiple certifications. I hold the GIAC GCFE, which is the GIAC Certified Forensics Examiner. I also hold the NWC 3CFE, which is a Certified Forensics Examiner.
Do you, through your company, teach other forensic examiners how to study forensic data?
Correct. I teach government agencies, both federal and state and local, how to do digital forensic analysis, as well as private sector digital forensics examiners.
How do you teach private digital forensic examiners? What's the method?
I've developed an online virtual course that we teach virtual live, so I'm always there when I'm teaching, but I also have a team of instructors. So for example, the mobile forensic analysis course that I developed right now this week is being taught to a police department in Texas right this moment.
Forensic data analysis seems like a broad field. Is there certain parts that you focus in?
I personally specialize in mobile phones and Internet of Things devices.
I want you to just give us some very basic, very general and brief background. When you're looking at a forensic device and you're analyzing it, do you rely on any tools?
That is a really interesting question. Reliance on tools is not precisely what we do. We utilize tools to extract data from a device, and then we utilize a variety of tools to attempt to parse results from those devices. But the forensics examiner has to take the additional step to both understand, validate, and provide meaning to those results.
Is there any shortcomings or dangers in simply relying on a forensic tool for a result or an opinion?
There is absolutely a danger in just relying on parsed results. When an algorithm is used to determine what data is stored as, it doesn't tell you what that data means, and that's where you need a forensics examiner. Tools don't necessarily understand how the data got there and what causes the data to exist, and that takes deeper and further human analysis, as well as, if you think about it, if on your phone you can go to the Google Play Store or the App Store, and you can actually download millions of apps. There's like 6 million apps between the two stores. Digital forensics tools maybe support generously 1,000 applications. So in order to be able to parse and understand the data from applications that the tools don't know how to support, you need a forensics examiner who knows how to dig into that data, conduct testing, and determine the meaning of the data.
Were you asked by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to look at and analyze a phone that was related to a person by the name of Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, with a very, very specific scope to a specific date range.
Were you asked during that scope and date range to analyze it and provide an opinion about whether there were any user-initiated deletions of any web searches or Safari-type searches?
Yes, I was asked to look for deletions of Safari searches within the scope of the time frame that was dictated by the purpose of the exam.
Were you asked to look at the phone device and determine whether or not there were any user-initiated deletions of phone calls on the device?
Yes, I was asked to look for deletions of phone calls in that same date range.
And did you do both of those tasks?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you ultimately have opinions on both of those issues?
I do have opinions on both of those issues. That's correct.
And in engaging in the efforts to answer those two questions, did you necessarily have to review and analyze a web history that included searches on January 29th, 2022 at 2:27 a.m.?
I did analyze web searches that occurred at 2:29 a.m. in local time here in Norfolk on January 29th, 2022 from the device I was provided, yes. Not the device, a forensic image, for clarity.
So before we get to the two opinions that you were asked to consider or what your opinions were after analyzing the data, I want to begin by giving the background and having you share with us your analysis and your observations and opinions about the search on Safari relative to this 2:27 timeframe. Before we begin that, let me just ask you one question. Did you do anything to ensure the integrity of the data that you were looking at?
Upon receiving the forensic image, the first thing I did was I did what's called a hash of the image. So a hash is an algorithmic representation of a file. So a forensic image, all the data from the phone, it comes in one file that can then be extracted and have the rest of the data. That singular file that's received, there's actually 3, but focusing on the one that has all of the data, that archive file, you can run what's called a hash algorithm against it. There's actually multiple hash algorithms, and I hashed it, and then I validated that hash to the document that was provided along with the image file that contained the hashes that were contained in. Those hash values matched. Now, just for clarity, if you change one bit in a file, it will not have the same hash. So the hash provides integrity, and having used both hashes, which are available in that report, and ran 2 different algorithms, they both matched. Additionally, I reviewed the PDF that was received.
Okay, guys, she's talking about the hash right now. Remember, Ian Whiffen was asked about this hash. It was called a digital footprint, right? And it's what you use to validate, verify the information. And he said he could not verify the information. He couldn't verify the hash information. I'm assuming she's here because she's going to say she could. So remember that Ian Whiffen could not verify the hash information on Jim McCabe's phone for the 227 search. He couldn't do it.
4 signs of alteration. The PDF that comes with a Gray Key report is not signed by Adobe Acrobat. However, I was able to take that PDF and then examine it just like I would a phone. So I'm using the same techniques on the phone. Using a tool called EXIF tool, I was able to learn a lot about the creation of that particular PDF. And what I was able to learn about it was that it was created by, it's labeled it as being produced by Grayshift using a particular code-based application to create the PDF called PYF PDF, standing for Python Framework PDF. It is on, it's a program that you can download, and developers who create tools like Magnet Forensics, who owns the Gray Key, utilize that script, which is why it says it's produced by it, to create the actual PDF. That's what the evidence there in the data tells me. It also contains a time of when that is created, and that time was February 2nd, 2022 at global UTC, that's the global constant time, think what's in the UK, at 22:49, which local time would be 5:49 p.m. So that says that it was created approximately 2 hours and 45 minutes after the document said the image started, and it correlated with the document information. So that provided some level of certainty that that document was factual. And on top of that, I further opened the file of that PDF in what's called a hex editor, which lets me see like every byte, every 1 and 0. And from doing that, I looked for tag markers that are made sometimes in some modifications of PDFs called XMPs, which is Adobe's format of markup. And I did not find any evidence of those tags.
When you're trying to determine whether there's integrity in the data, are you able to tell whether or not there's been any alterations or tampering before the item is put on the Gray Key machine to make the extraction?
That would be when you're talking about if the physical device had been manipulated, is that correct?
Yes.
I cannot tell if the physical device has been manipulated prior to it being imaged. I can only validate if the image was correct. In theory, all of the data of anything that you did on that device would still show in the evidence of device logs and whatever locations that were touched or communicated with. But at that point, it's the same as any user interacting with the device itself.
After the phone's extracted or at the time it's extracted, does it have the history of the device on that extraction?
Could you rephrase?
Yes. At the time the phone is extracted and the copy is made in the PDF and the digital copy, does the digital copy and the PDF contain the history of searches and calls and other items on that phone?
The forensic image itself contains a variety of different artifacts or traces that are left behind by activities that a user does on a phone. Yes.
You use the term artifact. What does that mean in a basic sense?
An artifact is any type of evidence that is left behind on your phone of an action. So, for example, if you receive a call, there are multiple places in the phone that show that a call was received. That can be in the call log, that could be in a notification, that could be in a unified log that tracks the activity that the phone's doing. There's multiple locations, and each one of those residue of the fact that the call came in, that's what I would refer to as an artifact. So you could have an artifact not just about a call, about a web search, about taking a photo. Any action you take on your phone may create an artifact.
Before we get into those two questions about any alleged deletions from Safari, a Google search or an internet search, and any alleged deletions of phone calls, I want to start with your explanation or your sharing how the timestamp works relative to that search beginning at 2:27 a.m. on January 29th, 2022.
So for clarity, there's more than one search that happens actually at 2:27. There is some activity that's looking at, and I don't want to mispronounce the name of the town. I'll try Hockomock Sports, looking at activities for the sporting events at that school system, I assume, or county location. There is a timestamp for the search Haas Long to Die in Cold. However, that timestamp isn't about active searches. It's about the time that a tab was either opened or moved to the background. So Haas Long to Die in Cold is the most current search in the tab that you opened at that was opened at 2:27. So if you're using your phone and you go to your browser, you have some choices. You can just open an existing tab or you can open a new tab. A new tab was opened at 2:27 a.m. and that search was done there. Another tab, actually at 2:27, was moved to the background, and its last search at the time it was moved to the background was for, I believe it's Raining Men, the YouTube video. So those two searches both exist as what's called browser state searches, but that browser state isn't about the time that it was searched. It's about the time that the browser tab that you opened either went to the background, or if it's never been moved to the background, the current search. So the time in the instance of the It's Raining Men video is the time that that video was moved to the background and the new tab took over as the tab that's active. And that tab, the last search done in that tab is Haas Long to Die in the Cold, because that database holds the current search. It constantly gets updated, and the time that the tab was either opened if it's the first time it's opened, or moved to the background if it's an existing tab.
Did you put together an exhibit that would help explain some of the different databases?
I did put it together an exhibit that would show that.
May I approach?
Yeah, it is kind of crazy that they want us to believe she did everything except Haas Long to Die in Cold. It just doesn't make sense to me. She did every search except Haas Long to Die in Cold. I can't believe it.
Paper, do you recognize that?
I do. This is table 1 from the first report I created on this case on the phone that I was told was for Jen McCabe.
Is that the exhibit that will help you explain?
It will.
I move this to evidence.
Could we approach you? Or I've been good at that if you want.
Like, I just don't get that. We're supposed to believe that she Googled It's Raining Men for sure. She Googled the sports stuff, but for some reason, Haas Long to Die in Cold, she didn't Google that. And that someone pointed out, remember we saw it in the doc, She Googled it. When she Googled it at 6, it was spelled differently. It was spelled. So if you want us to believe that she just did these searches at 6 and it's showing at 2 for whatever reason, how do you explain the difference in spelling? Because even if she spelled it the 2 ways that we've seen, right? It's still, Google would have known what she was trying to say and would have said, hey, you put this, but we gave you results for this. She forgot she had Googled it. And the 6 ones, they weren't deleted. Right. How are we supposed to account for the fact that it was spelled different ways? They don't want to play that clip of the dog. No, they don't, Aaron. They don't want to play that, but I do hope they put that because they had it when Ian Whiffen was up there. I wish the defense would kind of hone in on that more to kind of point that out to the jury. Or maybe when we get to the deliberations, someone in the jury would say, hey, how do we make sense of this? She did that search. And she didn't delete all the calls she made to John O'Keefe. Yeah, okay. They just magically disappeared. Mia, I don't know. How do we account for that too? I think she was drunk capture, if I'm being honest with you. I mean, Haas long to dying cold. And then the next one, I don't even know what she was spelling, but I just think she was drinking. Have you guys never woke up and you Google some crazy shit in your phone? I think I woke up one day. I remember this day. I was in East Memphis at the moment, at my sister's house. Baby, I woke up. I Googled how to stop being drunk. Like, it happens. I think she forgot she made that search. And the next morning, she just opened up a new tab. She must be a multiple tab type of girl. Or maybe she did search the basketball, then search that, then search It's Raining Men. It's Raining Men popped up. She opened something else. Y'all done this before. Wake up like, damn, why is that in my search bar? You don't remember doing it. She said maybe she butt typed Haslong. OLM, Bev is absolutely letting them waste time. How to stop being drunk. I definitely did text it. I was looking for answers. She was drunk, and clearly you was too. I was, Jasmine. I was. I've got 500 tabs open, plus use ChatGPT. Chelsea, I need you to close 499 tabs. If I get somebody's phone and y'all got a million things open, I'll be just swiping up, closing them, swiping up. Key, I'm not playing with you today. If my tabs were analyzed, I wouldn't be able to explain the crazy shit I look. I get that. And I feel like with Jen, they want us to just dismiss it, but she had no business typing that. Then when we think about the 6 a.m. text, we still don't know why she made those texts. She's saying Karen told her to, but there's no video evidence of that. And I don't believe Jen, so I think she's lying. And shout out to Cass. This is my other Memphis sister. Shout out to Cass. I don't know if you guys are following her, sub to her page, but Cass also does really great impersonations of what's going on in these trials. Met her doing YSL, and I saw that she does a lot of Karen Reed stuff too. So thank you, Cass. Shout out to you. But yeah, I don't know what we're going to do there. Don't go through my search history. I've Googled everything down to how tall was Jesus. Brittany, that's kind of funny. How tall did they say he was, Brittany? Because he doesn't seem like a 5'5", 5'7" type of guy. How tall was Jesus, girl? Hold up. How tall was he? That's very interesting. I never thought about his height before. Where'd you tag me at? I just Googled Haas to be a boss of YouTube channel.
Before we look at any chalk, I want you to explain the entire basis for that chalk and your ultimate opinions that are reflected in the chalk. So let's start from the beginning.
May I look at my copy of the chart or no?
Why don't I just ask you?
See if you can answer the questions in a few times.
Yes, Your Honor.
When you looked at the phone to analyze it, were you trying to determine when a particular search was made, specifically the search, how long to die in cold?
Correct. I was looking for two searches, both how long to die in CIKD and how long to die in cold.
So as a forensic examiner, how do you begin the process to try to identify and determine when that search is actually made?
So the first thing we would want to identify is what application was being used at the time to make the search. So looking at that date time stamped, it was able to, on that date, be able to determine that Safari was the application that was being used as the Google browser. And then you would begin looking at the artifacts for Safari, both those that are parsed by the forensics tools, but then further looking into the data structures that hold that data itself, and then ultimately conducting testing to determine why a certain artifact exists.
Don't give me.
So you mentioned the beginning step is the forensic tool or tools. Did you use forensic tools to get information or parse any data regarding this potential search at 227?
Yes, I use multiple forensics tools.
Can you share with us the multiple forensic tools that you used?
Absolutely. I used Celebrate Physical Analyzer. I used Magnet Axiom. I used just the tools I used at first. I used iLeap. There are further tools I used later, but those were the three that I started with.
What tools did you use later?
Later, I used specifically, I've used Sanderson's Forensics Toolkit, the forensics browser in Sanderson's Forensics Toolkit, which helps exploit SQLite databases. And then I further reviewed in a tool called Rabbit Hole.
To begin with, Celebrate, is that a tool that you're familiar with?
Yes.
Is it a commonly used tool in the industry?
Yes, commonly used mobile forensics tool.
Is it reputable?
Highly reputable.
Why did you use Celebrate?
They're not reputable anymore.
I use Celebrate because on any mobile exam, I'm going to validate what is captured by Celebrate and Magnet Axiom because they have the most robust parsing of what is in my tool arsenal. And then I would also follow up with iLeap closely behind because iLeap has a lot of artifacts that aren't supported by either of those tools. Using a variety of tools is going to give you different coverage, and each tool has a different perspective on how they view and display data.
You said you also use Magnet Axiom.
That is correct.
Is that a leading forensic tool as well?
Yes, that is also a leading forensics tool.
Are you familiar with that company?
I'm very familiar with Magnet Forensics. I was actually their director of forensics for 5 years, then continued to consult for them for an additional 2 years under my company, Hexordia, and my company continues to be a reseller of Magnet's products.
You mentioned different tools may present information a different way. Do those tools change the underlying data at all?
That's a great question. So when we're talking about the results that a tool shows, the tools maintain the integrity of that original forensic image. And that's actually something we verify as we continue through our exams to make sure that the underlying data hasn't been changed. There are some tools, I did use some other tools, I apologize. I also used ArtX and Mushy. But ArtX is capital A, lowercase RT, capital E, lowercase x, and then Mushy is MUSHY. You're welcome. I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I got this, the spelling threw me off.
I mentioned, or I asked you about using multiple tools and whether or not the use of different tools changes the actual underlying data.
So the actual underlying data is always maintained, and we do validate that. Some tools allow you to see parsed results and then allow you to dig deeper into looking at the actual files and data structures. Those would be tools like Celebrate, Physical Analyzer, and Magnet Axiom. Some tools show you the parsed results and tell you where they got them, like iLeap. It shows you the parsed results and tells you the file location, and then you would open that up in an external tool. And then some of the tools I used are not tools that parse the results, but are tools that allow me to manually look at the data structures. So they directly allow me to look at the data structures. And all of the tools I use in this instance are tools that do not change the underlying data.
Is it important or critical to go beyond the tools, presentations, and actually analyze the data yourself?
It is absolutely critical. Actually, in the NIST Scientific Foundations paper from the National Institute of Science and Technology that states the foundations of digital forensic science, it states that it is the examiner's duty to not only verify and validate tool results, but also to provide meaning to forensics parsed results.
Does software update regularly?
Oh, the software updates all the time. Typically, we get an update about once a month. And to be honest, it's not enough to keep up with how many new apps are developed and how many new phones come out and how many of your applications get updates, new features, for example, maybe in Instagram or Facebook. So the tools update very, very regularly.
When you use the Celebrite tool to analyze the 227 search, did the search "How's Long to Die in the Cold" have a timestamp on it?
There are actually multiple artifacts for "How's Long to Die in Cold." Remember earlier we defined an artifact and we spoke about it was one of the types of traces. So there are multiple traces for that "How's Long to Die in Cold." Only one of them is associated with the 227 timestamp, but there are other instances of evidence of that was parsed by Celebrite.
Is there any danger for an untrained eye to rely simply on the software when looking at a search like this, "How Long to Die in the Cold," and seeing the 227 timestamp?
Absolutely. There's a really scary danger that an examiner who has not dug into the artifact and tested to see what it means may assume erroneously that 227 timestamp is the time that what is there is searched. The search in that field of that artifact is going to always be the most recent search in the tab, but that timestamp actually means either the time that tab was backgrounded or if it's the first time the tab's been opened, when it was opened. So you could erroneously implicate a search was done hours or some time period or even days before it actually occurred. Some of us leave our tabs open forever.
In your teaching, examiners and students, do you teach about this specific concern and concept?
Yes, I teach about this concern both in my mobile forensic analysis class, my mobile forensics course that I teach at George Mason University in their digital forensics master's program, and in the data structures course where we specifically learn how to analyze these databases in question.
In your experience, how common does an untrained examiner make this mistake?
I wouldn't be able to speak to how common an untrained examiner does it, but regularly my students get those questions wrong on earlier examples I give them in class to kind of indicate to them that they could easily make mistakes without understanding meaning, and I use it as a teaching aid. So teaching, 90, 100 easy students a year, I regularly see that in untrained examiners that I'm teaching in my class, but I wouldn't be able to say that across the discipline.
You mentioned that Celebrite showed the search on the report as "How's Long to Die in the Cold" with a timestamp of 227. Is it 227:40?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether or not Celebrite has updated its software?
In May, Celebrate of last year, Celebrate made an update to their software actually to remove this artifact because of its ambiguity and the risk that an examiner may overstate or misstate what it is.
Is this ambiguity reflected in other types of software?
Could you rephrase, please?
Sure. For example, when you did a report in Axiom, did it have similar reflection in the report?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
Did you run a report regarding this time frame through Axiom software?
I did process the image through Axiom, yes.
When you did that, was it the same or a different result?
Axiom and Celebrate really show their data very, very differently. So
no.
Celebrate takes a perspective of alerting people to possible deletions by annotating either a question mark or a red X next to artifacts that come from different areas. Magnet instead marks if the artifact was parsed or carved. I feel like now I need to explain to you parsed or carved. So parsed means that the data was where it was expected to be found, and the algorithm was able to cleanly see that this is there. Carve means that it had to run that algorithm against the data structure as a whole and found it as a partial result. So it carved it out, went and found it, instead of it just sitting there exactly where it was expected to be, and shows you both the results. So it'll show all of the results of, in this instance, the sessions, tab sessions, but the data browser DB, the tab state, it's going to, instead of telling you this has a red X, it'll instead say it was carved. So it's a different presentation of the same data.
So I want to talk about deletions in a little bit, but I want to get back to the 227 search.
Sure.
So when you produced or you looked at the report for Celebrate and it showed this timestamp as well as the phrase, "How's long to die in the cold," where did you look? How did you make an analysis to determine whether or not that search was actually made at 227 or another time? What was your next steps for us?
So in looking at that timestamp, the first thing I did was actually go and look at what literature exists on the artifact, if anybody had reviewed this artifact before. I also created my own data set and tested how we could get what that timestamp means. So if I make a search in a tab and then I make another search in the tab, which timestamp is it? If I make a search in a tab and then open a different tab, what changes? I also looked at the documentation in the artifact reference guide for Axiom, which does state, it describes that timestamp as the time in which the tab is backgrounded. And it gives a stipulation that in certain circumstances, the timestamp can be earlier than the search.
Did you specifically look in any databases or for artifacts in the data to help make an analysis of when the search happened?
Of when the search happened as a whole? Absolutely. So there are multiple databases that I looked at that show search information for Safari. So I looked at the plist, mobile Safari plist. I looked at the browser state database. I looked for the history database. I also looked at the Knowledge CDB. The Knowledge CDB is a little bit different. That isn't a database for Safari. It's a database for all of Apple, so it can predict your behavior. So it takes in information that Apple wants to take in, including browser history. And it saves that information so it can make predictive information. I also looked at the caches in the Safari, which is the things that Safari is trying to make quick reference to. This would include suggested terms for commonly searched items.
When a URL or a search through Safari is typed in, or if it connects, does it leave a trace in different parts of the computer or the phone?
Yeah, so when you actually do any search, you're going to leave traces. Now, it does depend if you are in private browsing or non-private browsing. So non-private browsing is what most of us use regularly. Private browsing might be what you elect to use. Well, some people would elect to use it if they're doing searches they wouldn't want their spouse to see, like maybe they're looking at porn, or maybe you're doing something secure like looking at your banking information. You may intentionally use a private browser. For Google users, this would be the equivalent of incognito in Google Chrome, and you may intentionally use that. And so the artifacts for that are more limited than the artifacts for non-private searches. So some of these artifacts only exist for non-private searches, and some exist for private searches.
And in this case, this phone, was it on non-private or private?
So specifically the two searches we're talking about, how long to die in cold and how long to die in CIKLD, excuse my differentiation there. Both of those searches were done in non-private browsing.
So they weren't hidden.
I don't understand the question, yeah.
Was there any applications on to mask those searches?
Not to the best of my knowledge. I did not see any.
We began with the 22740 timestamp. The next recording on that tab, do you recall what time that was?
I believe the next, and I'm trying to remember the chart from memory, if that's correct. So I believe the next thing we're looking at is the 623 suggestion from Apple search terms for how long to digest food. Am I matching what you're seeing on your chart?
Well, let me ask you.
Okay.
When you saw that, do you look on the same tab or a database? Where do you find that information?
Fair. Understood. So all of those databases I was just mentioning before, we're looking at all the parsed results from all of those. And I was looking in the entirety of the scope from the time of midnight till noon. That was the time frame of my scope of all of the content that was done in the tabs for browser state DB, cloud tabs artifacts, History DB, Mobile Safari plist, Knowledge C, each one of those. And then I was combining them to timeline out the activity.
At 62351, did you look into how long TIDIE in CIKD?
So that would be the next thing that we see after the Apple suggested term of how long to digest food. That's the next thing we see is we see an entry of that. There's two immediately next to each other. I don't remember the precision on the seconds of which one's first off the top of my head, but one is in Knowledge C and one is in the Mobile Safari plist.
How long to digest?
Can they appear in different rooms in the data bank, in different places, the same search?
Searches appear in many different places. They can leave traces, such as that Knowledge CDB. I love that Apple calls that knowledge. It's like what it's trying to learn. So the Knowledge CDB, what Apple's trying to learn about you, as well as in that Mobile Safari plist, as well as at the moment of that search, which I don't have the device in that moment, but just there's an understanding, that open tab, the URL would have been updated, or URL is the website, would have been updated to that search at that moment. Had we imaged it at that moment, it would have been how long to die in CIKD. CIKD.
And finally, at 62447, did you identify any artifacts with that search that appears with the timestamp of 22740? Did you find the same?
Correct. At 624, we have two timestamps in the same two locations for how long to die in cold. The Knowledge C and the Mobile Safari plist.
So based on your analysis in that issue, did you come to an opinion whether or not the phrase "how long to die in cold" was actually searched at 2:27 a.m. on January 29, 2022?
There are no artifacts.
So the answer is yes or no?
Can you repeat the question,
Yes.
please?
He was going to answer it.
And so based on your analysis of the phone and the data using all of those softwares, did you come to an opinion whether or not the phrase "how long to die in cold" was searched at that timestamp tab of 2:27:40?
Yes, I came to an opinion.
And what is your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase the question as to the
She knows, baby. He's not going to play with
I'm
you.
sorry?
I'll see you at sidebars for Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She knows that she is not up against Alan Jackson. She said, I've seen Alessi's work. I have seen him eat up that pathologist. She has to know you are no longer facing. I think, was it Jackson or Yannetti? You're not facing them this time. No. Hear it, baby, you're not facing them. You can tell that in her face. She knows that she has some problems. She's got some bumps in the road. Now, will she go over these bumps and not mess the bottom of the under? What is it? The when you know how some people just ride over speed bumps and they car up because they just don't stop. Will she mess her car up, or will she slow down and get over these bumps with no problems? We're gonna see. But she should be nervous. You can tell she's anticipating what they're going to ask her on cross. She's anticipating. She knows what it's about to be. Aaron, if it's a horse and buggy outside that courthouse, I'm gonna know something. I'm gonna know something. They said she's messing that car up. LL, I think this is the biggest problem for me. They want me to believe Jen searched It's Raining Men. She searched basketball, but she didn't search How Long to Die Cold. And now let's also couple this with those 6 a.m. texts. I mean, those searches. Because at first, she had Carrie Roberts backing her up. Oh, yeah, Jen was holding her hand. They were praying. And then she asked her to search this. She had Carrie backing her up, but not this trial. Carrie said, I didn't see that shit. I'm sorry. I did not see that. Okay, Ronnie, I did not see that shit. I'm sorry. I didn't see it. That's what Carrie said. Not only did Carrie not see it, it was they brought it out on the stand. She lied. Where did she get it from? Jen told her. So now that they've asked Jen, are you aware that Carrie Roberts said she did not see that? Jen said no. Well, she didn't see it, Jen. It's not on camera. We already don't believe her. So we can no longer believe that Karen told her to make those searches. I'm not going to believe that she wasn't searching at 2 a.m. I just can't. Ebony said Jen never went to sleep. She knew she was part of the crime that just happened. I didn't lie intentionally has to be the most ignorant thing I've heard in this trial. Okay, let me see. Let me check my messages. Okay, let's see. Oh my God. She said, girl, just say no. Damn. Let me make sure we up to date. I think we are. So here's the thing. Maybe they're arguing about it. The bench is her opinions. I can't wait. Ebony, wait a minute. Ebony said she just lied a little. She deleted knowing they may ask for her phone, or either her husband told her to delete that of her phone. I agree, Tarina. I think when she did it, I really think she may have been of the mind that it would delete forever. I do believe she was of the mind that it would delete forever. I don't know when, and again, I don't know what happened. So I don't even know when the story came. We will just blame Karen. I'm sure it was probably during that round table in the house. She told me her tail lights broken. I know I saw her outside. We saw her with John. We can just blame her. I don't know when that came about. She didn't know the FBI was going to get involved. I mean, this is why you delete stuff, because if I'm your mom, think about your teenagers. Your teenagers delete stuff because as parents, we do not have the capability of going to somebody and saying, extract this phone and tell me what my child deleted out of their phone. Same thing. She think, baby, Kenton ain't finna go all through my phone. You know, the story's airtight. It's going to be cool. I'm going to get on my phone because I already deleted it. She is not thinking they're going to have someone to do forensics, digital forensics on her phone. She was not thinking it would go that far. I'll show y'all my phone up. Why do you think she turned it over? She probably said, here you go. She turned it over because she didn't think they would go that deep into her phone. She deleted all those phone calls. Why? They're not going to go that deep into my phone. They're not going to see it. They're not going to do all of that. Jazz, someone said that this case reminds them of the JonBenet Ramsey case, and I'm going to have to agree. We may never know what happened to John O'Keefe. We may never know it. Ashley, they knew it was going to be an episode. Victoria said, Mel, even if she sticks to Karen told her to search it, it isn't. She's still an accessory to a crime for searching it. It wasn't a crime at that moment. Think about it. You know, your friend is just saying, oh my God, he's been in the cold. I don't know if I would have been thinking hypothermia in that moment. That's what was weird to me. Even when she said Karen told her, that was weird to me. Jen saying that Karen thought the blood on her hands was period blood. That was weird to me. Such a weird thing to say. I guess she was delirious. I guess she was hysterical. But to like look at all that blood after what you just went through and say, oh my God, am I on my period? I thought that was really weird. I thought that was weird. But hey, you can't. Damn, what's going on at that sidebar?
You've explained to us the analysis you engaged in and the process you engaged in. In forensic data analysis, is there a methodology that you use, not just looking at the printout of the programs, a methodology you use that is accepted in the industry for experts to analyze this data and come to your opinion?
Absolutely. Beyond looking at what was in the tool results, I further looked at those databases independently and conducted testing of the artifacts.
And in addition to what you did, can you share with us how and why this methodology is accepted in your practice as forensic analyst?
This methodology is accepted by NIST and by organizations like the Scientific Working Group of Digital Evidence. I'm intimately familiar as both a member of the Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence, who helps work towards the building and development of these consensus-based documents of procedures to be followed in digital forensics analysis, and as a member of the National Institute of Science and Technology, NIST, Organizational Scientific Area Committees, OSAC, Digital Evidence Subcommittee, where we also produce guidelines such as the data set guidelines for generation of the guidelines for data set generation, which is how you do your actual testing and creation of data sets. And I was also a part of the subcommittee that drafted that. So I'm intimately familiar with the accepted policies and procedures because I am also a member of the groups that help author these, as well as review them and look and use them.
Are there articles and guidance in the industry about this particular practice of analysis?
For analysis, just for clarification, you're talking about for analysis of Safari artifacts, of mobile forensics, of browser state DB, just for clarity on the question.
Let's work our way through it. How about through Safari?
For Safari, there are multiple different blogs that talk about Safari, as well as I have analysis of Safari through classes I took, such as SANS 4508, which is 518, SANS 4518, which is the Mac and iOS analysis course, which I took.
How about the specific guidance regarding searching the different databases for artifacts?
In terms of methodology for digging into databases,
yes.
Is that correct? There are multiple, I've taken courses throughout my master's program, courses on how to analyze digital forensics artifacts, including mobile device forensics, throughout my GIAC certifications. I've taken multiple instructor-led courses on how to do these, as well specifically that cover mobile safari history in mobile forensics at GMU in this master's program as part of the SANS 4518 class. And in terms of data structures, I've taken study on how to analyze databases like SQLite and PLIS are covered in those courses.
There are books on study on this methodology?
There are multiple books on digital forensics, many of which I've read, and including books specifically on analysis of SQLite databases, such as Sanderson's SQLite Forensics, which is probably the most authoritative because not only was it written by Sanderson, who makes a tool, it was tech edited by 3 renowned forensics examiners, as well as Dr. Richard Hipp, who created SQLite itself.
The methodology, the technique you use to look past the reports and actually look at the data to make your determination and arrive at your opinions, is that methodology regularly accepted within the forensic data community?
Absolutely. Again, using the methodology from the consensus-based documents from the community, from the Scientific Working Group Digital Evidence on best practices for analysis, as well as specifically for the SQLite databases I was looking at. I do that deeply verifying and in accordance with the understandings from Sanderson's book.
Now, you share with us that you had an opinion regarding the timestamp and whether that it was applicable to the search term, "How's long to die in cold?"
That is correct.
Now, I want to ask you, to a reasonable degree of forensic data, scientific certainty, what is your opinion about whether the phrase "How's long to die in cold" was made at the time of the timestamp 2/27/40?
It's the last time, Mr. Massey, on this issue, okay?
Bev, how you gonna tell him he? Okay. Y'all, what's going on with this? Because did y'all hear how pissed Bev is? Let me see if the lawyer has posted anything, because hold on, y'all. Let me see if I can find it. Let me find it. Let's see if he said anything about Bev is pissed. Oh, he hasn't updated. Bev is pissed because he embarrassed her. Princess, this is the last time we're going to approach about this. I don't like it. Has she ever spoken to Hank like that in front of the jury, guys? I don't want to say she never does him like that. But I just don't recall, because last time she did something like this, it was to Alan Jackson. Yeah, I don't think she likes them, and I think she feels embarrassed by that last time. Thank you for the super chat, OLM. I appreciate it. Thank you. She needs to quit with the sidebars. I gotta be in court in 38 minutes. Well, Aaron, I think we're gonna have, I don't know, because she just told him this the last time we're gonna approach this bitch about this issue right here. And he's probably saying, if he can ask her this, I should be able to ask her this. He's not going to let it go. He's not going to let it go. She yelled at Yannetti all the time. I don't know what's going on with Bev. And I hate to, what did they say? She's joined hands with the prosecution. That's what it's giving. Bev is very nasty. She's being very nasty, but I think she's pissed. I don't even know what she went back there and grabbed. I don't know what Bev was doing, but I told y'all she went back there to phone a friend. Okay, hold up, y'all. Pretty was going to send us what 3 inches of snow looks like. Child, look at this, y'all. 3 inches of snow. I hope y'all can see that. And I'm supposed to believe John's face was covered. Well, his face would have been covered because snow was coming down and he was on his back. That's not a mound of snow. If I saw a man laying in this, I wouldn't think a mound of snow. Hold on. Let me see if I could hold up, y'all. They on the sidebar. Okay, here it is. 3 inches of snow. Three inches of snow. Well, if we're considering that they the good weatherman told us an inch of snow would be from your knuckle to the end of your finger, and we think about that 3 times, that's hardly enough to cover John's body. Cass, we're gonna have to listen to the call because some people, on the call she said we flipped him over. Right? She said that on the call, but then in some of the testimony, she talks about them wiping snow off of his face, which to me implies he was on his back. Now, something else that we should consider is how did he fly through the air and his cell phone ended up under him? That sneaker came from the plow, from the guy down the road. I don't know. He said that's an index finger. How did that cover John's body?
All right,
Make it
go
make
ahead, Mr. Brennan.
I'm now going to ask you for your first opinion. So you shared that you have an opinion about whether that timestamp 22740 was, whether or not that was the time the search "How Long to Die in the Cold" occurred. Can you tell us to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty your opinion about whether that search, "How Long to Die in the Cold," occurred at 2:27:40 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Okay, the objections are overruled.
What I can state to a scientific degree of certainty is that that search occurred at 6:24 a.m. and was the last search in the tab that had been opened at 2:27.
Do you have an opinion to a degree of scientific certainty whether there was any other searches similar to "How Long to Die in the Cold" that evening on that tab?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
May I first inquire, you meant morning, I
I'm sorry,
assume?
that morning, yes.
Just clarifying, I did not look at evening searches. And can you repeat? I apologize. I disrupted my own train of
Do you have
thought.
an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether there were any other searches on that tab before the final search at 6:24:47, "How Long to Die in Cold"?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Just ensuring that I have the question correct.
Please.
You're asking if what else occurred in that tab prior?
Yes.
That I cannot say with a clear degree of certainty.
What?
Did you develop a chalk that I showed you
did.
earlier?
Yes.
Like to approach?
Yes.
So if you can't tell me what was searched on the tab, how can you tell me that wasn't searched?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the exhibit that I created that was labeled Table 1 in the first report I had delivered.
And does that provide information that will assist us in understanding your opinion?
Yes.
I'd move, subject to redaction, that this be introduced into evidence.
Your Honor, I have no issue with regard to the redaction aspect, but consistent with my prior objections, I would object that.
Okay, I'm going to allow this into evidence. Your rights are safe. Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Your Honor. Appreciate it.
Why would he allow this, but we can't bring the other stuff in?
Madam Clerk, 82?
Exhibit 82.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 82 to the jury.
Hope so, Zakia.
Could we enlarge the first two? And we're going to need to get the right column in if we can, please.
Again. Why is she going so hard?
Ms. High, can you see it from there?
I can. Thank you.
If you can walk us through how this exhibit assists us in understanding your explanation and the basis for your opinion.
This exhibit shows the Safari artifacts and artifacts of Google searches in Safari related to the two searches in question, How Long to Die in CILKD and How's Long to Die in Cold, that occurred on the morning of November 29th, 2022 on the device under examination.
If I look at this chart and I see in the top left, it says 2:27:40 a.m. And then under the search term, it says, How's Long to Die in Cold. How do I understand your opinion that that search didn't happen at 2:27:40?
This document is showing you the data that is the parsed result. The source of that artifact that you see in the last column is a little bit cut off, the browser state db-wall file. That database does store how the data is stored, the search term How's Long to Die in Cold, with an associated MAC absolute epoch timestamp that translates to 2:27 a.m. That is what is physically stored. That does not annotate the meaning of that artifact. That was determined through testing following the NIST OSAC data generation guidelines for testing.
In the second row, we see a timestamp on the left-hand column, 6:23:49. And it provides artifact, the cache record.
Mm-hmm.
What is the term, and what does that mean under the search term?
iOS Safari cache records. A cache refers to something that a computer program wants quick and easy access to. When we search on our phones, anything, a lot of times, be it in Google or in Safari, depending on what type of phone you own, it'll suggest what it thinks you're going to type in, right? So you can click it. It's trying to be helpful. In this instance, at 6:23:49, we have a cache record that indicates that Apple suggested the phrase, how long does it take to digest food?
And then under that, 6:23:51, it appears it says a recent web search, and the spelling is changed. How long, TIDIEINCIKD.
So this, in reference to these two search terms, this is the first actual search that occurs at 6:23:51 a.m. Upon beginning the typing of that phrase, Apple provided the suggested search, and the person inputting into the phone at that time continued to type out a phrase and finished it as how long, TIDINCIKD, which that is available to us in the mobile Safari plist, which tracks recent web searches. And then we'll see 6 seconds later, we get that reference in that Knowledge C database that I mentioned before. That's the next line. So that's the Knowledge C database is Apple's way of keeping knowledge about what the user's doing. It sees and holds your knowledge. It's an easy way to remember it. That's what I teach my students. So that Knowledge CDB tracks a lot of things for predictive purposes. And so 6 seconds later, it's logging that same search. So that search is being tracked in two places.
And so one search can be left as artifacts in different locations on the database?
Correct. There can be multiple traces or artifacts of the same user action in different places on a mobile device.
And if we go down to the bottom, the last column, at 6:24:47, we again see How's Long to Die in Cold. And if you look in the first column, it's the same phrase. Is that a coincidence that it appears at the bottom at 6:24:47 and also appears up at 2:27:40?
As mentioned before, through testing of the artifact for browser state DB, that artifact will hold the most recent search that happened in the tab. So it is logical that How's Long, HOS Long to Die in Cold, was searched at 6:24:18, tracked in that mobile Safari plist, repeated in Knowledge C. Knowledge made its tracking in Knowledge CDB, and then that table for browser state DB, which again has the time that the tab was opened or the last time it was backgrounded, and updated just the website that was visited. So the website, that is why we get that 227 time. That's actually, as far as the data storage is, the first thing I have in there, because I want to put it in chronological time order for exhibit purposes, is actually the last thing to happen because it's the update to what's in the tab.
You offered that the how long to die in cold is the last thing to happen. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the time when that search was made?
Objection, Your Honor.
To a reasonable degree of certainty, I can say that how's long to die in cold was searched at approximately 6:24 a.m.
Now, moving on from the 227 search, there are two other issues that you were asked to analyze. We talked about them at the beginning. Let's begin with whether or not you looked at the data and analyzed the data and came to any opinions about whether that phrase, how long to die in cold, was user deleted on that device.
So there's two really key elements as to if that was user deleted. If the question is, did I come to opinion? Yes.
And can you explain how you came to an opinion that we'll ultimately share with the jury?
The first line in that exhibit, the ending of that, if you remember, it said browser state.db-wall. That's important. So we'll talk about that in a second. But the first thing I want to bring up is kind of how the database works, because I didn't just look at the tool result. I extracted that database and I did a deeper analysis on it using Sanderson's tool, because that information was in that -wall file. So when a SQLite database, which is a specific way of storing, very, very common on mobile phones, actually one of the most common, when that database stores data, it has two versions. The most recent version, and the version in use here, uses what's called a write-ahead log. So before data is committed, it is written to a write-ahead log. I'll kind of explain it. So let's say we're in a restaurant and we're sitting at a table and we're ordering food. Our table is the table. Data is going to come to the table, and that's going to be our food. So when we order food, let's say we've got a chicken sandwich, a burger, and a pizza coming to the table. The chicken sandwich, the burger, and the pizza, the kitchen puts it in the warming area. It's the write-ahead log. The server grabs it from there. It's where data sits before it goes to the table, just like your food goes to that serving station before your server brings it to your table. Server brings it to the table. That table's got its burger, its chicken, and its pizza. Another table orders waffles and pancakes. They think it's breakfast. The waffles and pancakes are made by the kitchen. They're put on the serving area. Waitress comes over. This pizza has pepperoni. I don't eat pepperoni. Can you send it back? Waitress picks up that pepperoni and sends it back. That's a deletion. Pepperoni pizza was just removed from the table, right?
I thought we were
deleting it. We said it's not what we wanted. The waitress is removing it. She brings it back to that serving area. At that moment, that serving area has the deleted pizza, but also the waffles and pancakes that are waiting to go out to the table. That's how a write-ahead log works. Any changes that are happening sit in the write-ahead log until the database is closed, and then when it's reopened, all those changes are made, both additions and deletions.
No.
So often when a phone is imaged, when we make a forensic image, the applications are still open, so we have those wall files. When we look in our Safari browser, the database knows to read it to you in its current state. So it tells you where the waffles and pancakes are going. They're going to that table. So it shows it as if it's in the table, but it's not in the table yet. So if when we parse the data and we look at the restaurant and we don't look at the back kitchen, we would only at that time see the chicken and the burger, right? Pizza got sent back, waffles and pancakes haven't come out yet. So when we get the data, we get two files. We get the restaurant, that's the database, and we get the serving area, that's the wall file. Just because it's in the wall file does not mean it's deleted.
Bye.
It means that that record wasn't where it naturally sits yet. It could be that wall file can contain deleteds and food or data that hasn't yet been delivered to the database. So the wall file consists of both. So an assumption that the data was deleted just because it's in the wall file is actually not true. And the peer review paper I mentioned earlier that I had accepted in Forensic Science International actually has a section that explains this exact presence for SQLite databases about how we refer to that as recovered and not deleted. Actually, through that entire document, we don't use the phrase deleted. We refer to things in statement of recovery because we need to determine why it's there. So we can't say that it's deleted just because it came from the wall file. Some tools will automatically indicate to the examiner that they need to dig deeper into that. I did do further analysis by looking at the wall file. That particular item.
Y'all, hold up. I had to go find it. I had to go find me a sound effect for her because she is killing me softly.
And it's a little bit more complex, actually exists on multiple pages because it moves as the database is being created, but all of them have the same unique identifier. So it's the same entry. It's not more than one search of Ha's long to die in cold. If there was more than one search that had occurred where it became the top element in that database, we would see that. There are, as I mentioned, other carved from the database, from the wall file elements such as the search for the YouTube video, It's Raining Men.
Right now.
Because at some point that was the last viewed item in a tab when that tab was retired right before, also at 2:27 a.m., but a couple of seconds before the Ha's long to die in cold search. So we can see that that table is put to the rear. The newest tab that's open, which is why it's in the wall file, it's the most recent thing because it's like our waffles and pancakes, hasn't been delivered to the table yet. So it can sit in the wall file for that reason. It doesn't indicate it's deleted. The second reason is there is no user interaction in the interface to delete a tab. You can open and close a tab, and open and close tabs are tracked in that database, but you cannot delete a tab. There's no, if you were to pick up your iPhone, I know you don't have them right now, but if you were to pick up your iPhone and look, that wouldn't be a physical option you have in the interface. So it could not be deleted by a user through the interface for that most basic reason.
So a user, could they delete a tab if they wanted to?
There's no actual option to delete a tab. For your web history, you could clear the cache, for example. Most of us are familiar with clearing the cache in your web history. You might do it because you don't want your kids to see what you searched, or maybe your kids don't want you to see what they searched, so they'll delete it. But you can't delete the tab history. It's just what tabs are there. The device is tracking that.
When you looked at the software, whether it was Axiom or Celebrite, when you look just at the report, not the data itself, do either of those reports have any indication noting that that web or that Safari search is characterized as deleted?
Tools Celebrite denotes it with a red X, which means that it is recovered. Axiom indicates that it is carved. In the same paper that I referenced earlier that I authored, there's a chart in there that shows the distinction between how different tools, some will use red X's, some will use question marks, some will list carved or parse. So every tool chooses to do that differently. That does not mean deleted. It means it needs further analysis.
Should an examiner who looks just at the reports of the software assume that if it is marked as recovered in Celebrite or carved in Axiom, should
an examiner should never assume something's deleted without doing a manual examination.
The manual examination, is that a method that's used, that's generally accepted in the forensic data field?
The NIST Science Foundation paper, as well as the dataset generation guidelines, both speak to conducting testing to verify and validate, and it states clearly that an examiner is to verify and validate findings and to determine meaning.
So given
Yes,
that you've
ma'am.
used multiple tools to look at reports regarding this phrase, how long to die in cold, and have seen indications or characterizations of recovered and carved, and in addition to the fact that you actually analyzed the data, did you arrive at an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether or not the user deleted, any user deleted the phrase, how long to die in cold?
Yes, if it's has long to die in cold. Sorry, trying to clarify.
Pardon me. Did you come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether any user deleted the phrase, how long to die in cold?
Yes.
And what is your opinion?
My opinion is there was no deletion that occurred by the user because it is not something a user can delete.
Finally, I want to ask you about your analysis of the phone records on this phone attributed to Ms. McCabe. Did you go through an analysis of the phone logs and the phone records on the phone?
I analyzed the call logs and the phone logs on the device that I was given, that I was told belonged to Ms. McCabe, yes.
Would a suggestion or a claim that a user deleted irregularly a number of phone calls, would that be accurate or inaccurate in your experience?
It is inaccurate in this instance.
Can you explain to us why and how you came to that conclusion?
Yeah, this is actually really interesting because of what it appears in the forensics tools and additional artifacts that I looked at that are not parsed by the forensics tools. So the call logs, when you look at it, it appears, I don't remember if it's 8:57 or 8:59 a.m. in my mind at the moment, but approximately either 8:57 or 8:59 is the earliest phone call we see on the 29th of January. We see no call logs before, but we do see FaceTime logs before. So if an examiner, again, was making assumptions without testing or reviewing, the first assumption might be, well, things must have been deleted because there's data that exists before, but not current data. So then you have to go, how do phone logs work? And again, create test data and review. What the situation here is that there are 3 types of call logs on this particular phone. There's regular calls, incoming and outgoing. There are FaceTime video chats, incoming and outgoing, and FaceTime audio chats, incoming and outgoing. The storage for that is actually 200 records. So you can only store up to 200 of each. Now, if you were a user of, let's say, WhatsApp or Signal or Telegram, those would each count 2 and they'd get their own logs. So when we look at the database for the number of calls between 8:59 a.m. or 8:57, again, I apologize, I'm not looking at that precise time, on the 29th of January in 2022, there are exactly 200 calls still in that record from then until the imaging of the phone. There are 199 FaceTime video calls and only 27 FaceTime audio calls. So the question is, how do you validate that that's what's happening? So we actually have call logs that we can pick up in other places for recent call logs in the last 7 to 30 days, depending on the exact version of the device and how the biomes are running. We can actually see incoming call logs, the number they go to, and if they're incoming or outgoing in the biomes. So we actually can see the history going back for the entirety of that day on January 29th till midnight. Again, my scope was from midnight until noon. So we can actually see all of the calls. They're just not all on call history state DB. Now, the call history state DB, from a user perspective, that button on your phone doesn't say call history. It actually says recents. And what it's determining as recents is the most recent 200 of each category.
Oh, it should have been.
Now, how did I determine this further? There is a running log that exists in a phone. It lasts about 3 days. It's called the unified log. The unified log tracks multiple things that are happening on the phone. In manual analysis of the unified log from this phone, I can clearly see each time a 201st call comes in, the 200th call gets deleted. So it's constantly just the last 200 calls. It may not be typical that we see 200 calls in 3 days, but on this device, we do see 200 regular phone calls in the 3 days between 8:59 a.m. on the 29th and when the phone was imaged.
Reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether there was any user deletions from the phone call log that morning.
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
The opinion is that I can see that it's done by the device itself utilizing unified logs, that the system is deleting the 201st call every time a new call is received or outgoing.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, so in 3 days, she got
Right,
200
can I
calls.
counsel at sidebar regarding scheduling and a few things?
So in 3 days, after this man was on the live, murdered, I'm on YouTube, she got 200 calls, is what she is saying now. Now, I'm going to tell y'all that does make sense to me. It makes sense to me. But what doesn't make sense to me is that this woman received 200 calls within that time frame. In 3 days, she got 200 calls. That doesn't make sense to me. Yes, that's what doesn't make sense to me. I understand what she's trying to say. And we all have iPhones, so we all know that, right? I didn't know it held 200 calls, but we eventually know if you go try to look up a call, it might be gone depending on when you go look at the call. But what I can say is that I don't get 200 calls in 3 days. I don't get, but she wouldn't have known the 200 calls though. Oh, I get what you're saying, Ash. Ash saying if you plotting and scheming, you're gonna have 200 calls in 3 days. Shit, you probably could check my phone and let's check right now, because I told you I don't talk on my phone a lot. Let's check right now. Let's check to see. This crazy, y'all. I'm not on my, oh, this real. It's got to be more than 200. My phone goes back to Christmas. My phone goes all the way back to Christmas, and I would, the OCD in me would like to check these and verify that it's actually 200. But yeah, my phone goes all the way back to December 25th, 2024. So you're telling me that in 3 days, she had so many calls, it deleted. 3 days prior, my phone go all the way back to December. She said my phone has 3 calls and 2 of them are scam calls. Y'all, come on now. Come on. Mine May 2024.
All right, Ms. Hyde, I'm going to let the jurors have lunch. You can walk out after.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
45 minutes.
Thank you, Your
Jurors
Honor.
will recess for 45 minutes for lunch.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
Summer said my phone goes back to October, to her birthday. Her settings might be off, Missy. I like what you did there. She said my FaceTime. Oh, I didn't even check my FaceTime log. That's probably going to go even further back. I do delete FaceTimes though. I do delete certain FaceTimes because I don't want to accidentally FaceTime certain people. I do delete my FaceTimes. I will do that. Oh shit. Y'all, FaceTime got even a link that says previous years. Child, they got me sending LJ a FaceTime link in 2023. I got one from 2022. My FaceTime goes back to March of 2024. And again, that's also with me deleting some too. That's also with that too. My FaceTime goes back to 7, 2022. Let's do it. Y'all, how long is lunch? Did you guys hear? Oh, they'll be back at 1:40. Okay, let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Now, when I had put it in Google, it says 1,000 calls. It says the iPhone call log can hold up to 1,000 calls, but it typically displays only 100 calls at a time. The limit is set to optimize performance and storage efficiency. You can access older calls by deleting some recent ones and restarting your phone, which allows you to view more calls in the log. So it sounds like a settings thing, but I would love to. But y'all remember it said, but displays 1,000. I just would love to sit here and count these calls, but I'm going to say it's about 200. I don't know, y'all. This over 200. I'm still scrolling. This got to be over 200 calls. I think it's over 200. I think it's over 200 calls. I could be wrong, but I feel like that's over 200 calls. But they are talking about it on Law and Crime. I was going to put that on. Hey, BG. Y'all think it's more than 200? Let me see what Law and Crime talking about.
Their minds. So I think she's doing well in direct here.
Yeah, the food analogies, the food descriptions went over really, really well with me. She was making me hungry. Of course, it is lunchtime after all. We are running a poll as well. So everybody remember, along with your questions, submitting those questions into the chat, vote in our poll. Our first poll is up right now. Do you think Jessica Hyde came across as more credible in this trial compared to the last one? Your options are yes and no. We'll update you on those results here in just a little bit. But first, let's get to your questions. Our first one is from T. Does anyone know if the O'Keefe family has a lawsuit against the police department? William, I've not heard about the O'Keefe family suing the Canton Police Department at all. I know they are suing Karen Reed in a wrongful death action.
That's correct. They filed a lawsuit against Karen Reed, and they also filed a lawsuit against the establishments where the folks were drinking prior to the incident in question. As far as I know, there is no lawsuit against the police department. I think it would be difficult for them to file a lawsuit against the police department. I think that they are fully supportive of everything the police did in this investigation. So I think a lawsuit along those lines would be quite surprising.
Yeah, I think that would be surprising as well. Our next question is from Positive for Force. How come there are no taillight pieces when the cop used the leaf blower, Austin, and there was only blood, no taillight pieces, and no sneaker? So Positive for Force is wondering, Austin, when Lieutenant Gallagher, sent the other officer to get the leaf blower and they're blowing around and there are those blood spots, how come they didn't see the taillight pieces and the sneaker?
Yeah, when you look at the pictures here and you listen to the testimony, it appears that the taillight is further down beneath the snow cover. So that leaf blower would get that top layer off, and that's where the blood was found. But there had to be some digging before they found the sneaker and those pieces of the taillight. Those were buried deeper beneath the snow. So that's why I think it took longer for them to find those.
Our next question is from Paula Street. Paula asks, why didn't they bring an Apple expert in instead of Jessica? That's kind of an interesting question, William, because Cellbrite, Ian Whiffen works for Cellbrite. That's one of the softwares they use to download the phone, and then they look at all of that information that they get off of there. But why not call somebody in from Apple instead of Jessica Hyde?
Because they don't want Apple.
Well, I actually think that Jessica's doing a very good job testifying. As a professor, I think she does have the ability to explain things in a certain way. I don't know what somebody from Apple would testify to. Obviously, they didn't conduct any investigations. They would just be a collateral witness. And if I were representing Ms. Reed, I would seek to have them excluded. But I do want to just get back to one thing you mentioned before where Ms. Hyde was talking about sort of these food analogies. And this is where I think the cross-examination is going to come in. If you look at the investigation that took place and the investigation that she took place, she's almost describing as if you're making a souffle, let's say. And
why wouldn't they want Apple up there? If it seems like they really believe the search happened, right? Do you guys feel like the defense, it seems to me that the defense is firm that this search happened, and that's from the documentary and based on their questioning. They believe that this search happened, okay? They firmly believe it. And if Apple could come in, who made the phone, if Apple will come in and say it didn't happen, then okay. But if Apple came in and agreed with them, why wouldn't they want them on there? Taylor said she got more than 200 calls. I don't believe the explanation of how the phones were. I mean, how everything was deleted. I just don't believe it. If they really believe it, why wouldn't they want Apple up there? It seems to me that they really do believe that search happened. I believe it too. It seems like they really believe it happened.
A souffle, if you follow a recipe, that's fantastic. You put it in the oven, you do all those things, you come out with a fantastic piece of food. But all those steps along the way, if you screw those up, then the souffle is going to be ruined. And I think that's what the cross-examination is going to look like.
You may be right about that. Maybe Bob Alessi right now is at lunch coming up with some food analogies of his own, or maybe he's watching you and he'll come up with some food analogies of his own. Let's get to our next question. It's from Nina Webster. How is she an important witness? Both the Commonwealth witness for Sell have not disproven the search at 2:27 a.m. They are saying both possibilities are possible. So what do you think of that question, Austin?
So I guess the question maybe is why is she important? Why is she here? What's she adding to the Commonwealth's case here? And I think that can be a valid question, especially with the previous testimony that we've already heard from the Cellbrite representative. How much of this is duplicative of what he said? I think her testimony is more going to be focused in on, and has been focused in on, not only what time the search was made, but whether or not there were deleted searches or deleted phone calls on Jen McCabe's phone. So I think in that aspect, she adds more than Ian Whiffen did, and is going to go in depth on the deletion of this search and whether or not a user actually could have deleted it or did delete it.
Yeah, I will be interested to see how the cross-examination goes, definitely. Let's get now to our poll results. Let's see what they say. Our viewers are voting in our first poll. Do you think that Jessica Hyde came across as more credible in this trial compared to the last? So far, 2.1 thousand people have voted, and 65% of the people say no, they don't think she's more credible in this trial. So we want to keep those questions coming in along with our poll questions. Keep voting in our polls. We'll have more polls we're putting up throughout the hour. We expect court to resume around 1:35. Judge Cannoni said this would be a 45-minute lunch. So they're not really getting a lunch hour. They're getting a lunch, kind of a 3/4 hour. So keep those questions coming in to us. You know, she is a highly respected expert, William, and Jessica Hyde is. But you said there's been some controversy as well. But Robert Alessi, he didn't win that fight. Were you surprised by that, about him wanting to discuss some other cases she had been involved in?
Yeah, with all due respect to Judge Cannoni, I actually think that was an incorrect ruling. I think that when an expert witness has been discredited, whether it's in the same jurisdiction or another jurisdiction, or whether or not their testimony has been called into question, and then a reviewing court has said, yeah, there was a problem with how an expert conducted an investigation, I think that that's valid. I'm a little surprised that the judge didn't allow it to come in. Now, to be fair, I haven't dug very deeply in this Maryland decision. It's a case out of Maryland. That's the issue here. And so I'm not exactly sure how direct or on point it is. But if it's close, I actually think that was an incorrect decision. I think that an expert's credentials, and anytime an expert has been called out and has been told that, your methodology was incorrect or your ultimate result was incorrect or something between those two, I think that's fair game on cross-examination.
Our next question now is from Luke Almond. This one comes from Luke. He says, even if she did accidentally kill him, this is about Karen Reed, Austin, if she accidentally killed him, why is it filed as murder one when it clearly is more fits manslaughter? Well, it's not murder one, first of all, Austin. It's murder two. She's charged with second-degree murder. And I think that that's been a huge misconception in this case, that the prosecution is looking at this as an intentional homicide case, and they're not. Second-degree murder in Massachusetts has, I think, three possibilities. It's kind of a, people have described it to me as kind of a squishy charge.
Right. So this isn't a murder one charge. There's no allegation that it was a premeditated act, that she premeditated it, thought about it, planned it out, and intentionally killed John O'Keefe. However, murder two doesn't need premeditation. It can be in the blink of an eye. She decides she's going to back her car up towards him in such a way that she puts him in risk of being killed. And that's what the charge is. It's not premeditation, but it is an intentional act that led to his death. So that's the first part of it.
Yeah, and that intentional act, and I kind of had explained this to people during the first trial, and people took issue with me on Twitter and stuff like that, X now. But that is kind of spelled out in the documents. You have to kind of really read the fine print there. But William, they're saying her intentional act of kind of putting her foot on that accelerator and pushing down and backing up at 24 miles per hour, that's the intentional act. They're not saying she intended to kill him.
Correct. And she doesn't need to intend to kill him. It really just needs to be she's setting in motion a series of events that inevitably led to his death.
Yeah, I just think we need to be really clear about that, because I think there is a lot of misunderstanding about that and a lot of misconceptions about that out in the public. Let's go now to some other questions. This one comes from Norton Cancellation. Why not bring in Google as a witness?
Anyway, I'm gonna pause them. Catherine, here's my issue here. I remember I was in a training class and I was with one of my friends, and he's gay, he's married. And he was talking about wanting a surrogate so that he and his husband could have a child. Okay. We were just talking about that, literally hopped on Facebook. And what's the first ad I see? An ad for surrogacy. If your phones can do all of that, Pretty sent me a video that I saw on X2. If your phones can literally, your Apple Watch, right? Same system. They're all made by Apple. If your Apple Watch can detect that you're having a life emergency, a life-threatening emergency, you want me to believe that it will just have a tab open from hours prior and won't clock the right time? I don't understand that. I like that, Catherine. Yes, the data is somewhere. And for them to like play in our face and say, I just don't believe Apple's products are not. Does anybody in here have a Ouija board? Maybe we can conjure up Steve Jobs. I do not believe Steve Jobs invented a product that is not capable of clocking the time something is searched. I just can't believe that. You want me? It's almost like right now, let me see how many tabs I have open on my phone. Right now I got 2 tabs because I'm a delete the tabs type of girl. Like I close my tabs. It really messes with my mind. Hey, K-Tally, for my tabs to be open. So I have 2 tabs. I got 1 tab that says, and you guys can verify this for me. Do y'all remember we watched The Man in the Snow? Y'all remember that? I searched a man in the snow. I don't know if y'all can see that. A man in the snow days ago. So essentially what she's saying is that if I open this tab and search something right now, let's search, when did Steve Jobs die? Okay. October 5th, 2011. By her explanation, if you were to go and do an extraction on my phone, you would see me make that search days ago. I have 60 tabs. Close y'all damn tab. Don't tell me. I don't even want to think about that many tabs open on the phone. Why don't y'all close the tabs? I got 50 tabs. Y'all got to close them tabs. Close the tabs. I don't know if I have a friend who does IT. Gary, let me pull it up. I did see. I don't know if I have it saved, Gary. I have 266. Thank you, Georgette. You are me. I can't stand that many. 200 is insane. Are you okay? How do y'all know how many tabs you guys have? Oh, I think y'all are trying to upset my OCD because you guys are literally giving me anxiety. Who just typed they have 200 and something thousand? I would never go on your email. I am scared to go in my real estate email because y'all know I haven't practiced real estate since my mom passed. I'm scared to go in that email because I'm forced to sit there and clear it. It tells you. You mean to tell me that you guys are looking? Y'all really making my anxiety bad. I'm not exaggerating. Y'all keep putting numbers in this chat and I feel my chest drop every time I see a number. 513 unopened texts. How are you going through life like that? I have 0 unopened. I don't play that. Let's stop the numbers game. If I went to therapy, my therapist would be proud of me because instead of avoiding the text, I'm feeling the anxiety. I am feeling the anxiety. I can deal with 10 tabs, but close them. I don't even get to 20 tabs open. The numbers are really bothering me. But I think I'm doing well because I'm still looking at the chat. I'm just letting the anxiety hit me. I'm letting the anxiety, I'm feeling it. I probably would like to cry right now. Super weird, but these numbers are really bothering me. I'd like to come to I would go through your email. I told Mariah, just make another email. I don't like opening your email and seeing 9,000 emails. My boyfriend, he has 495 open tabs. I think y'all think I'm joking about the numbers, and I think that's why y'all still putting them in the chat. But I think I'm doing well. Spend about $10,000 on therapy. It's probably a little more than 10,000. And look at it working. Look at it working because this is insane. This is insane. I am the person, I don't like stuff scattered on my laptop. So I do have to stop myself from putting everything in a folder because I could get lost into organizing like stuff on my computer, laptop. I could really get lost. I am the person, if you were to open my Gmail, I probably have 10 emails open in my primary email because I can't do it. I just really want to know, why the hell do y'all have 500 tabs open? Y'all don't even remember what you searched. Thank you, Millsy. Just start deleting. Kids, just close the email and open a new one. I don't get people like you guys. I don't understand why you would have this many emails. Y'all know what I do if I feel like my email is getting too bad? I go and unsubscribe to things. Bed Bath & Beyond, you don't have to email me every day because I don't frequent your establishment. Everything is in a folder. Everything is in a folder. I've got to check every email and it has to go. I have to check every email. I like my real estate email. I really need to. I'm just too scared. It's really overwhelming to see 1,300 emails in there. It's very overwhelming. For you people that have more than 200 emails in your email, you need to start over. Just start over. You're never going to go through your email. Start over. Just unsubscribe to some stuff. I can't stand notifications on my phone either. I check everything. Hey, India. Just check out damn email. This is sick. The numbers I have seen in here is sick. It sounds like y'all just go give your emails to anyone. Hey, Gariel. Yes, Thea, I have. Thelonious, I have. My email tab is showing 646. You know an easy way to clear your email? When you find one email that you know you don't need, just go search that name and then delete all the emails attached to that name. I use it. That's what I'm going to do when I finally start back doing real estate. Maybe you're the weird one to us. I know I am. I am the same person who will write a note different times if my handwriting looks crazy. I have cried looking at graphing paper before. I am weird. I do get it. And I don't know where it started from because I didn't even know it was a thing. I didn't notice how on my desk I want things to look a certain way. I didn't associate that with OCD. But yeah. I did not. She said I delete all emails, not just my inbox. I empty the trash. I frequently empty my trash on my laptop and my computer. And you confirm it's trash. We are one and the same. I won't say I have 20 saved emails, but at least it's organized at some point. And I do go through at some point and I do delete stuff. Cass, go fix it. Tanisha, how does whoever you have your email account through, how do you still have an account? Because they do tell you like you know you have storage. And for you people that are over, I've seen some wild numbers in this chat, 20,000, 90,000, 200, 300,000. How do you guys still have email accounts? How have you guys, goes back to 2002, get a new email. This is what I want. The storage has to be full, Didi, or somebody's lying. Somebody's lying. Your storage has to be full. I checked some emails, just not all. It sounds like you need to unsubscribe from some things. Some of y'all are subscribed to Kmart. Go clear Kmart out your emails. Kmart has been gone for years. Go clear it out. Go to your emails right now. You're going to search Kmart. They're gone. Some of y'all probably some of y'all got emails that say 50% off for family dinners from Ron's Steakhouse. Ron's has been closed since I was a kid. Go search Ron's, clear it out. The storage is full. Why would you pay for extra storage when you could delete it? I'm gonna just find something else because I'm gonna find something else. Ask me a question about the case. I'm done. I don't want to talk about the numbers no more because I don't understand. I don't understand that. And for the sake of my mental health, I don't want to even talk about it anymore. I'm gonna mind my business and let's never bring this up again. I pay for storage every month too. I mean, just ask a question about the trial. Let's get back on. Where was Chloe? Thank you, Amanda. I appreciate you so much. I don't know where Chloe was. Oh, I don't know if I could play it on here, but someone sent me a really great illustration of the inside of 34 Fairview. Hold on, y'all. I just checked my phone. I was literally joking when I said something about Kmart. Who just sent me an email from Kmart? Why is it in your email? I was joking. I didn't even know you could still order from them online. I fear I might have to go over here and take a shot. I fear all that money I spent on therapy, it's time for me to go back. Really great place. It's called No OCD. I think it's called No OCD. Really great company. I appreciate it. We've made some breakthroughs, but looks like I've relapsed and I need to go back. I got to go back. Okay. There was a really great illustration that I saw yesterday. It's about a minute long. I'm going to see if I can find it because I've got to get my mind off all of those numbers. It's like I can just see that number in an email account with so many unopened messages, and it is just okay. Let me see if it's in my history because I would love to show you. I posted on my story yesterday so that you guys could watch it. It was only a minute long. I might have to go send it to myself. I need to send it to myself. I think I'm getting a headache. Lord Jesus, I think I'm getting a headache. Y'all, and the people who kept putting the numbers in the chat, so Mariah knows that I forget what it's called. I don't like seeing like beehives and things that look like beehive. Ugh, I can't don't like it. She purposely does things that she knows will trigger me, and I feel like those numbers triggered me. She will do stuff like, we went to the beach and she built a sand castle that just was the most uneven sun. It was terrible, and she did it on purpose. But my therapist was proud because I forced myself to look at it. But she does stuff like this all the time, and I feel like that's where you guys were going. That's where you guys were going. Let me send this to myself, guys, so that I can show you.
This is a 3D illustration of the Karen Reed.
She did an illustration of the house. Yes, Jasmine, I just can't do it, girl. And she will send me, oh, Mariah will. I don't even know where she finds some of this stuff she sends to my phone. And baby, I have to force her to delete it because, you know, it'll stay in our conversation, especially on Instagram. I will have to force her. I said, okay, Mariah, remember who has the money. If you want to play this game, we can play it, but I'm going to win. I'm going to win in the end. I'm just going to breathe through it. No, it wasn't microdots. This is, I don't even know how to pronounce this name, but let me. But it did help me, guys.
Home where the Karen Reed incident took place.
Quick, it's a minute.
Karen stated in her interviews that after arriving at 12:24 a.m., John got out of her vehicle and was going into the home to check things out.
This was good.
Walking up the driveway, he approached the door nearest to the garage. After entering the home, you realize it would be impossible to walk through to the basement and not be seen.
Okay, y'all, new perspective for me. I want to stop. This is just a minute long, but think about the fact that if they walked into the home, they would have seen him. Remember, everyone was in this area. I thought this was good too, Megan, and I thought it helped. Someone sent it to me. Sheila sent it to me. Her name is Sheila Eddy on IG. She sent it to me. But I said, wait a minute. New perspective, because were they too drunk to see him, or did they really not see him?
Jennifer McCabe testified that she and others were sitting at the kitchen table, and that periodically was getting up and going to the front door. Here's an illustration of what you might see from the front door if John's body was there at this time. Continuing, we approach the stairs leading to the basement. This leads to the weight room where the defense believes John O'Keefe was attacked. It's assumed that they used this door, which leads to the backyard, to remove John's body from the basement to outside, where no one upstairs would be able to see.
That was good.
They then would continue to the side of the house, through the gate, which leads to the side of the house with the flagpole.
My mom had OCD, and when I was in labor, my sister and I kept throwing straw paper on the floor for her to freak out. It's because I don't think people understand what it, I don't think people understand how you feel. Like, I have a thing where all of my clothes have to be the same way in the closet, but say I go in my closet and I'm rushing, and then I try to be like, I'm just gonna put it in there. Child, I'll leave and come back and put it the right way. I didn't know that was OCD. You learn that, like, stuff I don't like. It little things can bother you, but I'm not like Sheldon Cooper. Like, I'm not like that, but I have little traits of it. That's mean as hell. But yes, okay, I wanted you guys to see that because I felt like it put perspective on it put perspective on the home. Like, I didn't really know what the inside of the home looked like. And I kept hearing people saying they brought him up from the basement and all of these. I didn't know what that looked like. So I thought that was a really great video to show us what the inside of the home looks like. Have you watched Higgins coming to the JFK show? No, what is that? I do too, Victoria. As much as I can, I do too. Lizard, what is the JFK show? She said, I just follow because I don't want to hear it. I'm not like, it's not like there's just certain things with OCD. Like sometimes I have a hard time not blurting stuff out. Or I'm fairly honest because I just have a hard time with certain things. So I didn't know all of that was OCD. Jasmine, I know, right? I wish we could, but I wish they could have gone inside 34 Fairview too, right? To kind of see how this could have happened. But the prosecution's whole theory is that it didn't happen inside of the home. So there's that. Oh, Amanda said the basement has a room and a bathroom attached. And I think this is why they kept stressing that Coco was cleaning. I think they kept stressing that. Well, let me see, Erica, did you just send it? Because, okay, she just sent it to me. Well, Erica, when I saw this, I've seen the Zillow. I've seen the Zillow before of it. I liked like walking through it, right? Who posted this? Somebody posted this on X, but it wasn't this. They just had pictures of the house. It's a nice size house too. Now, let me tell y'all how people on X do stuff. People on X this was Fairview. People on X were using this picture, right? This is 34 Fairview, using that picture and saying, oh, Peggy O'Keefe lied. This is why you got to look up stuff yourself. Peggy O'Keefe lied. There is an island in the kitchen. That's not Meadows. That's 34 Fairview. Thank you, Lizard. Okay, y'all. So Lizard said that Higgins called into 34 Fairview. I'm sorry, not in 34 Fairview. Higgins called into someone's show. And let's see what he said. Hold up. Okay, hold on. She said in my last post, Lizard, I'm about to find it. I'd love to hear what he said. And why would he call in? Ash, it was a 24-minute video. I do have it. I think I have it saved. At least it said Jim McCabe's calls in it too. Okay, Amanda, it is one. That's the picture they used, the one that we just saw. Hold up, let me see. Oh, okay, here it is. Let me make sure. Follow back. Oh, it's real quick too, y'all. Hold up. I have to turn my volume up.
What's up, Kevin from South Beach? What's happening?
Listen, I appreciate the things that you two do, you and James, right? But let me ask you something. Those two dudes that you're accusing, right? They're decorated dudes. What happens? Like, can you look at this from both sides? And this comes out that she actually did it? Are you ready to, like, put it out there that you wrong?
You sound like Higgins, bro.
You wrong.
Is this Higgins? Is this Higgins?
You're wrong.
You're Higgins.
Kevin Elbit. Kevin from South Boston. Kevin Elbit. Kevin from South Boston. Kevin.
Oh, so we're thinking this is Higgins because y'all know.
Police, South Boston. Boston Police, South Boston. Boston. Put it out there.
I have a house there.
Baby, they done clock T.
There.
In Kevin's defense, in Higgins' defense, y'all, all of their ass damn near sound alike. I don't think that was him. I don't think that's him. Could it be? Probably, but they all sound alike. Going back, they all sound alike. That is kind of crazy though. If that was him, that was a call, guys. There's a show, and they're saying it was Higgins calling in. I just don't think he'd be that crazy to call in. They all sound alike. department. Car. They all sounded like to me. Now, Lizard. Karen is by no means in a position to be verifying whose voice is whose. She can't tell me exactly what she said the night of the murder. I just can't. We can't use Karen. You have to give me somebody else. Hell, I don't even know who at this point. Hell, I don't even know who I trust to even verify that is him. But I just can't. I won't take it from. I can't take it from Karen. Karen probably can't even tell me what shoes she had on that night. I can't take it from Karen, y'all. I can't. So what do you mean by the accent? They all sound alike to me. Or are you saying that you can, because I know he's not from the area, are you saying that you can tell that this accent is different than what we would expect from people from the area? Is that what you're saying? It sounds like South Boston. Y'all know what's crazy? As someone who is from Memphis, I cannot distinguish a person from South Memphis versus North Memphis. I could not be a person to tell you that. I can listen to someone that's not from Memphis and tell you, oh, they may be from here. Like, I love the way people from Cali speak. I can listen to them and be like, oh, they're from some part of California. But I couldn't narrow it down to say they from LA versus Oakland or something like that. Oh, let's talk about this. They said Higgins has been very quiet. Well, apparently when Colin got the subpoena, Jen, everybody, I saw this on X now. This is not from my person. This is from X. And I was like, And I saw this on, I think, TikTok. Kevin did text Brian and say, everybody got a subpoena but you. And I said, what does that mean? What does that mean? Pulling it back up now. I said, what does that mean that everybody got? That man's still up there talking, but I'm going to put it up so you guys can see it. Everyone got a subpoena, but Brian Higgins. And Kevin was like, and it seems like you've been distant from Brian. He said he hasn't heard from you. And I wondered to myself, is Brian trying to save himself? He clearly hasn't snitched because we're still here. Y'all, I can't talk with them talking in the background. It's distracting me. So I don't know. She said, Shelly, I love to believe he's cooperating, but we're still here. We're still here. Clearly, think back. There was someone with, what did he say? A man with dark hair that came in. He would elaborate by now. Who is the man with dark hair? If he would only put that man in the house, what happens if he puts John in the house? He hasn't done that yet. I don't know if he's going to testify. Gwen said, Turtle Boy has won his motion to get all communications between Kate Peter, a.k.a. Crusty Panties, a.k.a. child abuser, a.k.a. child neglector. I'm reading this. Y'all don't know this to be true. I'm reading the comment. Who the hell is Crusty Panties? And NCDA Michael Morassi. What the hell y'all think gonna be in those tags? It's too much going on in this damn trial. Who is Crusty Panties, y'all? Is she the one who got the couch? Is she the one who got the couch, y'all? They still talking. They said 140, so maybe they're gonna talk to 140. She got the couch. Oh hell. Oh, listen. I know Turtle Boy gonna probably do a fundraiser, and I'm willing to donate for us to have someone to do some forensic analysis on that phone because she deleted something. I need some forensic analysis done. She's the one who got the couch. Babe, y'all this trail has too much shit going on. How are you keeping track of 2 trials at once? Actually 3, because you're still trying to figure out what's going on with the FBI investigation. They said, yes, can somebody, who is Crusty Panties and why do y'all call her that? I feel like I've heard y'all say the word crusty before, but I don't know about Crusty Panties. That is crazy. Why would y'all call that lady Crusty Panties? Wait, what? Kaylane, the person who they call Crusty Panties used to work for Turtle Boy? She has been paid by the Commonwealth. Jen McCabe is the one who told Maresi she isn't testifying truthfully unless Turtle Boy and Karen are in jail. What? I remember this, Kay, but I just didn't know that was Crusty Panties. She used to be freaky. Is she someone that you guys say, I'm surprised she's not in your comments now? What's her name? Do y'all know her name on X? Y'all, this is insane. Child, this is too much. Hold on, I think they bad. No, they're not. They still talking. Turtle Boy is like the Thugger Daily of this case. Actually, a lot of people attribute the national coverage to his coverage of the case. But in covering the case, which I do think there are some unhinged tactics, in covering the case, he has been charged with witness tampering by some of the witnesses. It's primarily the McCabe and Alberts, right? Yes, Thugger Daily times 1,000 because we still don't know what Thugger Daily looks like. Okay, we still don't know what what Thugger Daily looks like. We still don't know what he looks like. He definitely not outside the court with a bullhorn. Baby, he's not doing that, but Thugger Daily times 1,000. She said, I just tried to watch the ops to see what was going on over there. I'm confused. Who are the ops? Cat? And you don't mean overly positive pals, do you? Because now when I hear ops, I think of overly positive pal. That is what thugs says it means, and that's what I think now, an overly positive pal. Oh, I don't know who the hell that is, Cat. I write the name down and I figure out what's going on. I figure out who that is. But did you mean overly positive pal? I need to know that too. Overly positive pal. Gary. What a thug said ops means an overly positive pal. Oh, Debbie, I have seen that. I have seen that page before. Alessi's about to eat it up. And she makes me feel like she's going to turn red. She's going to stutter, might cry. So Ashley, Miss J is supposed to, she's thinking about coming for Jeezy. If she comes for Jeezy, I told her we'd go to the show that Saturday and do a meet and greet on that Sunday, but we need to confirm it. And we'll make sure we have like a DJ and food, real cute, do some things like that. So I'm waiting on her to confirm if she's going to come for Jeezy or not. I'm waiting. Somebody said was pissed before lunch break. I'm sure he is because Bev keeps he keeps objecting for a reason. So there it is. Man, whenever you try to figure someone out, I think of Keke Palmer saying, I hate to sound ridiculous, but I don't know who that man is. Yes, ma'am. It's a brace for love. You know, I was worried about Miss Love, though. It wasn't even funny. I said, Miss Love looked like she had a little fluid on her ankles. I want her to wear a nice flat one day. I would not have judged Miss Love. I would have never judged her.
You are unmuted.
All right, jurors, as you know, I think I told you in the beginning, one of my functions is to make sure that a case is tried fairly and efficiently and not to waste anybody's time. So if I get frustrated at lawyers about something, I try not to, and I don't. If I seem to cut somebody short, the lawyers are just doing their job. When they request sidebar conferences, I am going to try and keep all sidebar conferences to a minimum, but the lawyers are just doing their job.
Baby, they read her rights
about that.
I just need a witness.
Baby, they read her rights about what she did. It serves her right. Damn it. What happened was Bev told him, this is going to be the last one on this issue. You don't get to do that shit. Get to the sidebar, you tell him they're dead. You don't say that in front of the jury like that. Baby, I know that's right, baby. They told Bev to get her shit together. Sorry, y'all.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hyde.
Good afternoon.
I notice you have some documents with you. Could you just state what is in front of you so I know that I might be able to help expedite this if I know what you have in front of you?
Absolutely. I have the first digital forensic analysis report I completed for the previous trial.
Do you have a date? You have several of them.
I do. It's the first one. I apologize. This is the one, I believe it's May. I don't remember the
May
date
of
off the top of my head.
2023,
May of
perhaps?
2023, obviously. Then I have the second one. This was the one that was used in the pretrial motion.
December 2024?
December 20, yes, that's correct. Very nice. Then I have the third one. This is the final one regarding the phone that was identified as Miss McCabe's.
Yes.
And then I have the fourth one, which is the phone of Mr. O'Keefe. And then I do have the opinion from State versus Huera, but if we don't need that, that's fine.
Okay, very well. I appreciate you telling me that. In March, and you recall on your direct examination, Attorney Brennan asked you questions going to your experience and qualifications. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
You were involved in a case, is actually a murder trial in the state of Maryland in a case called State v. Herrera as recently as March of 2025, correct?
Correction, it's an attempted murder.
Attempted murder. And in that particular case, you had attempted to offer various opinions to the court, correct?
I object.
You have to move along from this case, from what you're talking about. You have to move along from that Maryland case.
So with regard, do you recall another case from the state of Massachusetts, Arrington case, in which you submitted a pro se amicus? Do you recall that case?
I do.
And is it correct that in that case, you submitted arguments on behalf of the prosecution in that case?
I submitted an amicus brief, which is not on behalf of anybody. It's as a friend of the court.
Right, but the friends of the court, you took a position in that quote, friends of the court brief, correct?
Took a position on the evidence.
Right, and the position you took on the evidence was that the frequent location history data is reliable and should be used. Is that correct?
The statement is that I do not have that amicus in front of me. It has been a year and a half since I've read it. But that amicus does discuss frequent location history records. And I want to be clear, it speaks to both bias on both sides and negative and positive of submitting it. It was an unbiased writing, and it was not specifically in support of the prosecution.
So You are testifying in this case on behalf of the prosecution, correct?
In this case, I was hired by the prosecution. That's correct.
And the prosecution is paying you for your services in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to this case, you have been paid and have been on this case since May of 2023, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to the various reports that you have submitted in this case, you have mentioned one, which is a report with regard to the iPhone of John O'Keefe. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you have, in that report, you have made a statement, have you not, that from 12:20:50 a.m. on January 29th of 2022 and after, there is no indication of interaction with the device. Is that correct?
There is no indication of user interaction with the device. There is all received until about 6:04 a.m. when there is again Apple Health data that picks up.
I'll ask it again. And you can feel free to turn to page 1529 in that report.
Page 15?
Page 15, 1529.
The report is.
Would you like the
50
page of the
pages.
report or the page NDA number at the bottom? I can do either
Oh,
way.
I'm sorry. I thought you were saying page 15 in the report.
No. It's
I
NDA
apologize.
1529 or page 7, whatever way.
Page 7. Okay, Roger.
Okay, so page 7, you see there's a heading interactive phone activity, correct?
Yes.
And at the top it says, using a variety of different artifacts, we can see active interaction with the mobile device up until 12:20.
Yeah, you have to
Slow down. Okay, sorry about that. I'm just trying to move it along, but I will be slower. I'll repeat, using a variety of different artifacts, we can see active interaction with the mobile device up until 12:20:50 a.m. ET. You see that statement?
Yes.
And then if you skip down, I'm going to skip a couple sentences to the paragraph under the chart, and this is the key part.
Okay.
It says, from that point, and I'm understanding that point to be the 12:20:50 a.m., correct? You need to say yes or no, I'm sorry.
Yes.
There is no indication of interaction with the device. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
So I am going to, and you believe that statement is correct?
Until 6 something a.m.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just asking if that statement is correct. Not if you have other information, but is that statement correct? Jack?
Girl, why she looking like that?
Can you answer that? Can you answer that, yes or no?
Did I read that correctly?
You read it correctly,
Thank
yes.
you. If we could, Your Honor, have a document that is put up already in evidence and publish Exhibit 39.
Okay.
And it will be, thank you. And if we could go to slide 82, please.
What'd she say? Girl. Jaleesa.
And Ms. Hyde, if I could draw your attention to the entry that is, it says 3209 under app lock, but we know that the 00 is a 12. So it's 12:32:09 a.m. on January 29, 2022. And I'm going to read what it says in red, and this is a timeline of Mr. Whiffen. You know Mr. Whiffen?
I do know Mr. Whiffen.
And so he put in red, not us, he said device locked with lock button for the last time. Do you see that?
I do.
And you know that to lock a phone, you actually have to hit the side button with regard to an iPhone to make it lock. You know that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is
Yes,
an
sir.
interaction with a phone, is it not?
I concur.
So that means that that interaction with the phone occurred at 12:32:09, correct?
I did not review that specific artifact. I cannot attest to Mr. Whiffen's exam, only to my own.
So do you have any reason to believe that what is in evidence in this case that Mr. Whiffen has produced, and that do you have any basis to contest the fact that the device was locked with a lock button for the last time on the phone of John O'Keefe at 12:32:09 as you sit here?
I cannot contest it because I do not recall looking at that specific artifact.
Don't you think it would have been appropriate to be accurate as a digital forensic analyzer on the topic of the last of an indication of interaction with the device? Don't you think it would have been appropriate to look at that 12:32:09 in any of the tools you said you used on direct?
I did not correlate that artifact in my timeline.
I understand you didn't, and my question is, you make a statement. Well, let me back up. Do you understand that in this case, as in many cases, that matters of seconds in activity can be determinative of a case? Do you understand that from your experience?
Absolutely.
So it's important, therefore, to get activity right for any data forensic examiner when they're issuing reports about activity, particularly of a decedent. Is that important?
Absolutely.
So isn't it correct that the statement that you make on page 7 of your report, that from that point, 12/20/50, there is no indication of interaction with the device, is incorrect?
I cannot make that without going back and reviewing and validating the artifact you just produced from Mr. Whiffen. I would need to validate that in order to respond to that.
But as you sit here, you have no basis to contest what Mr. Whiffen has stated, that there was a lock button on the side of the phone of Mr. O'Keefe a full 12 minutes after you say there was no interaction with the device. Is that correct?
I don't. I would have to review that portion.
Is there anything that had prevented you from reviewing that in that data before you wrote this report?
Not that I can think of. I would have to go and re-review that.
My question is...
I don't know if that artifact, I have not reviewed that artifact, so I cannot speak to an artifact I have not reviewed, and I did not, that is not my report, that's Mr. Whiffen's report, so I cannot speak to that without going back and reviewing that evidence.
Isn't the interaction with the device, a lock button, readily available to you in the data that you have and had in your possession when you wrote this report?
Yes.
Thank you.
Listen, thank you. She pissed, y'all. She is pissed. She is pissed. She probably cussing him out right now. Ooh, look at her. Uncomfortable. Archie, please stop.
If you could please turn to,
Just
in the same report, page 1528, which is your page number 6. And I just want you, please, to go to the, just put a placeholder in that. And if you could now just go to the conclusion, which is your page 50.
She did run it. She put that red lip on.
Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
So in the conclusion, you state that starting at 12:01 a.m. on January 29, 2022, the mobile phone was in use with activity of Waze navigating to 34 Fairview Drive, Canton, MA, active interaction with the screen, steps, audio playing, text messages and calls until 12:31 a.m. EST on January 29, 2002. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
That statement is also incorrect, isn't it?
On what basis?
Do you believe that statement is correct or incorrect?
I believe that the statement is correct regarding those artifacts that are mentioned in that statement, yes.
Okay, if you could please, if you could turn to page 1535 of the same report.
Oh, look how she looking at him. Girl, flip to the
Can you
page.
give me my page number, please?
I will. I'm
Okay,
just,
thank you.
You're welcome. If you could turn to your page 13.
13, Roger.
Roger.
Yes, I'm there.
And do you see an entry that says 12:31:56, which is the same time in the conclusion, but I'm going to develop it.
I believe I know where you're going.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I need to ask the questions. I appreciate you looking to help, but if I could, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So it's got health steps, and it has steps 36, duration 20.9 or 20.398 seconds. Did I read that correctly?
That is absolutely correct.
So if you look at this data point in your report on page 13, the steps began at 12:31:56, but they ended 20.39 seconds later at 12:32:16. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So therefore, your statement in your conclusion, if you could go back to 50, and this is in your conclusion, your statement there is that the steps, the mobile phone is used with activity, including steps, until 12:31 a.m. EST. That should read until 12:32:16, correct?
It depends on your interpretation of interaction. As a user is walking, they're not actively interacting with their device. It's their movement that is. It's not direct interaction with the screen. But I would agree to your view that that could be interpreted as needing an additional 20 seconds.
Isn't the more correct way to state the conclusion that the active interaction when it comes to steps is not calibrating using the screen, but the phone is calculating steps taken? Isn't that correct?
That is correct, but that's not interactivity with the device.
I understand,
Yes.
but the sentence reads includes steps, and the more accurate way to have stated that would have been to put 12:32:16 instead of 12:31 a.m., correct?
I'm sorry, you just said 12:30. I did this to the minute, not to the second. Could you rephrase what you were stating?
Well, I'll state it again.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome. So isn't the more correct way to state this important data point in your conclusion, instead of saying active interaction with the screen and steps, etc., until 12:31 a.m. EST, the 12:31 should be 12:32, because the steps that you have on your page 13, by what you concede, is the duration of 20 would have brought it to 12:32:16, correct?
I would state that depends. I believe either is a correct way to state that.
Oh,
Based on interactivity, based on your interpretation, your definition is more correct.
Okay, thank you. And it's not my interpretation.
Right.
I'm reading from your report, correct?
Your interpretation that 12:32 is a more correct representation of interaction is based on your theory that interaction concludes when the steps end. And I'm saying both would be acceptable.
Okay, so let's follow up on this.
Sure.
Isn't it correct that it isn't my theory when the steps ended?
Oh, it's not,
if I could just finish,
Please,
because
absolutely,
if we
sorry.
talk over each other, the stenographer's not going to get both of us. Thank
Agreed.
you. So it's not my theory. It's just the simple math from an entry you've made on page 13 that the steps began at 12:31:56. They ended 20.398 seconds after that, which, just doing the simple math, is 12:32:16. Did I do the math correctly?
That is correct.
Okay,
I'm not
thank you.
debating that.
Thank you very much. So now what I'd like to do is to go to page 1528 of your report.
Do you have my page number for that? I'm sorry.
Yes, and I appreciate that you go page number, so I center in on the lower one, then I'll go immediately to the one. So it's your page 6, Ms. Hyde.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Just let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
If you could please go to Apple Health Data Steps.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been talking about steps because they're important enough that you put them in a report, correct?
Right.
That is correct.
So let's go to an important data point, therefore, in your report, in the chart, which is the second entry, which is, as you've stated, 12:21:10 a.m. Do you see that?
I do.
And you note under the data that John O'Keefe's phone registered 80 steps at 12:21:10. Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly.
And those 80 steps constituted 191.253 seconds, as you state, correct?
That is what is stored in that database, correct?
And is my math correct, so that the jury understands this perhaps a little better?
Sure.
That 191.253 seconds equals 3.2 minutes?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. Approximately.
I'm doing the math in my head, so that's why I said approximately.
Right. Understood. So am I reading this entry correct, that you're stating what the data shows, that 80 steps were taken by the phone of whomever had the phone of Mr. O'Keefe? There were 80 steps taken at 12:21:10 a.m. on January 29, 2022, for a length of time of 3.2 minutes.
That is what the phone registered.
That's what the phone registered. Very well. Now what I'd like to do is to turn to the phone of Jennifer McCabe.
What the hell was he going for 3 minutes, y'all?
And that is for your reports. You don't date your reports, so I can't give you a date, but it says...
It's report 3, I believe, is what.
Exactly. It's 3. And there is... Bear with me, I'm accommodating your page reference, and I'll have it soon for you. It is your page 7. And let me know when you are there.
I am there.
Are you aware of an issue regarding the time of an interactive phone activity on Jennifer McCabe's phone at 5:07 a.m.? Are you aware of that issue, and particularly a communication to a person named Coco? Are you aware of that?
I would need to check in my report. May I turn to the page for
Absolutely.
that time?
And
I do
if it
see
is-
an outgoing call to someone labeled Coco at 5:07:21 a.m.
And you can tell that because in your report on page 11, you list a 5:07:21 a.m. call to a Coco as outgoing, correct?
Correct.
Have you discussed that call with any member of the Commonwealth?
No.
And again, this call is at 5:07 a.m. on January 29th of 2022, correct?
That is correct.
There is no duration listed for that call. And if you just follow my questions, if you can, yes or no, is that correct? There's no duration yet listed.
Correct.
So what I want to do is to also note that that omission is not the only omission of durations from this report, or I'll state it differently, let me withdraw that. There is no population of the duration column for any call from 12:14:30 a.m. on January 29, 2022, all the way through this 5:07:21 call, and you don't start listing durations until 8:59:34 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, and explainable. The artifact.
I understand
yes.
Mr.
Okay.
Brennan can
Sure.
handle those on his redirect.
Absolutely.
So there's not a population of duration of calls after numerous early calls and phone, as you call it, interactive phone activity, nothing populated in this report until 8:59:34. That's correct?
Yes.
All right. Now what I'd like to do is to turn to the 22740 artifact that was the subject of much discussion on direct. And I am going to refer to that as an artifact. Is that a parlance that is familiar to you?
Yes.
And if I refer to that as a timestamp also, is that a parlance that's familiar to you?
Absolutely.
So I can refer to 22740 as a timestamp and you would find that parlance acceptable?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm going to do that. Just to keep it simple, I'm going to refer to it as a timestamp. Now, you've been on this case working for the Commonwealth
I love that.
since May of 2023, correct?
May 4th, 2023. That is correct.
So you've been on this case for 2 years, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Not actively the entire time.
But you started on this case in May
May 4th?
2023. You issued a report in May of 2023, correct?
Correct.
You issued a report in December of 2024, correct?
Correct, after being rehired in November.
Right. And you issued more reports in 2025, correct?
That is correct.
So all of that activity has been on this case, correct?
All on this case. That
And
is
that's
correct.
been all on behalf of the prosecution, correct?
That is correct.
None of that work has been done on behalf of the defense, correct?
That is correct.
So let us now go to the timestamp of 22740. Your opinions on what is the meaning of that timestamp have varied from May of 2023 until today. Is that correct?
No, that is incorrect.
Let's cover that issue. Let's turn to your May 2023 report.
He said, let's talk about it.
Isn't it correct that the report and your findings were pursuant to a request from Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully?
Correct.
And how many interactions have you had with Lieutenant Detective Brian Tully on this case approximately?
I really don't know. I'd have to go look back at email and call logs.
Is it more than 5?
Yes.
Is it more than 10?
Yes.
Is it more than 20?
I don't know.
So somewhere between 10 and 20, would that be fair?
Again, I'd have to review my call logs. I'm not
But
going
it
to
was
test.
more than 10.
More than 10, I'm sure.
So the issue was your use of various forensic tools that revealed a timestamp, 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp on January 29, 2022. Is that correct? Is that a fair characterization of an issue you looked at?
Correct.
Don't tell me she changed it too.
So if you could go to page 5 of that report. And I would ask that you go to the last paragraph that starts with "in the instance of the Google search," and let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
So it reads, "In the instance of the Google search, house long to die in cold, that was recovered from the write-ahead log associated with the X browser state DB SQLite database with the timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m. was marked by Celebrite as having this timestamp and being deleted." Did I read that correctly?
Fair. Yes.
So you use the words that Google search, "house long to die in cold," was associated with the timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m. Isn't that what your words are in this report?
In that database, they are associated. That is correct.
Right. And In terms of page 3, if you could go back, of your report, under relevant
You can't
findings.
trust her, baby. You can't trust her.
It starts with, there were 2 searches of interest that took place on the iOS device, and we're talking about Jennifer McCabe's device, correct?
The device that was identified to me as Jennifer McCabe's, yes.
That's identified to you as Jennifer McCabe. And it's what you talked about on direct examination as her device,
Absolutely,
right?
yes.
It's not a mystery as to whose it is. It's not like you don't know, right?
In direct, I also use the phrase identified to me as Jennifer McCabe's.
Right, but your conclusion is the device you've been working on and analyzing for 2 years is the device of Jennifer McCabe.
That is how it was identified to me.
Do you have a different conclusion as to whose device it is?
I always am very, very careful that I did not assess the ownership. That was information that was given to me, not information that I personally assessed.
So are you uncertain as to whether the device you've been working on for 2 years is the phone of Jennifer McCabe?
The device that I've been working on for 2 years is the device that was identified to me by the Massachusetts State Police, Detective Tolley, as belonging to Jennifer McCabe when I began working and received that device, as stated in the evidence analyzed section on this same page.
So let's go, and we're talking about, again, to get back to the center of gravity, we're talking about a timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., correct?
That is correct.
And when you issued your first report in May of 2023, the timestamp you were looking at was 2:27:40 a.m., January 29, correct?
I was looking at multiple timestamps associated with the same 2 searches.
Right. So what I'd like to do, you said multiple timestamps. What times are in the multiple category?
What I was tasked to do was to look at the times, the Google search history, I'm sorry, not Google search history, the Safari history, which includes Google searches, associated with those 2 search terms within that 12-hour period. That was the particular task, not the task of looking at the 227, just for clarity.
Right. And I appreciate that, but my question wasn't that. My question was, I thought I heard you on direct examination, which is why I repeated the question, what I thought I heard on direct, but I'll ask you the question.
Sure.
You looked at and talked about on direct 2 potential times for a Safari search, which includes Google, one of which was 2:27:40 and the other one was 6:23 a.m. Is that correct?
I analyzed the meaning of those 2 timestamps.
Right. So we're just talking about 2 times, 2:27:40 and then 6:23. Is that correct?
So you are only talking then about the one that we're also talking about 6:24 a.m.
Okay. So
Eastern time for clarity, because some of these records are in UTC, some are in local.
Fair enough. So you've got 2:27:40, you've got 6:23, and you got 6:24 that you were looking at, correct?
There are other timestamps that exist in the realm of what I was looking at, but those ones, correct, are the ones that are relevant in this report.
Exactly. And that's what we're talking about.
Okay,
we're just talking about this report.
Yes.
And so if you look under relevant findings, at the very bottom paragraph, you say, second sentence, a Google search for how long to die cold at approximately 11:23 a.m. and then how long TIDIE in cold took place at 11:24.
That is in UTC. I apologize for not having the timestamp format there, but that is the UTC time. The UTC time equivalent in Eastern local time would be 6:23 and 6:24.
So to be clear, in your report, you wrote 11:23 a.m. and 11:24, and you didn't put UTC next
Correct.
to it.
They should. You are correct. That should say UTC. That is a typo.
And there's a significant difference between 11:23 and 2:27:40, correct?
11:23 is UTC, so its equivalent in Eastern time would be 6:23. The artifact of 2:27 is already in local time, so that is in Eastern time. So what we would be comparing is 2:27 and 6:23 and 6:24 to be appropriate. They're taking into account the data storage and which ones are in UTC and which ones are in local time.
I understand your explanation now.
Perfect.
But in this report, there is no UTC time down. You have 2 additional times in addition to the 2 times, 2 different numbers added to the 2, correct?
The UTC was a typo. It should say UTC next to those. And the chart shows all of those artifacts in EST and is clearly labeled that they're all in EST.
So you would agree that it's better stated to state it a different way than you have in your report?
I would say that both are equivalent. I should have had UTC there. But yes, it's easier for the audience to speak in EST. I would say forensics examiners typically communicate in UTC, but we translate for our reports. And I should have either communicated that in EST or included UTC. I will definitely contend that.
So in terms of your May 2023 report, your first report in this matter.
Yes.
What's she looking over?
You on page 5, in the sentence underneath the block paragraph state, in the instance of the Google search, house long to die in cold that was recovered from the right-ahead log associated with.
That's correct.
The X browser stage with a timestamp of 2027:40 a.m. was marked by Celebrite as having this timestamp and being deleted. Did I read that correctly?
You read that correctly.
Now let's move ahead to page 7 of your report. Up at the top above conclusion. Importantly, at this time, you state, testing shows great inconsistency with timestamps parsed from this file. It is, however, definitive that the page existed in a tab.
Correct.
While a definitive reason as to why the timestamp is listing the time of 2/27/40 is unknown, the time is inconsistent with the timestamps associated with the same search. Did I read that correctly?
You did read it correctly.
So as of May 2023, you said the definitive reason as to why the timestamp is listed as 2/27/40 is unknown, correct? I'm just asking, is that what you wrote? Unknown.
I believe that the wording here is, sorry.
Unknown.
I know I do use the word unknown. It says, while a definitive reason as to why the timestamp listing is the time of 02/27/40 is unknown.
That's what you just said.
So you use the word unknown, your word in your report?
Yes.
Okay, so now what I'd like to do is to go on to the first proceeding in this matter. Do you remember giving testimony in a proceeding about a year ago under oath?
Yes, I do.
She is pissed up there. She is pissed.
I am now going to go to that testimony, and if at any point you would like to have a copy of that, if your honor would like, I will do it, but I'm going to start and then we'll see how it goes. So, bear with me a moment. Do you recall in that testimony stating that you processed the image in several forensic tools? I used Celebrite Physical Analyzer, and then you list many other tools. Do you remember giving that testimony?
We have a page.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brennan, I thought I'd given it 1-12. My apologies if I didn't. It's June 14, 2024, page 1-12.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, do you recall giving testimony about the various tools you used for this timestamp?
I do.
And do you recall stating that those tools were commonly used digital forensic tools that are very standard. Do you recall that?
I'd have to see the wording that I used at that exact time.
Would it be helpful to refresh your recollection if I showed you that?
It would be great. I would greatly appreciate that because I do not recall the precise wording, but I know that I spoke to the tools I used.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Lessie, you offered a transcript. Do you have the whole
I have
transcript?
the whole transcript if that helps.
It might speed things along.
Agreed.
Okay.
Guys, don't act like you helping him now.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Y'all are not trying to listen to court, listen to testimony, take notes, and talk to the chat.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. I love the chat slower. Listen, I can't, talking to the chat is my favorite part. I'm in the chat too.
Thank you so much. And you said we're on 112?
Yes, please.
113, I see it. I see it's highlighted on the copy, so I
Right,
figured
so
that's
what I wanted to do, the reason I said 112 is that's where I started with my
sorry.
previous question. So I'm not going to repeat the question, but just to orient you, so you have a fair context for the questioning.
Fair.
So I started at the bottom, 112, now I'm moving to 113, and I'm starting with line 7. Do you see that?
I do.
And it says, yes, they are commonly used digital forensic tools that are very standard for other forensic examiners to use on mobile exploitation. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
And then if you go down to line 22, you testified in that proceeding. So it's important to use multiple tools so you can see the results from different data sets, and be able to compare those results and enhance those with manual analysis. Did I read that correctly?
You did, that's correct.
And then going up to page 114, line 5.
Slow down a little bit, Mr. Leslie.
I will, Your Honor, thank you. Yeah, that's very, very typical for me to process with multiple tools
Not that slow.
ensure that I'm getting the most complete interpretation from forensic tools. Of course, you go beyond that with your analysis, but it's absolutely pertinent to that. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
And then lastly, for this section at page 114, 17, the Sanderson tool is meant to look at specific type of data structures called the SQLite database. XQLite databases are very nuanced, and this particular tool allows you to take that database and explore it at a deeper level than the other forensic tools allow. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Thank you. Now we can go to page 124 of the very same testimony.
Yes, Lizzie, we need it. We need it nice.
And feel free to go back a page just so you can see to page 123 that the topic is the 2/27/40 timestamp associated with house long to die in cold.
Can I have a moment just to review and get context?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Page 123:13, but if you need to go back further, feel free.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
You're welcome. So what I want to do is start with page 1-23, and this is your testimony. On line 16, I have them in the timestamp order that is associated with the artifact. You use that word associated again, correct? Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And that's associated with the Google search, house long to die in cold, in a 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct?
That is correct.
Now, if you turn the page of the testimony, you state back then that on page 124, line 1, the browser state DB is an artifact that speaks to when tabs are moved. So when you're using your browser and you open different tabs, you may have a search that this time pertains to the time that the tab moved. It could be lots of things. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
She's trying to keep
Not one thing, you said it could be lots of things, correct?
That is correct.
And then you go on in line 10, and you talk more, and then you go down to the bottom. You go down to line 20, and you testify, we cannot tell by this particular artifact what time that search occurred. Did
Absolutely.
I read that correctly?
It's specifically pertaining to that particular artifact that gives in browser state DB that does not tell us what time a search occurred. That is correct.
Right. So you stated, and it was your statement then, we cannot tell by this particular artifact what time that search occurred, correct?
That particular artifact.
Okay, so now let's keep going.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to page 129 of this transcript.
Why is it only that one?
At the top.
Sure.
Line 1. 227 isn't necessarily one time when the tab was closed. That's in my report. I say it's undetermined. Remember, we were just reading your undetermined in your May 23 report?
Correct.
Because there's a lot of things that can cause that time stamp to be there, including tab being moved, tab being minimized. The next sentence. I don't know exactly what caused the tab to get that particular entry, but it's not, that timestamp is not indicative of the time of the search or any URL that's visited. But the first part of it is, I don't know exactly what caused the tab to get that particular entry. Did I read that correctly?
You read 100% correctly.
Thank you. Now, if we could turn to page 130 of your testimony.
I need to object.
Right, I'll see you both.
How do y'all feel Miss Ma'am is doing right now? How do you guys feel Miss Hyde? One word. What do you think Miss Hyde is doing? How do you think she's doing? It's her looking at the jury like this. Like, what are you looking at them like that for? I don't know. Wait a minute, Forrest. Cooked, sweating terribly. I don't know what he's objecting to. Maybe he knows what they're getting at, or he's anticipating what they're getting at. Y'all think she's crumbling, unreliable. I just think that how do you go from you can't determine it, you can't give us a reason why, to months later I can say with a degree of scientific certainty that this is what happened. How did we get here? What changed? Because the data didn't change. What changed? And then we have to couple that with the fact that Celebrate, the whole company, just said, you know what, we're just going to delete it altogether. How did we get here? Is the jury finding her unreliable? Not being thorough with their work, but is the jury seeing what we're seeing? Is the bigger question. We had Ian Whiffen, who co-signed her. Then she comes back. Baby, which I don't know. I'm not mad at this. She will not state, she won't form any opinions based on Ian Whiffen's work. And I like how Alessi said, well, hell, do you have any reason to not go along with this? Is there any reason you can't say this? She was dodging that question. I don't really disagree with her doing that, because if I didn't look at it, I don't want to testify to someone's work either. But she testified to these PDFs and stuff that she was given that could not, you don't know with 100% certainty that it was correct. But she would not double down on Ian Whiffen stuff. So I don't know, Ash. You heard old girl from Law and Crime. She said she followed the pizza and the waffles. I got lost. I got confused. I stopped listening to the pizza and the forest. I could go back and try to make sense of it, but I got confused. And then she threw burgers in. So I got confused. I wasn't buying it. Oh, damn, Danielle. Erica said I got hungry. I didn't follow it. I was really trying, but I did not follow it. I did not follow it. I thought it was a very poor example. I don't know what she was trying to do, but it didn't work for me. And I do my best to try to listen to what's going on in trial because I try to recap it, right? But I didn't follow it. They said she was hungry. Capture, that's a good question, but I think it was great. He brought out she's been working for them for 2 years. He has an incentive to get up here and say what she's saying. I know that's right, girl.
Thank you for your patience, Ms. Hyde.
Absolutely, sir.
What I'd like to do is to go back to your testimony in the first proceeding, and we can go back to page 1-30.
I am there.
Thank you. So I am going to go back just because there's been some time and give some context. So we're talking about the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct, at this page location?
We've been talking about that for several pages. Yes, that's correct.
You're absolutely correct. We've been talking about it for several pages. And bear with me, I think this may be either the second to last or the last. So there you testified with regard, this was when you're referring to an artifact. You've agreed that timestamp is a fair synonym. You say on line 5, that means it wasn't in the regular database. It was in the write-ahead log. And to Celebrite's credit, that tool actually parsed the write-ahead log and displayed it where the other tools did not. So did I read that correctly, number one?
You read it correctly.
So am I correct that here what you're stating is Celebrite was actually showing the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp at that time during your testimony in the first
on
proceeding?
that date, that is correct.
Okay,
yes.
so I just wanted to establish that, and you were giving Celebrite credit for actually showing that timestamp at that time of 2:27:40 at the time of your testimony back in June of 2024, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so now let's go to page 1-36.
136, you said?
136, yes.
Thank you.
And on line 12, you note that so Celebrite and Magnet Axiom, and then you elaborate, both Celebrite Physical Analyzer, which is a specific tool, right, of Celebrite, and Magnet Axiom, another specific tool, correct?
Correct.
Both have file system viewers that then have SQLite database viewers. And you skipping down to line 17, you talk about they don't allow for deep analysis of the write-ahead logs, which is why in my analysis I used the specialized Sanderson forensic browser for SQLite, correct? I read
that is correct.
So is it fair to say that what you did up to this point in June of 2024, with regard to the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp on January 29, 2022, you applied a variety of tools to analyze the issue of when did the Google search occur, that you use the words associated with a Safari Google search, house long to die in the cold?
There's a little bit of wording I would correct there if that's okay.
Right, but so let me see if I can ask the question
That'd be great.
a different, more simple way.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So you used a variety of tools to analyze that house long to die in the cold search, correct?
Plus manual analysis and testing, yes.
Plus manual analysis and testing. All righty, now let's leave the testimony.
Okay.
And let's go to your next report. And your next report is December 2024. Do I have
have
the
it correct.
chronology correct, Ms.
That
Hyde?
is correct.
So in December of 2024, just approximately 6 months ago, you issued another report, correct?
That is correct.
And you got the request for that report also from the Norfolk District Attorneys, correct?
That is correct.
And you state in regard, well, that report regarded the analysis of the same timestamp, correct?
Correct.
To 22740 timestamp. And in that report, under relevant findings, you state, and this is December of 2024, so it's from your May 2023 report, it's approximately a year and a year and a half. Is that approximately from your May 23rd report? Approximately a year and a half?
Yes.
So a year and a half after what we just reviewed in your May 23rd report, and then just months after the testimony of June, right? So about 6 months after your
6 months later.
June testimony that we just went through, you went and looked at this issue again, correct?
That is correct.
And isn't it correct that when you were asked to look at the same timestamp in December of 2024, that Celebrite removed the timestamp from their tools?
Celebrite did remove that timestamp from the tool. That is correct.
Okay. And that timestamp was the subject of extensive reports and testimony that you participated in the first proceeding, correct?
That is correct.
And even though that timestamp, 22740 AM, that showed up in Celebrite tools, Magnet Forensic Axiom showed up, that was removed by Celebrate, correct?
Celebrite no longer reports it. The evidence is still in the data. I want to be clear, just that it doesn't change the data. They just removed it from their automated parsing and reporting.
Right, so they
Correct.
removed it from their automated parsing and reporting, correct?
Yes, they did. That is correct.
Removed it from their tool. This is crazy.
However,
Why would they do that?
your former company, Magnet Forensic Axiom, still shows it. Yeah.
Magnet Axiom Forensics currently shows it as a carved artifact and still shows that and gives a description in their artifact reference guide as to what they believe causes that artifact.
I'm going to ask the question.
Yes, it does.
Magnet Axiom Forensics, where you used to be the director of forensics,
That is correct.
still shows that timestamp.
Yes, yes,
But Celebrite doesn't in the automated
that is correct.
tools.
That is correct in their automated parsing.
And you would agree that Magnet Forensics is a very reputable company, correct?
Correct.
Let's go back to your December 2024 report. Do you recall just moments ago when we went through your testimony in June of 2024 in the first proceeding where you stated various times how it was, I'll use the term best practices, to use multiple tools to analyze the timestamp?
Correct.
And you used many tools back then to analyze that timestamp. And you testified to those many tools on your direct examination, correct?
Correct, yes.
However, In December of 2024, when you returned to analyze the 22740 timestamp, how many tools did you use to analyze that timestamp? Can you give me just a number? How many tools?
At least 4.
Well, in your report, let's go to your report, what your report says.
Mm-hmm.
So in your report, you state that under relevant findings, do you not, that review of data from Celebrite shows that the artifact of a Google search from a Safari suspended state tab with the search term house long to die in cold, and I'm going to skip over, in addition to my own previous report, no longer shows a last visited timestamp.
I think that is not clear. The skipping there makes it sound like my report no longer shows that, and that's not what's
That's a fair statement. That's a fair statement. Let me rephrase it this way. You're welcome. In this report, you speak about Celebrite release reports, correct?
Are you referring to the Celebrate release notes that come out?
The release notes at the bottom, right? You referred to that?
That's correct.
And that release note states that Celebrite has removed the timestamp value from records, and I'm assuming that's a reference to Celebrite.
Celebrite no longer parses that result. That is the statement in this report. Correct.
Right. And so I'm going to go to page 4 of your report.
For sure. I'm there.
And I'm going to go down all the way down to the conclusion. In that report, is there reference to any company other than Celebrite in this entire report?
In this report, no.
Okay, thank you. Now let's go to your prior testimony in the first proceeding, where you said that it was important to use multiple tools.
Absolutely.
Do you still stand by your position that you've given today and that you gave in June, that it's important to use multiple tools?
Absolutely.
Now let's go back to the issue of the extraction of Jen McCabe's phone. And what I want to do is to cover a concept and see if I've got this correctly. Are you familiar with the phrase Apple source codes?
I'm sorry, can you please repeat?
No worries, sir. Are you familiar with the phrase Apple source codes?
Apple's source code? Absolutely, yes.
And isn't it a fact that Apple keeps its source codes proprietary, meaning very few people have access to it?
That's correct. It is closed source is the term we would use.
Closed source.
That would be the term of art, correct.
And they keep it so close that they call it closed source.
And it's not just Apple. Lots of tools are closed source. That just means that the code isn't available like it would be for the tool I mentioned earlier, iLeap. That's an open source tool. Anyone can look at the code. For Apple, we cannot go look at the code that makes your phone run. That's correct.
And isn't it the case, and I refer to that as the MB postulate, it's a shorthanded, but I don't need to have you refer to it that way.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that phrase? I was unfamiliar with it.
I'm going to skip it.
Okay,
I'll
thank
just
you.
go on. Basically, the concept that Apple has source codes that are closed sources. So I just refer to them as Apple's closed sources. Wouldn't the best information about when a search occurred, what it's associated with, wouldn't the best information be in the Apple source code to answer that question?
It is acceptable in digital forensic science and in accordance with the NIST Science Foundation papers to conduct testing to determine how the functionality of something works. You do not need access to the source code to be able to speak to an artifact.
My question isn't that. My question is, isn't the best place one the best place to go is to the Apple source codes themselves? Or are you saying these physical analyzer tools are just as good, and the information they pull is just as good as an Apple source code?
Those are very, very, those are incongruent statements. Apple source code is not a healthy way to do an examination because it would be so onerous, and we do not know the level of documentation, we don't know the language. That is not necessarily the most effective way to determine what data is. Forensics tools parse results of how data is. They don't interpret them. The examiner interprets them and provides meaning. And I would like to state that those three things should not be conflated. They are very individual concepts.
I think you misunderstood my question.
I probably did it because that's what I was seeing.
My question is this. Isn't the best source for information about data in an iPhone contained within Apple source codes?
Not necessarily. Because that doesn't operational performance is a better source in a practical sense to being able to determine what something is, as opposed to zillions, and no, I don't know the number because it's closed source, lines of code that may or may not have different levels of documentation. Apple themselves wouldn't be able to, any individual there who has access wouldn't know every feature of how every element works. Testing through the methodologies described in NIST is the accepted methodology in our science, not reviewing the source code.
I'm going to try it a different way. I understand what you're saying is, if I got it correct, you correct me. Are you saying that these physical tools make it easier to interpret and view the data?
I did not speak about the tools at all in the statement I just made.
Okay.
I spoke about manual testing and checking the functionality and what results. Parse tools, again, these are three separate concepts. The concept of code and actually reviewing code to make a determination is different from parse tool results, is different from doing testing and validation. Those are separate concepts. They should not be commingled as if they equate to each other.
So have you ever learned of, have you ever spoken with Mr. Whiffen? Ian Whiffen?
I have spoken with Mr. Whiffen historically, but not since the term of this trial.
Okay. Have you ever spoken to Mr. Whiffen about whether the Apple source codes are the best source of information about topics like timestamps? Have you ever spoken? That's just
I have not had that conversation with Mr. Whiffen, no.
Okay, all right. I want to move on to, and do you regard Mr. Whiffen as a reputable?
Mr. Whiffen is a reputable forensics examiner, and I've actually reviewed his work in other instances and peer-reviewed his papers.
So you have regard for his reputation?
I have regard for his reputation.
Sorry, we have to wait for each other.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
It's all right, no worries. So you have regard for the opinions of Mr. Whiffen generally, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
And you believe he has a solid reputation, correct?
Absolutely, that is correct.
Now let's turn to the History DB database. You are familiar with History DB? History DB, are you familiar with that phrase?
I am familiar with that phrase.
Okay. Do any of the house-long searches appear in the History DB?
In this instance, no, we do not have artifacts in the History DB of either of those two searches.
So I want to just repeat that in a different way. So the History DB, is that considered a valid and valuable source of information in an iPhone?
That is a valuable artifact for Safari history. That is correct.
But the house-long searches we've been discussing do not appear in that History DB, do they?
That is correct.
You spoke about PYF, PDF on your direct testimony. Do you recall that?
I do. It's the Python framework for PDF. It is a GitHub tool, one can download from GitHub to utilize to create PDFs using Python code. So a developer and a tool would integrate that to create a PDF.
And the PYF, PDF can have the variables set, correct?
Yes, the Python script allows the developer to set things such as their name that they created the document. Yes.
I want to go to the extraction of Jen McCabe's phone that you talked about on direct examination. Is the hash value signed or unsigned?
A hash value isn't signed. I believe your question you're asking me is if the Adobe document that contained the PDF that contained the hash values, are you asking me if that's signed? Because a hash value is something that matches. A hash value isn't signed.
Let me ask it this way. Is there any hash value associated with Jen McCabe's phone that is unsigned?
That is not a valid question. I apologize. We don't refer to hash values as being signed or unsigned. We would refer to the PDF that contains that value as being signed or unsigned.
Have you ever read a report of Mr. Ian Whiffen in this case?
I have, but I have to be clear, I have not read all of Ian's reports. I've only read some, so I don't know if I read some of his earlier reports.
Do you recall reading a report of Mr. Whiffen where he references a hash value being unsigned associated with the iPhone of Jennifer McCabe?
Can I see said report so I can validate if I did or did not? I'm not sure based on just that, because I wouldn't use the term hash value being signed. I did see a report in which Mr. Whiffen spoke to the PDF not being signed.
I just want to try to shortcut this and work off your last statement. You're now saying you do recall seeing a report of Mr. Whiffen where he said a PDF was unsigned?
I need to see, I do remember him referencing the PDF. I would need to see the report, especially since the characterization of hash value being unsigned is not a term of art that I am familiar with in our field.
Let me ask if you agree or disagree with this statement. This value can be used to compare with the original hash calculated at the time of extraction in order to validate the extraction data. However, this requires authentication of the original hash value, which is not possible with gray key extractions, as the PDF containing the extraction hash value is unsigned. Therefore, this hash value could be used as a suggestion of authentication, but cannot be guaranteed 100%. Do you agree or disagree?
His statement there says the PDF is unsigned, not that the hash value is unsigned.
Right, but it's nonetheless unsigned, correct?
The PDF is not signed. That is a correct statement. Gray key PDFs that purport that value are not an Adobe signed document.
Do you know the history from the extraction of Jen McCabe's phone? It's yes or no.
Can you provide more clarity? What do you mean? Do you mean from the time the image was made? Do you mean from the time the device was received? Because I don't know the information pertaining to the receipt of the device into evidence, and then when I only have the documentation of the image forward. So I want to be clear about what period we're talking about.
It's an excellent point, and I am going to follow up with some questions.
Okay.
In an extraction, doesn't the extraction from a phone start with the raw data, raw image? You tell me, when someone brings a phone in, what's the first step that gets taken in order to do a full file extraction? What's the first step?
It depends. There's got to be steps with regard to network isolation. I need to know if the device is AFU or BFU at that point. So I don't have that information from this case, if that is the question. I get from the image forward.
So what I'd like to do, and this may be my last section of questioning, I'd like you to describe the ideal situation as to getting the most reliable data from an iPhone from the start. What's the most reliable way to do it?
I would say the most reliable way is following the recently released SWIG-DE Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence document on best practices of evidence handling, preservation, and imaging. I may have that title slightly out of order, but it is
Fair
the
enough.
document released this January.
And tell me what that is.
Sure. In that, the first thing, from which point are we starting? Are we starting like extracting the data using a tool, or are we talking on scene, taking the device into evidence?
The latter.
Okay. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to ensure that you are isolating the device. This is also going to depend on condition from the network. So typically this would be done with a Faraday enclosure in a best practice. However, there are alternative ways of isolating from the network, such as disabling all of the communication protocols, such as Wi-Fi, airplane mode, etc. The next step, once you've isolated, but prior to, you also want to make sure you're continuing battery stat. So if a device is on, you want to keep it powered on. If it's off, you want to keep it powered off. That's a general statement. So the best way to do that is to attach a battery charger. Just like when your battery runs low, you plug in a charger in the back of these battery packs. We do that with that before we put it in the Faraday bag. A Faraday bag is an enclosure that blocks signals from coming to the device. This is so a remote wipe command couldn't be sent, or so that more data isn't received to the phone, because phones are live and constantly obtaining data. So we're going to have it with a battery pack in the Faraday, presuming it was on. Again, I don't know the status of this device. The next steps are going to depend on what state that device is, and what make and model that device is, and what the current support for that device is. There are multiple types of extraction methods of phones. In the modern day on iOS, a full file system image, what we had on the devices in question in this case, is considered the gold standard because it has the most robust information. So at this point, the next question is what's the best image type? And that's going to depend on if we have a passcode or if we don't have a passcode.
If I could,
please.
And I'm going to allow you to continue.
Yeah, please.
I want to break it down for the jury. So what I now want to do, you've stopped at a certain point, but you've talked about securing, what I would call securing the phone, right? And then making sure that there's no data swipes. You talked about airplane mode, Faraday bag, Faraday box, right? Do you know whether any of those protocols were followed for either the iPhone of Jen McCabe or John O'Keefe?
As I mentioned, I was not there for those processes. I don't have documentation of it. As mentioned, what started where my receipt of the device is from the image.
Exactly. So you don't know.
I can't testify to processes I did not or was not available or aware of.
Fair enough. But do you have a little bit of hint as to whether the phone of Mr. John O'Keefe was properly secured in airplane mode, a Faraday bag, or a Faraday box, based upon your own report of the iPhone of John McCabe? Can you determine that from page 5 of your report?
Obviously, there is data signals that are still being made and created. I believe that is what you're referring to. So the assumption is that I don't know at which point a Faraday bag is employed, but I also want to be clear, I don't know when, I don't have information outside of the digital forensics realm about this case, so I don't know precisely when the phone was taken into custody by law enforcement.
Fair enough. So assume that Mr. O'Keefe was deceased around the latest 9 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Isn't there activity on that phone, health data activity, up to around noon of January 29th?
Health data activity would continue to be reported regardless of if the device was isolated from the network or not. Health data has to do with the movement of the device. So if the device was being moved even within a Faraday bag, that data would still be populated.
How about location data?
Location data is unlikely to be reported in a device that is Faraday enclosed, but I do not know what location data you're referring to, so I cannot speak in absolutes without having a better reference to the artifacts in question. If you're saying it's in my report, I'll look at it, but again, I never knew when the phone was seized, so it was not part of my initial analysis. Do I have permission to look at that time now? Yes. Thank you, Your Honor. So,
Ready to get off that damn stand.
Bear with me. It's a big report, as you know.
It is a big report.
And it was at the bottom of my stack.
Pardon me?
All right. It was at the bottom of my stack. I had to lift up the other ones to find it. All right. So,
Your Honor, may I assist and point her to a page?
Sure. That'd be
Thank
great.
you. If you could turn to that report on your page 47 and continue on to page 50.
I do see incoming data that is consistent with the device not being Faradayed, such as the receipt of SMS messages, notifications from Ring, etc.
So, the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe was not secured in the manner you described before we got to this, as would be the best practice with regard to getting the most accurate data from a phone. That is, once it comes in, that it's to either be put in airplane mode, Faraday bag, or Faraday box. That's correct. By your own report, you see activity.
I do see activity. It was not Faradayed. Faraday prevents wiping of the device and additional data. So actually, in this instance, it doesn't appear that the device was at risk of wipe because it was not wiped. And we actually have more data because we get to see the data that continue to come into the device. I'm not saying that's in accordance with best practice. I'm saying that that's what I see based off of what you just had me review in the data.
It sounds like you're trying to justify.
Oh, I'm not trying to justify.
Sound like it to me.
It sounds like you're trying to justify the fact it wasn't secured.
Exactly.
Am I correct?
No, you're incorrect. I'm just stating we have, you asked if we had more data or less data. We actually have more data with it not being Faraday, but no, best practice would be to Faraday. I 100% agree.
My question wasn't is there more or less data. My question was simply, doesn't your own report show activity up until noon on January 29, 2022?
Correct. And for clarity, my scope was till noon, so I don't know if there was activity beyond that.
Right, but as far as your scope goes, I want to be clear.
Yeah.
There is activity on this phone.
Absolutely.
Which shows that it was not put in airplane mode, it was not put in a Faraday bag, and it was not put in a Faraday box, and that failure is not best practice.
Correct. It is not in accordance with the best practices. I agree. I would have Faradayed it.
Thank you. So,
if I,
that's okay. I have no further questions. Thank you for answering my questions, Ms. Hyde.
Thank you for your questions. Have a great day.
Let's redirect.
Thank you.
Hey, bet not, y'all. She's going to close us out, it looks like. She is going to close us out. His own witness. My issue with her is she only used Celebrate in December when she says she needed multiple tools. I won't listen to that. She used the one tool that agreed with the state. I don't hear you anymore.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Green.
You're welcome. You were asked when you began working on analyzing phones in this case, and you said it was in May. Was that of May of 2023?
May of 2023. May 4th, 2023 is the email I have of a note. Thank you. Yes. It's easy to remember because May the 4th be with you.
When you first were asked to begin work on this case in May of 2023, what was the catalyst for you to begin working on this?
I was contacted by Mr. Tully and then contracted, a SOW was signed, and I began work on the initial request to look at those two search terms on January 29th. Does that answer your question?
Sure.
Okay.
Was there a certain claim that was lodged that you were to focus on?
I was to focus on the two search terms from January 29th, 2022.
And were you informed why? Was there any context to that?
Probably, I don't recall the exact conversation that I had with the DA's office and Lieutenant Tully at that time, but I'm assuming that I was given that context. I have in my notes that I was to look at those two searches on that date and do an analysis about those.
Were you asked to reach any particular result?
No, I was asked to provide my report, not to reach a particular result.
Were you asked to reach a conclusion that the 227 timestamp was inaccurate?
No.
When you engaged in your analysis, was it independent of the district attorney's office?
My analysis was independent of the district attorney's office. I actually, in the first case, had very little communication with the district attorney's office during the period of my analysis.
Was there any input from any outside source on what your result or ultimate opinions would be?
No.
Would you ever allow anybody to affect your input?
No.
Throughout the course of your efforts with this phone, have there been changes to software?
Absolutely. As mentioned on direct, software updates are near monthly.
I want to ask you about changes to the Celebrite software. You were asked about certain reports you wrote. Were the reports that you wrote relative to different requests for analysis?
Yes.
The report regarding report number 3, regarding changes to Celebrite software, was that report limited to the timestamp change, or was it to include other efforts?
The scope of that report, may I review what I have documented as the
Please.
scope?
I don't care because the only change was 220.
I believe we're talking about report 2. That's the one about the Celebrate change.
Yes.
And I have the request was to understand changes made in the newer version of Celebrate Physical Analyzer to artifacts pertaining to the timeline of a particular Google search on January 29, 2022, namely how's long to die in cold.
When you looked at the Celebrite software and report, was the timestamp characterization changed or removed?
Yes, it was removed. That timestamp in the version starting in May of 2024, Celebrite actually removed that, and they put a release note stating that it was due to the ambiguity and potential for misconstruing the meaning of that data.
Was there any other releases informing other reasons why that was changed other than the potential that somebody could misconstrue, misinterpret, or distort the information?
Can I read Celebrite's own statement?
Please.
Celebrite's statement in...
To yourself.
To myself? Okay, roger that. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, roger that.
Can you repeat the
Share with
question?
us, was there any reason other than the concern about misinterpreting or
They
distorting?
said that
You still finna read it.
What's your understanding?
my understanding is that it is not a reliable timestamp, and that is why Celebrite removed it.
You were asked about Axiom. Axiom, is it the same or different?
Magnet Axiom and Celebrite Physical Analyzer are two different tools that both do forensic analysis of mobile phones.
You were asked whether Axiom still has a timestamp that was similar to Celebrite before the change.
Axiom shows what I spoke to on direct, where they have it as a parsed versus carved result. And so that particular result shows in the suspended StateDB artifact as carved.
Do companies like Axiom and Celebrite give releases, updates, information about how to interpret their reports?
So Axiom actually has a document that's released with it called the Artifact Reference Guide. And that actually gives a brief description of the fields and of artifacts. All tools, when they release new artifacts, they put out in a release note. Not all artifacts are clearly documented that are parsed. However, all of the vendors regularly put out webinars and blog posts that explain their new artifacts, but not necessarily all.
Is there any releases or cautions from Axiom on the same issue about misinterpreting a timestamp?
Axiom, in their artifact reference guide for this artifact, does speak to the possibility of misinterpretation and states that the timestamp can be earlier than the search had occurred, based on what different reasons could cause that timestamp.
Okay, am I the only person that because she said this before, and I say, okay, maybe I'm hearing it wrong. When she says earlier than the timestamp occurred, does that mean Jen searched it earlier than 227? Or is she talking about 624? And I didn't hear them clear it up last time, and they're probably not going to clear it up now.
Let me ask you about a Faraday bag. You said that best practices is to isolate an item in a Faraday bag.
That's correct.
Do you have any information, or did you know the travel of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that night, or where it went after?
I'm sorry, can you clarify the time period?
On January 29, 2022, from say 6:04 in the morning until later that afternoon.
I did not have access to that information.
When you analyze data from certain devices, are they always placed in a Faraday bag immediately after an incident?
There's a lot of times when this is situation dependent. An example of when you would not put something in a Faraday bag is when you have a deceased victim and you're going to be using their biometrics to possibly unlock the device. Because a Faraday bag is enclosed and then can't be opened, if your intent, if you don't have the password, is to use a deceased person's fingerprint to unlock the phone, we don't want to put the person's finger in the Faraday bag, so usually those phones would not be Faradayed, but they would typically have airplane mode enabled or SIM card removed. But no, SIM card removed doesn't actually work on iOS, so I won't get into that.
Understanding or having the opinion that this item was not placed in a Faraday bag at 6:04 in the morning, does that in any way affect your opinions about the data that you analyzed on this phone and the conclusions that you reached regarding Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
It does not have any impact on the conclusions other than the fact that it wasn't Faradayed and more data came in. So we have additional data.
You were asked a very specific question about History DB, and it was simply whether or not How's Long to Die in Cold, whether it appeared in History DB. That isolated question, does that provide any context to you and your analysis and conclusions about How Long to Die in Cold and that it occurred at 6:23 and 6:24 the next morning?
The absence of the History DB artifact doesn't mean that that search didn't occur at that time. We have multiple corroborating artifacts, which is usually what we look for, 2 artifacts that demonstrate is like very good. You don't necessarily need that, but in this instance, we have both from the Mobile Safari plist, which tracks the history, as well as the Knowledge C DB. So we do have 2 artifacts showing that those searches were done at that time. Of course, 6 seconds apart for the difference between the Knowledge C and the Mobile Safari plist.
On direct examination, you were not asked questions about Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
That is correct.
You were on cross-examination, so let me follow up. You have a report that you authored regarding Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
That is correct.
And you had an opportunity to look at the healthcare data for January 29, 2022.
That is correct.
Page 6 of your report.
Thank you.
You noted that there were steps that began at 12:11:09 a.m. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And the way healthcare data works, do you have an understanding whether steps means a person actually took a number of steps, or does it mean something else?
Steps doesn't necessarily mean that you took a number of steps. It's based on the motion of the device. So it could be steps, it could be you're carrying it, it could be that you're in some other kind of motion, you could be on a bicycle, you could any number of things. The number of steps is based on the presumed gait, based on the input into the Apple Health app in terms of gender and height. So it determines the gait and then prescribes a number of steps, but it is possible for other things to cause steps to occur.
You were asked specifically if you saw that there were reported movement or health steps at 12:21:10 a.m. and specifically pointed out to you notation or characterization of 80 steps. Is that accurate?
That is what's stored in the database. I try to clarify, as I did for you, sir, that that's what's stored in the database. I'm not saying that 80 steps were taken.
And by the way, in addition to the healthcare analysis, you did some analysis on the movement of a car, didn't you?
You're not going to do this, Hank. Hank, you're not going to do this.
I'm going to deny that question.
Come on now.
Can these health steps occur if somebody's holding a phone while traveling in a car?
As mentioned in my report, it's caused by motion. It could be various motions that could cause it. You could be using an elliptical. You could be in a vehicle. You could be on a bicycle. It's not necessarily steps taken.
Based on your analysis of Mr. O'Keefe's phone and the report that was pointed out to you in cross-examination, and do you have information or opinion where Mr. O'Keefe's phone was located around 12:21:10 while those steps registered?
Objection, Your Honor. So,
That's beyond the scope of the class.
Right.
It was pointed out to you at 12:21:10 there was a registered 80 steps. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And then you were also asked about the last healthcare data, the last movements of this phone. And it was pointed out that that began at 12:31:56 for 20 seconds.
That's correct. Per the data in the database.
And is that the last movement of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that evening before 6:04 that you saw when you analyzed the entire data in the phone?
May I have one moment to review?
Yes.
Y'all, Hank wanted to get that in so bad. He wants that last.
That appears to be the last before the 6 a.m. hour.
So that 20 seconds, if it began at 12:31:56, what was the last movement in seconds in time at that time of Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Yes, if that was a 20-second interval at
That's correct.
12:31:56, what was the last second that evening that Mr. O'Keefe's phone moved?
12:32:16.
And then when you analyze the phone and were asked about these times, is there any movement between that last movement and 6:04:01?
Between the 12:32?
Yes, 12:32:16 and 6:04:01. Any movement of that phone whatsoever?
I do not have anything supporting that in my report.
Do you know what was going on with Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 6:04:01 a.m. on the morning of January 29, 2022?
I do not know precisely what was happening with his phone at that time in terms of movement. If that's, or are you asking me? I'm sorry. Can you clarify what you mean by the question?
The next movement after 12:32
is the 6:04.
6:04:01
Correct.
a.m.
Correct.
Do you have any information about where or why there was movement of the phone at that time?
I don't. That wouldn't be inside my digital evidence, I don't believe.
And the last question is the next movement at 6:15:14. Do you know if that phone was being moved by somebody or somebody else than Mr. O'Keefe?
The phone was in motion. I do not know if it could be by a person. It could be on a rail car. I don't think it was on a rail car for clarity, but I don't know what is causing that motion at that time.
Thank you very much.
Any follow-up, Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
Maybe she said, I don't want to play that game, baby. It was in motion. Where in motion? I don't know, but it was in motion. Won't get me to say that.
I have a moment, Your Honor. Excuse me. Good.
Hank really pissing me off, baby. Not a good day for Hank.
Ms. Hyde, you were asked questions by Mr. Brennan just moments ago about Celebrate and release notes. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And did Celebrate, beyond stating that their opinion was the 2:20:40 a.m. timestamp was not reliable, did it give any reason at all for why they concluded it was not reliable in that? I'm sorry, we'll wait for the...
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And I'll repeat the question for you.
Thank you.
I know every time I hear those sirens, I get pissed. Big Mama, I don't know how they were acquitted. I will definitely be watching Memphis News later. Do you think the jury is thinking, didn't they have this siren going? They went to Brian House's house. They're always on when we're in court.
May I, Your Honor? Thank you. In that release note, does Celebrate state any reason for why they wrote not a reliable timestamp?
There are other.
I'm sorry, my question is, do they state in the release note whether there's a reason for why they concluded?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Your Honor.
And please try not to talk.
I will,
Sorry, Your Honor.
Thank you.
2.
Not asking you to read it, just asking whether or not they give any reason for the conclusion, not a reliable timestamp.
One moment, I'd like to review what they wrote. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
You just read it. I'm sick of being.
Yes, they do. They state that further research since is the reason that they're doing it, that there's further research.
Did they state what that research is?
Right.
They don't, but
All right, but they don't state what the further research is.
that is correct. They
All right,
state
now
that
what I'd like
it's
to do is
unreliable.
Move on to Axiom. You were asked questions by Attorney Brennan, and you referred to Axiom as using a different parlance with the timestamp of carved, correct?
Celebrate uses this deleted demarcation or recovered demarcation. Axiom does not do that at all. They speak to how they recovered the artifact, be it that it was parsed. When I say parsed, I mean the item was where it was expected to be in the algorithm, found it, located it, and said it's here, versus carved, which is when they have to go into an unexpected area, such as slack space, which would be the areas that are not yet used or were previously used to extract the data from that.
So Axiom actually recovers the timestamp, but Celebrate does not. Is that correct? Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
currently, previously, when we did the first case.
Right, but
it's the
currently,
opposite.
Celebrate doesn't, but Axiom does. Axiom recovers 2:27:40 a.m., correct? Timestamp?
That is the timestamp that they show for that artifact.
Exactly. So now I'd like to go back to the next topic, our discussion about Mr. O'Keefe's phone and secured or not. You talked about one example of maybe needing to use a biometric to unlock a phone, and that might be a reason, as I understand it, as to why someone might not put it in a Faraday bag or box. Do I have that correct?
Correct.
Okay, do you know whether the passcode was immediately provided on the phone of Mr. O'Keefe?
I do not have that information.
Assume that the passcode was immediately provided for the phone of Mr. O'Keefe. Can you think of any other reason why that phone wouldn't be put in airplane mode, Faraday bag, or Faraday box?
Best practice would be to put it in a Faraday bag.
Okay. And that phone was obviously not put in airplane mode, Faraday box, or Faraday bag after 6:04 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to,
Well, I don't know if at some point past 12 o'clock. My report only goes to noon, so just for clarity, I don't know
Fair enough.
anything past noon.
fair enough, but from 6:04 a.m. until approximately noon on January 29, 2022, at least that time, that phone is not in airplane mode in a Faraday bag or a Faraday box, correct?
It would appear such. Because I didn't analyze past that, I don't know if
said
it had
that
been
time.
potentially Faradayed and then it broke Faraday and got data, but I don't suspect that based on this. It appears that that data was live. But I just have to speak to the fact that I just don't know because I didn't go past noon.
Right, but you're going past noon.
Right.
I'm not.
Okay.
My
right.
question,
6
and
a.m. to
I'm,
noon, it does not appear to be Faraday.
so to be clear, from 6:04 a.m. on January 29, 2022, until at least noon of January 29, 2022, the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe is not in airplane mode, it's not in a Faraday bag, and it's not a Faraday box, correct?
Unless it was in a broken Faraday bag, like they put it and it was failing. But it does not appear to have been placed in Faraday bag.
All right.
Well, I'm just being honest. You should test your Faraday bags. They go bad. I use Dr. Katz's testing methodology, but 100%, it appears to have been receiving signal for that entire period and not in a Faraday bag, which would be best practice unless biometrics were needed.
So let's now go to
Girl.
hopefully what are the last two categories of questions. With regard to the iPhone of Jen McCabe, do you have any knowledge as to whether over 200 calls were auto-deleted on her phone? You analyzed it.
We can see that calls were auto-deleted. You're asking me if the number of, I just want to make sure I understand the question. If the number of calls that were auto-deleted, if that exceeded 200?
My question is, do you know whether there was auto-deletions on Jen McCabe's phone? Do you know that?
I'm uncomfortable with the term auto-deletions because I don't know what that is inferring.
Okay. Did you analyze her phone at all for deletions?
I analyzed her phone to see if there had been deletions of call logs. And what I found was that there were records that were removed by the system and not recoverable from that database, but were recoverable from biomes.
Understood. Now, what I'd like to do is to address your answer in response to Mr. Brennan's questions, where you said that the
How can we believe her? She was
issue with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's, or just generally your proposition, that there was no impact on your conclusion because more data had been obtained. Did I get that correct?
I believe my statement was there was no impact on my conclusion with the fact that it had not been in a Faraday.
Right. So isn't it, though, the case that when a phone's not in a Faraday and is therefore active, data can be overwritten?
Yes.
So if data can be overwritten when it's not in a Faraday, you can lose that data, correct?
Is there data that we're concerned? Yes, theoretically.
Right.
Yes.
You talked about, in response to Attorney Brennan, the 12/31/56 steps, and you said the last, according to you, last movement 12/32/16. Do you recall those questions?
I recall the questions.
To boil it down, isn't it correct that that phone was moving at that time?
may I check the timestamp again? I apologize. There's a lot of timestamps going back and forth.
Please do.
12/31/56. Is that
Yeah, that's the start. Yep.
Oh yes, this one there definitely is. Yes.
So, doesn't matter what kind of movement, but that phone was moving starting at 12/31/56 and still moving until 12/32/16 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate again you answering my questions.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Hyde, you're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is she ready to speak? All right, so counsel, let's continue. Feel free to stand up and stretch.
Y'all know what's about to happen. She said, "Can I see counsel about scheduling real quick?" What's about to happen? I think we all know. Court's over for the day.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover?
I can guarantee you Bev is 3:30. Bev is about to shut court down. She's about to end for the day. When she says that question, attorneys, can I see you about scheduling? She's going to ask Mr. Brennan, do you have someone quick? And if Hank says no, can you do your next witness in 30 minutes, Hank? Of course, he's going to say no. And then she's going to come back and say, jurors, we'd like to thank you for your time. And I know I told you guys that sometimes we might get behind schedule. But right now, it appears that we're on schedule. And because of that, we're going to just call it a day. It's pretty nice outside today. You know, go ahead and go out.
Absolutely more than Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
Okay. All right, so.
Why are we bringing
I
up Jim
talked to the
McCabe?
lawyers briefly about scheduling and sidebar, and I'm told you're actually ahead of schedule. So with that, rather than beginning a witness who's probably going to take a while, we may as well let you go and enjoy the rest of this beautiful activity. So we're on schedule, ahead of schedule. We'll reevaluate that tomorrow. Now you will see the lawyers and sidebar as the jurors will about to talk a little bit about scheduling. So same cautions, please. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And be very careful with the decision you use.
All right, for the court, please. Close your notebooks and follow me.
Why don't you come on up?
He said, where exactly? The Beverly have to be every day. Y'all, Bev, you could hold court. She could at least hold them until 5:30. Like, she could at least hold them until 5:30. What? Thank you, Chelsea. Thank you. She could hold these people to 5:30. Maybe now, hold up, y'all. Bought you like a 2-year-old. All I have to do is look at him. Stop. You know you're wrong. She could hold them people to 5:30. I wish y'all could see how her ears go back when I say. It's like talking to a little toddler over here. So what Karen was saying in the clip, if you watch the doc, which we did, most of us did, about 100 of us have. When you watch the documentary, what Karen was simply saying is she's got to fight for her life. It's her or Jennifer McCabe. She was talking about, I think that's when they had started talking about the searches, the calls, all of the things Jen has done in this case. And she's like, basically, it's me or Jennifer McCabe. And I don't know why Hank would play that, because it literally looks like that when you think of all the time they spend trying to defend Jennifer McCabe. When you think about all of that, it is true. It's true. Bev stops at 4 because she has to catch happy hour. I will say this. Most courts, she said, far as that, I effing hate her with my soul. I will say that maybe before trial started, she got everyone's schedule. You remember how like sometimes people would have appointments and they'd have to end trial early, and judges will consider that maybe there is someone who had to be gone by 4 every day. So maybe that's it. Well, I've seen some people say that they think it's effective. That one right there, it's me or Jennifer McCabe. I don't know how effective that one is, because I'm wondering, why is she singling out Jennifer McCabe? And then think about the fact that all they've heard is Jennifer McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Jennifer McCabe. Jen was on that stand 3 days. Think of all of that. I don't know. I don't know how effective that one was. I don't think it ate like he thinks it did. You literally just proved what we're saying at home. Why are we listening to Jennifer McCabe so much? Why? And then you go play a clip where even Karen knows, hell, it's me or Jennifer McCabe. Now, y'all are not claiming Jennifer McCabe did anything, but she looks suspicious as hell. Even Karen thinks she looks suspicious as hell. I don't think it ate like he thought. The clips don't flow with the witnesses. Not after we just spent 2 hours talking about searches from Jennifer McCabe. I don't think so. We just listened to hours of testimony from Jennifer McCabe. I'm wondering why. Hell, should Jennifer McCabe be the one on trial? You spend all your time defending her. Should she be on trial? Why do they keep showing interview clips at the end of each witness? Taylor, it's it's the intermission. It's the intermission. Why? Let me see. When you think about it, Jen McCabe is the only reason the trial even persists at all. And what do you think the jury's thinking? I don't know if court's done, because John's mom is still sitting there. Karen's parents are still sitting there. I don't think court's done. They may have gone to the restroom to take a break. She said Bev is a part-time job. She don't work no 9 to 5. Instead of letting Jennifer McCabe be simmer in the background, he's bringing her to the forefront of the defense. Becky, and will that be a mistake that he'll have to deal with if Karen is acquitted? Will that be something he's going to have to deal with? Didi, they've probably already seen it. And I will be honest with you, and this is me considering the chat as well. When we were watching that documentary, there were so many of us like, oh, she's smiling too much. What is she doing? Because you can see that Karen she loves her supporters. She loves the support she's getting, right? And Miss Sheila said, well, Mel, if it was you, you'd want someone to support you too. And that really changed my perspective on what I was seeing in that documentary. This is scary. This is a lot. You got to make the best of it, right? And at the end of the documentary, we actually see her crying like, I might go to jail for something that I did not do. This is serious. I miss John. She's like, I can't really even grieve John. I'm trying to stay out of jail. I'm trying to stay out of jail. So when I look at it that way, when you look at that entire documentary, not just clips, you get to see who she is as a person. She had a home. She had a job. She was a professor. You understand so much about her life. She's built all of this. And then now she's thrust into a relationship with someone with kids. You start understanding why she kind of felt how she felt about the kids. Why did she feel like she was being used? She could have been in her own big, beautiful house. She could have. Now, Key couldn't help it. Key said she said, I thought Karen's daddy went to go see 5'5" Jesus. He gonna have to see. He said he gonna have to sit up. He gonna have to sit up, Mel, yes. But she should have thought her approach and her demeanor It comes off wrong to those who don't have an open mind. Emily, I'm going to tell you, I never thought it came off wrong, but weird. You know, seeing her in the car like, oh my God, so-and-so, they posted this article about me. But then when you look on the flip side, the fact she could be celebrating the fact that people care. I'm just a professor, finance woman from wherever the hell she's from, Massachusetts. Why do so many people care? You know? And if we were to sit there and judge everything, let me sit down when I say this. If we're going to judge everything, hell, how the hell did John O'Keefe look in those text messages? How the hell did John O'Keefe look in those text messages? He looked like an asshole. I understood why she left his ass at that house. I understood. So it goes both ways. You look at Karen, you got to look at John too. Think about the fact that when you see those messages, do you think people are really feeling sorry for John? And like not saying the man should have died, but what I am saying, it paints a picture of who he was. Right? They're trying to say Karen was this jealous ex. She hit him in a rage, right? Well, look at what she was dealing with. He was gaslighting her in those messages. The Aruba trip, which they don't hear in this trial. But you think about all of these things and how, if you're going to look at Karen, you got to look at John too. Hell, look at Peggy's ass. She's in the courtroom crying every day. What Karen say? What's she doing here? Who's his girlfriend? Come on now. Well, we can look at people all day. We could look at people all day, is my whole point. I do understand what you're saying, because as I watched it, I felt similarly to what you're saying. And Miss Sheila put it into perspective to me. If I was on trial and I'm thinking, I'm like people don't know me like that, right? I live a life, I go to work. I'm just, man, let me tell you something. If I were to go on trial, I expect 50,000 people to at least make one video, a hashtag free me or something. Ronnie, I don't know. John's service, I don't know about a police service. John had all those officers at his service. Ronnie, didn't you watch the documentary with us? I'm telling you, I'm going to expect 50,000 people to be hashtagging free Melanie or something, okay? Y'all better be on them pages talking about free mail till it's backwards, okay? All that y'all was saying during YSL, you better be saying the same thing, okay? Same thing. Y'all better have some little signs or something. I don't know. Y'all, that's what they were saying in the chat. They found him not guilty. Is court over now, y'all? Let me see. They're still streaming, so I'll wait till it ends. Yes, they found them not guilty. Mel K survived the 2 pieces of salad with the dressing already on it. Child, I could see me now when I watch.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me of?
Baby, I could see me now. And they're trying to be. Don't the prisons have unions or something like that, baby? I've been there being the prison lawyer. Oh, Lord Jesus. Child, but my point being is, thank you to Miss Sheila for that perspective, because I too was like, why is she doing all this smiling and all this, but then you think about it, this is care. Like, to see when the trial ended in mistrial, how she was just crying because it was time for her to separate from her attorneys. Like, they have formed a bond. They know this case. She knows her case like any other defendant. No other defendant I've ever seen. Like, I'm like, Lord, that is what I would want. That is what I would want. Okay, Miss Sheila, that is what I would want if that were me. Hold up. Wait a minute. Forrest, let me tell you something. When people would say free so-and-so till it's backwards, this is what I thought they meant. I wish y'all could, this was years ago. I wish you could have seen me like, why would they want that? Like, I'm like, what? This is what I pictured. Melanie, please don't get locked up. I don't know if I'm going to be allowed to say free you. My mama said I can't. Keep tell your mama we friends. I'm going to need you to put a free me somewhere. I need a free me somewhere. I need a free me somewhere. But y'all, when I tell you, I thought that this was years ago, probably early 20s. Maybe 18, 19 or something. But yeah, I did, Alice. And I'm not embarrassed to admit it. When he said he made his mom a cake, I thought they let him make a cake in jail and his mom was able to come pick it up at the front desk. I did. I did think, I was like, damn, that's nice as hell. Because why would I think that you in jail making a cake for your mama that she'll never eat yourself? I don't know. Key, you'll never hear me say that. I did, y'all. I thought maybe you could, like, you know how people have jobs in jail? I thought maybe his job was in the kitchen and he baked the cake and he'd give it to a guard. Somehow it would get to the front desk and they would let his mom come pick it up with a little card or something. I did. Man, we gonna come and get you through the hole in Rice Street, please. Alice, you'll never hear me say that. I'll be on them calls every day telling my daughter, record this call and play it for the live. Y'all, please come get me. Please come get me. Please come get me. I'll be on there talking about y'all ain't protesting loud enough. Oh, I'll be like, y'all ain't have no signs or nothing out there. They don't take y'all serious. Get some signs next time. Y'all better have some color coordinated shirts like the Can't Read people. I want to see people sitting on the lawn. Do you hear me? Yes, Brianna, I wasn't thinking about criminals. I thought the man had a job. I want y'all on the front lawns with your radios playing. Who gonna bring the cooler that's filled with water because people get hot in the South? Yellow shirts everywhere. Do you hear me, Alice? And I don't want to hear nothing. I'm talking about when them. Y'all better be like Turtle Boy out there with a bullhorn. Okay. Mira said I live 5 minutes from Rice Street. I'd be out there with my shirt and my sign. Okay. Motum did say it. Shanny, I'm not sure what I thought, but I did think they let the man bake a cake for his mama. I wouldn't sit here and lie to y'all. I thought they let him bake a little cake. I'm talking about y'all better be on that sign talking about no justice, no peace. We want mail free. There y'all go. No justice, no peace. We want mail free. There you go right there. I already got you a chant. Okay? I already got y'all a chant. You don't have to think about it. Miss Sheila and the GoFundMe better read. Meet Melanie. Melanie is a mom of 2 from Memphis, Tennessee. This all started when she began to cover the YSL trial. Throughout this trial, there were many jokes made that Fulton County would come and indict her on RICO charges. If you go back through her live chats, you can see that she thought this was funny. In fact, some would say she thought it was a game. She thought this was a game, but proceeded to do her live chats, act on as business was usual. One day, Melanie was walking her dog. Agents approached her. Agents approached her and told her to stop, put her hands behind her back. Her poor dog was sent to the pound because no one was there to take ownership of said dog. Barchi, we love you. Put that in parentheses. Melanie has been housed in the Fulton County Jail since her arrest. We are trying to free her. She did nothing wrong. Her First Amendment rights have been violated. We need your help. We need your help. Please help us. $1 helps. We are trying to get her an attorney. She has requested Brian Steele, and he costs a meal. Bro, oh God. They said we're trying to get her Brian Steele, and he costs a meal. Oh my God. Okay, I was done. Keith, that's why you're gonna say every dollar counts. Every dollar counts, okay? Somebody sell a couple fish plates. I don't know. Get them to host me a concert or something. Do something. Meek, I can't be taking showers in nut juice, baby. I'm really, really happy. I'm really happy that Karen is not in jail. Oh. Delta. Now, if they get my GoFundMe, now if a lady can raise $500,000 for saying the N-word hard ER, y'all got to be able to come up with some money to get the man. Y'all got to be able to do that. Yeah. Baby, y'all better be on the air. Y'all know how, like, y'all see right now, I will say me too. Y'all know we mad at the Cleveland Browns for the Shador shit. So every time they post some people all in the comments, baby, y'all better be in them comments. I'm talking about causing some hell. Okay? Cause some hell. Do you hear me? Listen, be in them comments raising hell. Then y'all get Miss J. Y'all better every day. Y'all better be in Miss J comments talking about Miss J. You ain't make your post today. You ain't make your post today. Oh yes. But Missy, you get those Matthews men beside me. I might be in court like this all day. I might. We want to keep it funky. We want to keep it cute. We want to keep it cute. I don't know. Mr. Matthews, he been there asking me, so what happened? I'll be like this. So what happened? I don't have a word for him because I'm lost. I'm at a loss of words. You hear me? I won't have a word for Mr. Matthews. I don't have a word for Mr. Matthews. Mr. Matthews being there, I heard her when she said to get Mr. Matthews' key. I won't have a word. Do you hear me? I don't know if I want the daddy or the son, Alice, being the in the interview room like this. Okay. And they're asking them, where my damn T13? Where my T13 hair dye? Y'all gonna see me in court. Y'all gonna be back jet black. Y'all know you have to wait till the dye dies out. So, grows out. So I've been there two-tone for a while, crying on the phone, telling Mariah, ask them, can I get some commissary? Dye my hair. Child, oh Lord Jesus. Y'all talking about y'all. I don't know if you guys remember this USA thing. It was Mary Kay Letourneau. Baby, she would roll her hair up, put makeup on, all type of stuff. I don't know. I ain't gonna be able to do all of that. I don't like a TWA. That's part of the reason why I keep going back and forth with cutting my hair. I hate the TWA. But I'll be in there. Will they be able to cut my hair? No. Do y'all remember the scene where Rasputia, when she had that little baby fro, she was mad at Norbit? Oh my God, Lord. Back. Oh God. Baby, being there with my TWA, looking back at the cameras like this. Did I let you dye your hair in jail? Be Future at Met Gala is so on point because his hair is really not that blonde, it's honey gold. So Future at Met Gala is on point. Oh my God. This, when I tell y'all, this is so foolish. Slingbacks in the Christmas blazer. No, y'all go get me some Calvin Klein, Tommy Hilfiger. Go get me some cute little dresses. You can go to Ross. You could go to Marshall's, TJ Maxx. Go get me some good little cute form-fit dresses. Lord Jesus, yeah. Baby, because Key, we talking about when it grow out because I can't cut my hair and I can't dye it. Baby, I be in court with a TWA pissed. Oh my God, I hate a TWA. Lord Jesus, be in there just pissed. Do they let you wear wigs? Would they let me wear a wig? Does anybody know? Do they let you wear wigs in court? Because if I could wear wigs, I could get by. I could get Mariah to give me a good little wig. They don't let you wear wigs to court? Oh God. Girl, would they give me some hair gel? They don't give you a wig. I'll be in that court yawning. I would, Miss Sheila. Okay. Would they give me some hair gel, guys? Okay, not a wig. Can I have hair gel? Okay, no hair gel either. Y'all, now I gotta go see some Black women on trial because I need to see how they wore their hair. I can't go to jail. I can't go. I just. Chelsea, don't sound like I'm leaving there with anything. You can use others. Okay. I don't know, Jaleesa. I don't know. When I get off here, I'm going to have to go look at some news. You better go to the Africans and let them grip braid you up. I need to go see what Black women with 4C hair, what are y'all doing when you have to go to court? Most of the time, the hair is braided. I'm not going to jail. I'm not worried about. I won't be going to jail because I cannot imagine just waking up and my hair is short like this. I'm normally wearing my waves. I hate the TWA. And I'm trying to look presentable at court. And you just, I'm going to have to go find some pictures, y'all. Your cellmate will braid your hair. Straight backs. No rubber band. Knotted at the end. I was talking to my son's dad the other day. We were LJ had a trip, so we were talking about it, and I said something about I said, yeah, I was on my live and I was telling them if something happened, you know, dang, y'all don't know who to call, and they start naming people they could call. And I said, somebody in the chat said, well, we know not to call your baby daddy. He was laughing. Then he said, why would they say that? I said, oh, it's not bad. They just know not to call you. I think he was a little offended. I said, you'll be okay. They got 6 other people to call. It's going to be good. He was like, what you been telling them about me? I said, oh, nothing bad. I said, nothing bad. They just know not to call you. They know not to call you, baby. He was a little bothered. I think he think I'd be bashing him. He gonna say, I bet you don't say nothing about Mariah's daddy. I said, I don't even talk about him at all like that. But he was, I said, I don't bash him on my page. I didn't need him to think that. I don't bash him. I just think he do some funny stuff, but I don't bash him. We calling the new baby daddy, if anything. Key, you must be back to yourself, because who's my new baby daddy? Paper bag rollers. I don't have hair, Miss Eyes. The example is right now I go in. What am I doing for my hair? Sharonda, see, he don't remember the messy stuff that he does and says to me and then try to act like he lost. He tries to act like he's lost. She said she did. Y'all told Mariah. I said, Mariah, your mom is gonna have to get her life together. I said, my chat feels so bad for me in the current state of my love life. They have invented a fake baby. I know how the girls would teach you. Brianna, I saw someone that they do makeup and all types of stuff in jail. I said, this is crazy. My cousin gets her hair cut in prison, so maybe I can at least get my hair cut. If I could at least get my hair cut, I think I'd be okay. Let me stop, because I'm not going to anyone's jail. God, I hope you know this is all entertainment. Y'all know the little disclaimer that comes across the TV. Entertainment purposes only. I have no desire to go to jail and no desire for them to create a GoFundMe, make signs, have lunches on the lawn, any of that. God, it's all jokes. It's all jokes. It's all jokes. I know who you're talking about, Brianna. She went to jail for fraud. What is her name? It's like right there. I know who you're talking about. What? British. That's her name. British. Yes. Well, I have no desire to play any of those type of games. I love being free and I love getting on this live. Brittany Griner, is that not Kevin Gates' new wife? I think that's she said Brittany Griner. No, Brittany Griner is the lady that was in jail in Russia, right? That's the lady. Is that the one who they did that video about freeing her? She had a vape or something in Russia. Oh, she said, I thought we were talking about the girl in the Russian jail. Okay. You know what? Sharonda, he loves to use respectfully when he talking to me. He loves to use respectfully, child. He loves to, it's Renner. Oh, okay. Thank y'all. Oh, child. They said, welcome back, Key. Let me ask this lady, did she want to? Hold on, I'm done. Mariah told me yesterday she needed her hair done. I said, well, you can come and get your hair done anytime after 4 because I am working from 8:45 until 4. And she said something. I said, I don't know why you don't respect my job. She says, not that I don't respect your job, but I think you love your job too much. And I do. I love my job. Oh my God. They gave her a bitch. I didn't know that. Thank you, T. I got it now. I got it together now. Elaine, I'm done with her. Taylor must be behind, and even though Taylor's behind, she's actively being messy. Never gonna happen, Sharonda. Never gonna happen. Mariah said, you like your job too much. I said, baby, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Mariah just let me call her real quick before we get off. I know we're about to get off. She's talking about her hair right now. Y'all know who I don't try to FaceTime. My son never answers the phone. And then they call me to my mail. Mom, I'm so sorry. Mariah. Girl, what's wrong with you?
I wish I was a boy.
Oh, okay. You're on my live. I was telling you didn't say nothing crazy. They get it. I was telling my live yesterday. What you say about my job?
What'd I say? Oh, like me getting on a live?
No, not that one. When I said I'm at work from 8:45 to 4, you said you love your job too much.
Oh yeah, I said she be putting in overtime and then be telling me a whole different schedule. She be like, oh yeah, I get off at 4, then I see her on live at 9
p.m. We get back on.
Well, from what I learned was when you clock out, you clock out. That's what I thought it was. But y'all just be doing whatever over here.
I don't remember you saying something about overtime.
We having too much fun because work ain't never been this fun. She be cheesing the whole time. You see all 38 of her teeth and 38.
Not they talking about you making points. Mariah. Thank you. I got a few shifts, Jasmine.
Say 32. I know it's 32. It's just she be smiling extra hard.
Is it my fault that I have fun with my people?
Too much fun. You be telling me you clocking out, and I know you be putting in overtime.
They said I'm salary. Ain't no clocking out. I'm a salary employee.
Tell them stop entertaining this mess.
That's what that means, Miss Sheila. Miss Sheila, that's exactly what that. Not y'all. The 38 teeth. She really thought she ate with that one. She thought she ate with that one.
When have y'all seen her close her mouth? She don't never do no little closed mouth smile. It's wide open. Now you want to do it. When she posting videos, y'all, what she be doing? Showing all them teeth. That's all she posts.
I had called her to ask one question. You said what?
Never had as much fun as you at work.
Get you a better job.
No, you really need to pay me to be your child. You're lucky.
Key said this chat is insane like Mariah. Insane like Melanie. I stand with Mariah. Key, that's real messy.
First off, while we on the topic, it's 4:11 still.
What y'all mean? Y'all glad Dad not here to hear that? To hear which part? Mariah. I have to remind all of them that this is a job. Mariah coming like the IRS. She's kind of being a hater.
No, Mama, you have way too much fun. I don't know what you can call it. I don't want to call it a job because it's just too much fun. It's just nobody enjoys work and you enjoy it.
No. She didn't hear the weatherman. And she did not see that lady that was just on the stand talking about digital forensics. A lot of people have fun.
No, this lady from the other job. I'm finna hang up on her. Stop calling me. I'm not working this week.
Now, Key, I didn't know that's what you were saying. I thought you said the chat. I thought you said the chat be wide open. Not Key, that's a real messy. That's Key, I thought you turned over a new leaf because you're being really, really messy right now. I can't believe that. Oh, Mariah, did you know Mother's Day was Sunday?
Yeah. And I'm about to use your Mother's Day gift.
What is my Mother's Day gift?
That hair oil.
What I tell y'all when I got on this live today? I told them today, Mariah, I said, I didn't know Mother's Day was Sunday, but I told the live, I said, do y'all remember the package my sister stole? And yes, I say you stole it because I saw it was delivered and you claimed you didn't get it. She's being messy right now. She probably threw my package away. But anyway, I was really upset about it. Mariah called me the other day. She was in the store. She was like, Mama, do you want me to get you this? I'm like, sure. I told my live, she's going to say that's my Mother's Day gift. I know my child. And what did she do? Say that's my Mother's Day gift.
I'm gonna get you something else. It's just when I was at the store and I got it, I was like, dang, I should never tell her I got it. I was gonna wait till Mother's Day so it could actually be a gift. When I told you, I was like, that's gonna be trifling.
Key talking about don't be trying to ask her on the sly about Mother's Day to see if she got you something. She is the gift.
Thank you, clock it. How about that? How you like them apples?
I think Key is, I don't know. She's been really weird today. Not your boy Glitch, you talking about clock it. Don't worry, Mel. Y'all really killing me. Y'all don't live in Atlanta. I have to live in Atlanta. And y'all are really killing me. The imaginary child is crazy. Crazy.
What child they talking about?
They're crazy.
What child they talking about? You?
They just have made up an imaginary.
I know kids. She only got 2.
They made it,
including the dog and no other kids. I don't play them jokes.
Baby Blaze is crazy.
Leave them jokes for when I'm off the live.
I do. And here she comes. She must hear Mariah. Don't roll your eyes. Don't roll your eyes at her.
You know I don't want to see that man.
I think she hears you. She wants to say, hey, not gonna hold you. I don't like the daddy, so bam, already on the Mariah said don't. Yeah, Mariah, I don't think Mariah would be happy if I had another child.
It took me 12 years to like my brother. I'm not liking no other child.
She's not lying. Do y'all know my child? Can I tell them about the attention seeker?
Yeah.
Okay. And for people that are on here from Karen Reed, sorry, we're just chit-chatting right now. But yesterday, Mariah was the only child for 6 years. And I always tell people there are 2 types of only kids that are only children. They either are fine playing by themselves or they really seek attention because, they really want to make friends. They're by themselves a lot. Unfortunately, with my child, I had one that wanted to make friends and it would piss me off. How many times have I cursed you out at the playground?
I'll play with you.
Baby, you don't need them. I'll be your friend. Baby, I have done that so many times. Well, when LJ was born, it took about 12 years for her to get used to having him as her brother. It was really sad. And she said for a child who was an attention seeker, such as herself, she said LJ was the worst thing that ever happened to her because LJ had eczema, allergy, and asthma. So he stayed in the hospital, something going on with him. And she said she said LJ was an attention seeker's worst nightmare. And I get it because he did require a lot. He was always crying. There was always something going on with him. Then when he got to be like a toddler, he was just bad as hell. I'm talking fallout in the store bad. Just always doing something. 12 years is a bit much, but Jasmine, I do feel better for her because it was her. She was the only kid for 6 years. And then I had LJ and my sister had my niece Jari 3 months after that. So it was 2 of them. It was 2 of them. They said 12 years is a bit much, Mariah.
Well, they don't know how he is. They ain't never experienced the LJ for real. I mean, could you imagine trying so hard to get some attention? Then you got a brother who eyes swelling up, passing out, got bad eczema, pulling out his hair as a baby. That's annoying.
He didn't pull out his hair; it just fell out.
Constantly in the hospital. Then everybody worried about him. Like, always something wrong with him. You had to get asthma pumps, allergic to every type of tree. Like, can you leave some space for me?
Mariah, somebody said he about to be 14, so the last 2 years is crazy.
I don't know. Dang. I'm starting to not like him now because he rude.
Oh my God. Pretty. One of my cousins, okay, and I have to correct something. On the live, I said I never done that to my kids, but one of my cousins said one of my cousins did it to Mariah. So I don't remember them swinging her by her feet, but my cousin was like, yes, remember Bobby Ann did that to Mariah. I said, oh, okay.
What they did to me?
Swing you by your foot as a baby to get rid of colic.
Why do you be letting people watch me? What is wrong with you?
No. Yes, my cousin. I'm just happy he does not answer FaceTimes. My son, Mariah, how many times did we call him yesterday?
We called him about 4 times. He bougie. He think he's a celebrity and he not.
He doesn't answer the phone. I said, oh.
We have to sit there and watch his TikToks because we barely get to talk to him. So this is the only way we can talk to him is if he shared a screen and scroll.
No, Miss Sheila, LJ's a different beast. Mariah, they said I'm gonna have you in therapy painting doves.
I'm not painting them things, whatever they was, my little boomerangs. I'm not doing that. You know they was ugly. I can't believe you did her like that.
Now you're going real far.
Them things was so ugly.
You going far. Key, that's sad to have to call his dad to say, where is he? And he's like, oh, my bad, Mom. I'm playing the game. LJ has 2 phones. And sometimes I don't know if that's the reason what's going on, but this is what we're going.
No, he think he bougie and he not.
Y'all really, for people who haven't seen it, let me show y'all what they on here being nasty about.
And you're gonna show it again. Are you proud of that?
I am proud of it.
I'm proud of the background, but I just don't like the actual thing. The meaning is nice, but
here it is, guys. Girl, Bart, you must think it's some food. That's the best one right there. That's the best one. Y'all, and for people, they do look like little whales, little obese seals or something. So for people who are new here, this is art therapy. And, you know, it's a tribute to my mom. They said bring the kid out in you, and I think I accomplished that.
yes, because I thought Kylie did it.
Kylie said, I said, you like it? She said, I one of those fishes.
Kylie, I would have hung up on her.
I'm going to keep showing it. I'm proud of it. And I'm going to eventually plant the seed and everything. The best one look foolish, Mel. Art really do be art for me. I thought it was nice. When doves cry is crazy. Please don't go down this road. Shandy said, it's cute, Mel. Can you make me one, Shandy? I don't know if I could replicate that, okay?
Trying to be funny because don't nobody want that for real.
Now she's talking about where Kylie is. She said, where my girl at that was putting her hair in a ponytail trying to jack?
Add her to the comments.
She's about to graduate, Miss Sheila. I'll be in Memphis again at the end of May. She graduates. So we'll all be there for her graduation. Brianna, I wanted to put Z5B on there, but I didn't know how to. My mom just didn't play with stuff like this. So I was like, blue and white is enough. I said blue and white is enough. That's fine. That's enough for
She wouldn't
me.
even let me wear her pajama shirt.
Shanny, I'm only gonna be there. We'll probably be in Memphis for the weekend. Because Kylie graduates, and I know a lot of you follow my sister, Gretchen. My niece Gabby graduates too. They said they hope you cool. She ain't gonna grab nobody up but Mariah. Mariah, the only one she played with like that.
She be forgetting
Oh,
I can whoop her. She play with me like that because I let her.
Alice, I will not be in the yellow room for long. I told my sister, I was like, oh, I may come down there a few weeks, but I can't do it, especially now because I can't be dealing with Memphis Wi-Fi in this trial, so I can't do that.
And I must not be going if you plan on staying in Memphis for a week.
No, now Mariah, you could stay in Memphis for a week.
After I eat all the food, I don't have nothing else left for me there.
Oh, congratulations to your son, Danielle. No, Shanny, I will not be there. I'll be there for a weekend, and then I'm coming back. I'll be there for a weekend, and then I'm coming back. We probably will leave. I don't know when the graduation is, but whenever it is, we'll leave that day. Hopefully it's on a Friday so we can leave and then come back. I hope it's not during the week. Oh, I hope it's not during the week. But yeah. Mariah, they talking about Uncle Dunn not going to be praying over them.
Uncle Dunn? Never mind.
But yeah, I won't be there long, y'all. It's a weekend and then right back to back here in Atlanta. Won't be there long, especially not here. Miss Sheila, then we gotta go to lunch or something. I missed you the last time I was there. This time we gotta do lunch or something while I'm there. Call us when I get back home. I won't be there long, y'all. I promise. Won't be there long. I won't be there long.
Especially not if I'm there, y'all.
Keisha, does he be fake praying? She said he be fake praying. Let us know some. Causing a ruckus for nothing.
I just don't want him to pray over me. That's all. His daddy was a preacher, so he probably knows something. But I just
And his mama.
And I mean his mama too.
Both of them, yeah.
His whole family, really. I'm just not letting him do that.
The girl, why she sitting here like a toddler? She said Mariah said she's gonna pass up on it.
No, thank you. I'm gonna shut that down quick. Y'all
She gonna pass up on that one. She said he told me he probably why the Wi-Fi wasn't working.
Dang, I forgot he did all that screaming.
Miss Sheila.
He's just one example of why I'm not staying down there.
Miss Sheila, you know when I came 2 weeks ago, I was so tired. I had to go get Mariah, 6 hours there, 6 hours back, 12-hour ride. Got right up the next morning. I got here at 6:30, back up by 9 so that we could leave and go to Memphis. I was so tired. Couldn't sleep on the road because my nephew, Mr. Paper Plate, was driving. He likes to drive, search Facebook. So I had to watch him drive and I couldn't go to sleep. So it was all bad, Miss Sheila. And then we left the next day. We left Sunday. So it was like a quick turnaround trip, but it was crazy. Key, I still can't believe Jesus 5'5". But that's okay. That's okay. If Jesus is 5'5", now that has really, really given me perspective with my dating life.
5'5"? Well, you can't wear heels around him for real.
If I could wear heels around Jesus, I could wear heels around him.
But these men are not Jesus. So
it doesn't matter. Jesus was 5'5". Who am I to say that my man needs to be taller than Jesus?
But they're not Jesus, so their height does matter.
If I can take Jesus into my heart at 5'5",
but
surely,
they're not Jesus.
surely. Wait a minute. She's talking about you messy. I will be telling him you called him that. I can do it. Please stop. I got a joke and I'm trying to be on the right path. What's your joke, Key? Please tell me a joke. They said when you Google, they said Jesus is 5'5". And Tall kings forever, short kings never. Are you denouncing your Lord and Savior Jesus Christ?
It's a difference, Mama.
If I could take Jesus at 5'5", I could take a man at 5'5". It's okay.
No, you irritated me. Don't ever in your life.
Just because you're 5'7", and the fact that you're 5'7", don't you ever wear heels around my man?
I'm 5'8".
You are not 5'8".
Yes, I am. When I last went to the doctor, they said I was 5'8". Thank you.
What doctor?
The doctor.
I took you?
I had to go. Yes, before college.
Mariah, that lady didn't say no 5'8".
She did, and I told you that.
Now you acting like a man on here lying about your height. You don't normally run into women who lie about their height.
And I'm never gonna be one of them.
You on here saying you 5'8".
Let me go back in our messages. Don't do this right now, cause you.
Mariah, you are not y'all. I'm sorry, my child is not 5'8".
Why would I lie?
I think you're just mistaken. I don't think you're lying. I do believe that you believe that you're 5'8". I think you believe that. You are 5'7".
I remember when I went to the doctor, she was like, "You're 5'8", and we talked about it, and I was like, "I don't know how I'm still growing."
5'8".
Yes.
Girl, I thought she said 5'7", and remember somebody tried to put you at 5'6".
The time before they said 5'7.5", then I went again, and she was like, "Oh, you're 5'8", and I ain't had no ponytail." And it was when I got them shots.
Don't worry, I got your my chart. We can log in. We'll log in it. We'll log in your my little patient portal.
Sorry, you're messing with me. You're saying this as if I'm a man. I don't have a reason to lie. Who do I have to impress?
That's what I want to know. I just think you're mistaken. That's all. You don't have to act like Jessica Hyde on the phone right now.
What's going on? What doctor's office? Let me just find something.
Miss Sheila said, "Don't worry, she put 125 pounds on her driver's license."
Well, okay, let me.
Yeah, Mariah on here. She is. Listen, Mariah is. I think she is really 5'7". Now I'm gonna be shocked if she's 5'8".
I'm telling you, that lady said that I was 5. That's only an inch difference. Yeah, but that's such a big difference.
Emily said she tells everyone she's 5 foot, but she's really 4'11". That's an inch. That's that inch you were talking about.
But it's a big difference from 4'11" to 5'7". I don't have to lie that extra height. Girls already be trying to treat me like they man because I'm taller than them. I'm not lying for it to be cute. You be treating me like your man because I'm taller than you, making me reach and get stuff. You one of them. I'm not doing this because I like it. This is the raw truth.
Did you say I try to treat you like my man?
When you be like, "Mariah, can you get this for me, please?" You do, so I don't know why you're looking like that.
Baby, be your own kids. Oh, they say it's 1.5 inches.
Well, when I went, I actually have somebody with me that can say yes, but I'm not going to do it because you think she lied. So I'm not going to do it.
She think you 5'8"?
When we went to the doctor's office, then they said I was 5'8".
She was at the doctor with me? I don't remember taking her to the doctor's office with me.
I had one by myself.
Hearsay.
Huh?
That means she is going to say that you told her that she was that you're 5'8".
She didn't with me because you couldn't come and I had to get a shot and I didn't want to go by myself.
Oh, she was with you.
Yes, she was there with me.
Oh, is this right before college?
Yes.
I wasn't there.
That's what I'm telling you.
I'm thinking about the one for your physical for hot. Shit, you might be right. You might be right. You might be right. Key, please get off. You might be right, Mariah. But 5'8", I'm just going to check that. Damn, you might be right.
That's what the lady said.
You might be right.
That shot, and I didn't even have to get it. I just got it for fun, I guess.
You might be right. I know what you're talking about. This was right before college. You might be right. Damn.
I know.
I cannot I can't say with 100% certainty that you told me about the 5'8",
I did.
but I can say that I know you went to that doctor's appointment by yourself. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go in patient portal. Damn. What DoorDash? Why y'all talking about DoorDash?
You finna DoorDash you some food?
Girl, no, they talking about Mel don't want to have to buy her DoorDash. Who buying this girl DoorDash?
Me?
What?
You be talking
Maria, how tall is your daddy? Your dad like 5'9"?
No, I'm taller than him.
You are not taller than your daddy. Are you taller than your daddy for real?
Yes. And my granddaddy.
And your granddaddy? Well, maybe her daddy 5'7". You think he 5'7"?
He's like 5'6". I'm taller than him.
Mariah says she taller than her daddy. It's been a while. Well, let me look at a picture of him. I think you are taller than your daddy. Let me look at your picture.
You think I'm taller than him?
No, Mariah, you really went too far right there. Wait a minute. Are you taller than him for real?
Yes.
Hold on. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to verify if she's really taller than her daddy.
I don't like how you I'm out here telling stories for fun.
She is taller than her daddy. She did say he thick. She did, Shanny. She did. Mariah, I think you are stooping down in this picture. Mariah, you're not taller than him. You're not taller than him. Boogie is. Y'all, I think she might be. She might be.
I have a picture with him where I'm taller than that man.
Boogie definitely is taller than him. Boogie is definitely taller than him. Well, wow. So maybe he's like 5'7". Maybe her dad's like 5'7".
I just told you. I don't know why you think I'm out here just lying because it's cute.
I thought he was like 5'9".
No.
Okay, my bad. She's talking about he thick, Mariah, how thick? Football player thick. I don't know.
He's not as big as a football player.
Alice, when I dated her dad, he wasn't bald. I dated her dad. He was in high school. I dated her dad in high school. So
what is this conversation?
Key, that was her dad. LJ's dad is tall. LJ's father is 6'5". I dated LJ's dad when I was 22. I think 22. Dated Mariah's dad in high school. Mel love her. Mr. Clean is crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy. Okay, Mariah.
Yeah, I'm about to say we're gonna leave on that note because what? Bye.
Bye. I don't even know what I said to set her off. I don't know what I said to say. That is crazy. That is crazy. Bye. I lie about my height. I'm actually 5'1", but I say 5'2". That's not that bad, Nay, but I just can't remember her telling me she was 5'8". And she seems real sure that she told me that, so maybe she did, and I just forgot it. Because this was over a year ago. Talking about LJ. LJ is like my height right now. So his dad is 6'5", and every day he is like trying to see if he's grown a little because he expects to be tall like his dad. And right now he's like the same height as me. I don't care about showing y'all her dad. She don't care either. Maybe that's what it was. Do you think that's what it was? I'm like, why is she on the phone like this? Goodbye. I'll talk to you later. I'll have to ask her. You think so, Emily, her brother? I don't know what it was. She'll be okay. She'll be okay, though. So I don't know if Miss J, I don't know what we're going to do later, but I'm about to get off here so I can go update my pages. Key, I don't know what she not mad for real now. Y'all, she not mad for real. I don't know what was said that made her go. She not mad, though. She not mad at nothing like that. But I got to go update my stuff. Ebony, that's not it either. At this point, take me, you have to take my life too. They know. I don't think that's what it is either. I don't know what it is. I'll figure it out. She probably, I don't know. Maybe she's looking at the chat or something. I don't know. Mailing her cupcakes is crazy. But y'all, I got to go update my videos, take these dogs outside, and I'm sure Miss J will probably do a recap on TikTok now that she's free. She is free now, so we'll be on TikTok later. I don't know what time, but we'll be on later. I'm holding out for Bam. Well, Tasha, please don't hold your breath on that one. Bye, everybody. Thank y'all so much for all of the super chats today. Thank you for liking the live. Thank you guys for sharing my YouTube. Let me tell y'all something before I get off, because I did say this so that I could tell y'all this. Let me get off of my photos. Look at Bart, she ready to bark. She ready to bark. I didn't know that I didn't know YouTube could, I didn't even know people shared my YouTube videos like that. I always see Lexi share on X, but a lot of people, I had over 2,000 likes. I had over 34 shares. It said 51 comments. So this must be after I posted the videos, but I've had a really great week last week with views and everything, and I screenshotted it yesterday so that I could come on and tell you guys thank you so much for all of the shares, the likes, the comments, just everything you guys do. I appreciate it. YouTube does like a weekly recap, and I wanted to make sure I told you guys those numbers, and thank you guys so much. And thank you for the memberships given. All of that good jazz. Thank you guys. We'll probably be on TikTok. I don't know what time. I'll ask Miss J, or I'll just pop up on live. But thank you guys. I hope y'all enjoy the rest of y'all day. Tomorrow will be day 12. And I want to know, day 12, there's no Proctor, no Albert, Nicole, Brian. He may be trying this case without any of those people on the stand. We're at day 12. The last trial was 30 days. They say this one will be shorter. I don't know what that means, but we're here, and we have heard from none of those people. Caitlin, Albert, not one Albert has taken that stand. So there's that. But it has been a good day. It's been a good day, so I appreciate you guys, and I will see y'all later. Have a good day. Bye, everybody. Have a good day, y'all.